Muted myself off to a good start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 6 of Bad Apologetics, where we're taking a look at some of the claims of Christian apologists. Basically, so far we've looked at arguments from consciousness, the cosmological argument, what we would call like special pleading for my religion, the historicity of Jesus' resurrection. And in this episode, what we're going to be taking a look at is like worldview comparisons. So you will hear Christian apologists all the time talk about worldviews. You know, what is a worldview? What's the importance of your worldview? And I guess what we're going to do is break down some of like, where does this talk come from? Why is this talk important within the framework of like Christian apologetics and what they're trying to achieve? And then if we assume that it's true, then how can we actually compare worldviews to assess which one might be true? Is there anything you want to say, James, on like your goals and thoughts for this topic? You're muted as well now.
Glad I did that. Yeah. So in this series, this is a bit of a different approach to apologetics. So people are probably aware that there's different lines that apologists take. There's presuppositional apologetics, which we haven't really looked at. There's sort of classical evidential apologetics, which is mostly what William Lane Craig does, although he's done a little bit of the worldview stuff as well. And this approach, which is worldview or cumulative case apologetics, as Braxton calls it, is more about trying to identify broad features of reality and then provide sort of abductive explanations for them. And so it's more, I guess, holistic and less sort of deductive than the traditional like cosmological arguments or teleological arguments or whatever, although maybe there's a bit of a vague line between them. So that's kind of what we're looking at today. And so you'll hear Braxton explain this, who's one of the YouTubers who we've, I guess he's an apologist that we've chosen to respond to. And so the focus here is on evaluating what claims that are made and also trying to provide an alternative to the particular Christian worldviews that are presented here. And so I think that this is important because although it is sufficient to point out problems with an argument that is made, it is also, I think, very important to be able to provide alternatives to an offered explanation or a given worldview. So there's no one atheistic worldview, obviously, but different atheists will have different perspectives. And as always, I will be sort of speaking from mine, and I'll try to emphasize when it's like, this is how I see it, as opposed to when I say, like, I think more objectively, this is just the case. And Nathan will offer his view as well. So so in addition to responding to the arguments, I'll also try to offer an alternative perspective on a number of the issues that are raised. And again, because we're going to talk a bit about free will particularly, and morality and other things will come up, I'll try to highlight some of the different views that people take and then maybe flesh out mine in a bit more detail. But I want to emphasize that though I'll sort of flag that these are going to be my views, it's not the only view that you can take as an atheist, and like I can't defend every view at once, right? So it sort of makes sense, especially the way that Braxton phrases some of his questions, to focus on one particular, or I guess our particular views that we want to defend. So that's the broad idea for today.
Yeah. So to make a start then, so looking into like I don't know if you can see that all right, if it needs
just needs to be a bit bigger. Nathan's going to teach you some German.
Yeah. So this like worldview word that you'll see kind of bandied around a lot. When I was looking into it, the etymology, which means like the historical origins of the word, it seems to come from a philosopher called William James, who is kind of famous for a lot of his work on like consciousness and stuff like that, and the will to believe. And he sort of had this term Weltanschauung, which means kind of like world perception. So I guess that the idea here is that you've kind of got almost like a raft of beliefs, and each one kind of fits coherently with one another. And I think me and James as well will kind of broadly agree with this. You know, that like say for example, if we're talking about theism, it's the case that our beliefs about that should fit nicely with all our other beliefs. Like if we've got like contradictions, then there's probably something wrong somewhere in our kind of system of thinking about it. But in terms of the like apologetics literature, so it's used quite often in that. So you'll see in like Craig's Reasonable Faith book, the term worldview comes up 43 times. The term Weltanschauung comes up 25 times, and you'll it's almost used like a piece of like in-group language to kind of like signal that you're kind of on the same page about this, like, so here, if you can read, I don't know, that might be a little bit small for you. Maybe I'll try and make it.
You can make the image bigger. I just shrunk them a little bit for space.
Yeah.
Like the actual.
Oh, right. Yeah. If you, Zoop. I'll let you do it.
I'll just move. I just did this for space. There we go.
This is professional
stream here. It's all chaos and confusion.
So you can see Craig saying, "It just breaks my heart to meet parents like this." Obviously, he's talking here about like the purpose of apologetics and so forth. Unfortunately, their experience is not unusual. In high school and college, Christian teenagers are intellectually assaulted with every manner of non-Christian worldview, coupled with an overwhelming relativism. If parents are not intellectually engaged with their faith, here's why apologetics is important. And then again, in these other cases, during the 1960s, proponents of the so-called Weltanschauung analyses of scientific theories, such as Thomas Kuhn and Paul Feyerabend, radically challenged the old positivistic view of science. So I think for Christians, this worldview thing is important because it's got a lot of like explanatory power in terms of saying, like, why are people not accepting theism? Well, it's because of all these kind of background assumptions, all these other reasons. And so if we can just kind of create a coherent enough, a plausible enough overall story, and that's where all these arguments, like the Kalam, different cosmological arguments, the moral argument, is saying, well, we account for all of this stuff in our worldview, whereas atheism kind of can't. So that is what we're going to be talking about today. And there was another thing I forgot to show that on this one. So like you'll see it coming up in all these articles as well. So like strive to integrate your Christian faith with your area of specialization. As educated Christians, our goal should be to develop a Christian Weltanschauung. That is to say, a world
Weltanschauung.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
A world and life view that provides a Christian perspective on the arts, on physics, on literature, on business, and so on. All truth is God's truth, and somehow it all fits into an integrated whole, which is perfectly known to God alone. And then as Christian academics, these are from Reasonable Faith articles on the Reasonable Faith website. As Christian academics, we cannot afford to be unreflective and simply absorb uncritically the common presuppositions of our discipline. For these may be antithetical to a Christian Weltanschauung, nor should we allow ourselves to be cowed by the prevailing view in our field and afraid to march to the beat of a different drummer. So I guess if you like Google these sorts of terms like worldview, like Weltanschauung, you won't tend to come across like secular people really talking about this unless they're explicitly kind of like counter-apologists. So for example, there's tons of like these blog posts like what is a worldview, which are basically citing those sources from Reasonable Faith, philosophical foundations of a Christian worldview, and just kind of parroting how the importance of worldviews when it comes to apologetics. And you'll see this term in a lot of the videos we're going to come across as well, where apologists are just kind of saying, the background presuppositions of the worldview. So hopefully what we'll do is we'll kind of systematically break down what that means, break down how Christians are using the term, and maybe offer some like conceptual tools for like thinking about these questions over the course of this. Is there anything you want to say on that, James, before we move in?
Yeah, just add a couple of thoughts. One is that the people that we're primarily responding to, not exclusively, but I'd say generally, as sort of counter-apologists, they're not presenting like the Christian worldview, although they may claim to. They're presenting a particular brand and approach to Christianity. And I mean, I've got some Christian friends who come from different perspectives. It's interesting to hear their thoughts on this, and they often don't agree. But also, the idea that Craig mentions that, all truth is God's truth, and everything fits into a rational, integrated whole. That is a very specific rationalistic take on Christianity. And there are very different Christian traditions. I understand that Eastern Orthodoxy tends more towards this, although I don't claim any particular expertise there, in terms of approaching God in a more sort of irrational, mystical manner. That is, God is sort of the ultimate unknowable. And you sort of expect very, not just gaps in your knowledge, but a sort of seismic inability to comprehend God and the universe and things like that. So yeah, it'd be interesting to look at some of that perhaps at some point. But just to emphasize that I think a lot of Christians wouldn't agree with the way Craig's describing this here and the other people we're talking about. And so I don't think of myself as responding to like the Christian worldview. This is a particular take on it, a very sort of, I guess, post-Enlightenment, rationalistic North American Protestant view. It's fairly prevalent in the discourse, not just in North America, but it's been spread around the world. So that's one of the reasons I think it's important to respond to. That being said, I don't object to the idea of worldviews as a whole. I think people do have different worldviews, and it's important to think about that. I think that the way the whole concept is described by a lot of these Christians is biasing the whole discussion towards a particular conclusions or particular ways of thinking, which I think is kind of dodgy, but we'll come to that. But I'm kind of basically on board with the idea that people have different worldviews and that shapes how you see things, and it's very important to sort of compare and critically analyze worldviews.
Right, so we're going to play some videos talking about, what's a worldview from a Christian perspective. So I guess if you can't hear or anything, let me know, because I always mess this up as well. So, okay.
This is Sasha. This is Sam. When they first met, it was just small talk about where to find the best coffee, the new high top she just bought, a book of poetry he found at a used bookstore, a new local band she discovered just last weekend, a zombie apocalypse movie he saw last night with some friends from his martial arts class, her homemade screen print t-shirt, and his favorite Chinese restaurant, which made them both hungry. So they got 2 orders of Mandarin chicken with brown rice. And then Sam opened his fortune cookie. Life's journey ends with a new beginning.
Whoa, that's deep. But in the real world, life's journey ends with an ending. When you die, you're done.
Well, yes, your body no longer works, but your soul continues to exist, don't you think?
Your soul? No, I don't believe in ghosts. We're physical creatures, material objects, just a collection of highly organized atoms. When your brain flatlines, that's it. Game over.
So you don't believe in life after death?
No. I mean, it's a comforting thought, but there's just no scientific evidence for it. I'd rather face the real world than believe in a fairy tale.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sam. It's best to face reality, but it may be that life after death is reality. I mean, think about it. If life just ends at death, then everything we do or say comes to nothing. What meaning or purpose can our lives possibly have?
Well, I guess my life has whatever meaning I choose to give it. I personally believe in truth, beauty, science, making the world a better place, saving the environment, freedom of speech, and, tolerance.
Yes, that's all well and good. But what does all that matter if it ends in nothingness? What are your thoughts about God?
Which God? There are millions of gods.
The God that's in the Bible.
It's been proven that the Bible is just a bunch of mythology written by ancient desert nomads. But if faith in God makes you feel good, I won't argue with that. But I personally prefer more of a rational, open-minded approach to life. Here's what I believe, Sasha. You shouldn't think anything is true unless it's been scientifically proven.
But has that belief itself been scientifically proven? Sam, you and I look at life very differently.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like we're from different worlds.
Not different worlds, different worldviews. A worldview is the set of lenses through which you see the world around you. It's a web of habit-forming beliefs that helps you make sense of all your experiences. Through your worldview, you interpret life in a particular way. It affects how you think, how you feel, and how you live from day to day. To understand what your worldview is, think carefully about the big questions of life. Does God exist? How did everything begin? Who am I? Why am I here? Am I living a good life? What happens after I die? Cabbages and puppies don't think about this stuff, but people do. Reflecting on these questions is part of what makes us human. In fact, every one of us has a worldview. What's yours?
Muted still. What did you think about that, James? Any?
I think I know. What was it, Sasha?
Oh, really?
She did. She did, well, I know her in the sense that she did one of the Kalam videos as well. I'm pretty sure that's the same voice.
Not in the you don't
anyway.
know her in the sense that Cliff and Stuart went up when I said, well, there's different things people mean by no. And he says, well, there's the biblical sense of no.
That was a super weird, like, what is wrong with you? Who says that?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm not thinking of that. Anyway, not to derail the conversation. Yeah. I
no,
think
that is not the sense that I mean. But yeah, look, I mean, that's obviously coming from particular slant. It's generally harmless. I thought that it was interesting that Sasha didn't really explain her worldview. It's just the other guy had to explain his. And it's kind of like they had to include a little gotcha there with, oh, has that been proven by science? Like you could have done the video without having that little snide thing in there, which kind of annoyed me. I think mostly otherwise it was fine. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I didn't like the part, because I hadn't seen this before. I didn't like the part where it's like, do you believe that God exists? And he's like, which God? And she's like, oh, the God of the Bible. Like, well, obviously that's the one to talk about. Like, why that one? Anyway,
obviously from a Christian slant, but I think I think like the broadest stroke of like worldviews and network beliefs we're like on board with. It's just like we want people to start recognizing like there's like a way of thinking about this that's like neutral, and there's a way of thinking about this that's clearly like biased and like just discard. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to claim I've reached total neutrality, right? But I think that,
I have.
Well, that's awesome. Well, that'll be very useful. But I think there are things you can look to, and like that little jab about has that been scientifically proven? I think that's something that you can fairly obviously see as not a neutral thing. A few tweaks would have made this video a lot more neutral. So it's stuff like that I think it's important for us to look out for. And again, I always invite people to criticize or critique in a polite way if they think that I'm being unreasonably unfair or not considering alternatives. So hopefully we'll strive to do better than some of the Christians we're responding to here.
Yeah. So here we've got a video just with some kind of popular apologists, or more, I think, popular from like the 2000s theologians and things talking about worldviews. So again, another just short one to kind of flesh out the domain of discourse, I guess, and how Christians think about it.
Worldview, as the word suggests, is how we look at the world around us. How do we understand life as it hits us in the face?
Nobody is without a worldview. The only question is it a good one or a bad one?
Worldview is a set of basic assumptions that help you make sense about reality, or it's a set of basic assumptions about reality. A worldview is like a lens through which you see things, and you're not really aware of the lens, you're only aware of the things you see.
So it becomes the glasses, the spectacles, the filter through which they're actually seeing life. And the whole universe and the world and human life is understood through that lens.
On the basis of that worldview, you make your momentary judgments in life. So everyone has a worldview. And I think it is the grid that frames the nature of reality for you and the judgments that you make for yourself and others in life.
There's a proverb that says, as a man thinketh, so shall he act, or so is he, depending on the translation. And our thinking really does govern the way we act, the choices we make.
There are ideas that have consequences. And our culture is shaped, first of all, by distorted ideas that yield distorted lives.
All the non-Christian worldviews, whether they're atheistic or religious, are alternatives that are basically a refusal to bow to the truth as God sees it.
If you don't have a Christian worldview, if you don't understand the doctrine whereby God is sovereignly involved in every aspect of your life, then you have no basis for stability, no basis for morality, no basis for hope. And as the Apostle Paul said, we become pitiable creatures.
And when we do not understand or know the truth claims of God, we take the truth claims of the world as if they're true. And when we live according to the lies and the illusions of the world, then we suffer deeply.
God wants us to see the world the way He's told us it is. Everything begins with an infinite personal God, and the whole universe and the world and human life is understood through that lens.
Whether we're talking about sociology, we're talking about anthropology, we're talking about science or history, law or politics, economics, it does not matter. You can trust that God has given to us the framework of truth from which we can stand upon and live.
That's the secret of freedom. That's the secret of humanness. That's the secret of fulfillment.
It is the truth of who God is, and it is the trust that he really is who he says he is, and that his truth claims are really real. You can trust them with your very life and your very soul. I am convinced that that is exactly what truly transforms people, and you will find it to be one of the most glorious moments in your life.
Oh, that was super cringe. But there's a few okay little snippets in there, and then mixed with.
Yeah.
So I wonder
quote
who these
was
videos
this.
is. Oh yeah, we take the truth claims of the world as if they're true.
Like, shouldn't that be what we're doing?
It's a
Like,
sunny southern.
I know what he means by that. Like, because in the in-group language, like the world is actually Satan in like the weird, like Platonist Christian, like mishmash of
that is, it's so strange. It's like they say like the world says this or that, like that quote and others mentioned. But I mean, then they talk about all the competing worldviews that exist. Like, what does the world say? I have no idea. Like, the world says all sorts of different things about all sorts of different topics. It's a confusion. It's a cacophony of voices saying different things. It's not like the Christians saying one thing and everyone else saying the other thing. Apart from
and is
maybe like young
Christianity, Christianity not a part of the world? Like, is Christianity not a feature of the world?
Yeah, that's actually a very good criticism, because that's the way some have taken it, and that leads you to like monasticism and withdrawal from the world, which I don't think is what sort of Jesus wanted, but that's a separate issue. But yeah, in terms of I don't really know who that video is for, because anyone who's not a Christian is going to be put off by some of the language there. Anyone who's already a Christian, I don't see what they're going to get out of that. Maybe it's just like, I don't know, propaganda for the home team kind of thing. It's a bit, they seem to like to talk about like truth and God's truth, but again, like people who already believe in God already believe that that's true, and people who don't are just like, okay, you think it's true, we know that. It's just not very substantive, and it just comes across as really conceited. Like, I don't go around talking about how I, as a reductionistic naturalist, know the truth, and I have like the truth. Like, that's just so weird. Like, why would you do that? Maybe some atheists do, but it's just a bit bizarre. Like, what I'll say is, I've thought about this, and here's my perspective, and here's some reasons for it. And I invite people to consider those. And if I think that they believe something wrong, I'm like, well, yeah, I don't think that's right, and here's why. But this pompous idea of we have the truth for us, and that we have to step aside from the lies, like that's just. I find that a really weird and not conducive to like clear critical thinking, conducive to like groupthink and tribalism.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think there's something really strange in the way they're communicating, where it's like, it's not like they're just like discussing the facts or the ideas here, and they're like, and it just happens that for me it leads to Christianity. There's like this really strong like I need to convince you, like this is the right way. Which like, I mean, I feel like there's probably like a bunch of points we might have like disagreement on, but I don't think we talk about it in that way. Like, I'm not like, oh, James, you need to think the same things as me on these points. Like, you need to.
Well, you just accept what the world has told you.
Yeah, like
you're accepting the lies. I have the truth on my side.
Yeah, it's a really weird. Like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Who talks like that? Like, no one talks like that in different contexts, other than maybe some political extremists do. I don't know, but
yeah,
it's a pretty odd way. One other point I wanted to mention, there was a little snippet. Yeah, well, maybe that's a good point, but it's not usual to talk like that. There was a point where they said like, oh, if you don't accept Jesus, then you have like no hope, meaning, or purpose, and we'll hear that repeatedly, and we'll address that more later. But I think that this is just massive projection. It's like my hope, meaning, and purpose is in God, so therefore, if you don't have that, you can't have hope, meaning, and purpose. As opposed to actually trying to understand how different people with different worldviews think about these things. But one thing that really annoyed me is that part of once they said this, they showed like a homeless person, or at least someone who looked like a homeless person, like they were sitting on the streets. Like, right. I mean, I don't know if they're like, that's an actor or something. I'm guessing probably not, but it just really rubs me the wrong way that they're like trying to link not believing in God with, like misfortune, and then people having, I mean, that person could be a Christian or whoever for all we know. It's like, it's just it's almost like an ad hominem and a trivialization of these sorts of issues combined together. And it just really rubbed me the wrong way.
Right. So we have there's one more kind of like worldviews overview short thing, and then I think there's an example of just like how this term worldviews gets like randomly dropped into like apologetics discourse afterwards. So we'll watch this one, see if it kind of adds anything different to that, what we've seen so far.
Minute Apologists. We interview the world's leading apologists to provide credible answers to curious.
Well, there are a lot of religions in the world, but there are only really 7 basic worldviews, and all the religions fall under one or the other. Theism, which is Judaism and Christianity and Islam, are the 3 great world religions. There's an infinite God beyond the world who created the world, who can intervene in the world and do miracles. Deism, there's a God beyond the world who made the world, but he can't do miracles. He doesn't do miracles. Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Thomas Paine was a deist. Voltaire was a deist. Finite Godism, there is no infinite God. There's a finite, a limited God whose hands are tied by the world that he made. Plato was a finite goddess. Rabbi Kushner, the famous rabbi on when bad things happen to good people, was a finite God. And then there's another view called panentheism. Pan is all, en is in, and theism is God. God in all, or all in God. That's a view of process theology. Alfred North Whitehead, John Cobb, Charles Hartshorne, etc. Then in addition to that, there's a view called pantheism. God is all and all is God, that we talked about. Hinduism, Zen Buddhism, Christian Science, and then there's a view called atheism. There is no God at all. That's all 7 worldviews.
In polytheism.
Polytheism, there are many gods. That's the 7th one. And that's ancient Greek, ancient Roman, modern Wicca, modern neo-paganism are all polytheists. Mormons.
So that, in that one, I guess what he's trying to do is say, here are all the options on the table in terms of worldviews. I don't know if you have, I mean, I don't think that that's all 7, and I'm not even convinced that he was accurately representing all of them. Like, Plato's idea.
I definitely don't think he was. I don't know a lot about Plato, but so he said that Hinduism is pantheistic. Hinduism is all over the map. There's monotheistic Hinduism, there's atheistic Hinduism, there's, I think, some pantheistic Hinduism, and some that might be better described as panentheistic, and polytheistic as well. Like, I think Hinduism is just all over the place. And he said Mormonism was polytheistic. I don't agree with that at all. I think Mormonism is monotheistic. Christians might think that because Mormons don't believe in the Trinity, but then a lot of Muslims think that Christianity is polytheistic because they believe in the Trinity. So, like, a lot of these questions aren't just straightforward. It's all about, like, what your definitions are going to be and what you put together. But also, I mean, just the whole assumption here, which is that a worldview is the same as a view about God. Well, who says that that's important at all to a worldview? That's a particular assumption. I would say that Marxism is something like a worldview, but right. I mean, and it counts as an atheistic worldview, right? But to say that that's particularly relevantly similar to my worldview, I'm not a Marxist at all. It is a bit silly. So in a sense, you can categorize them by what they say about God, but then you're going to lump together a lot of things that are very different. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think that I think again, like what we can see here is that when apologists are talking about worldviews, they mean like this very, very specific way of thinking about it that they have. Yeah. Whereas perhaps in the broader sense, when we talk about worldviews, we should just mean like the coherence of all of someone's beliefs together and their background assumptions they bring in, and it isn't just this question of like theism or not. Like the Alfred North Whitehead stuff with the process theology, and like I don't even know what the hell like he's going on about. Like he's like a mathematician, right? And I know like some weird continental philosophy people who talk about like him and Deleuze and stuff, and I don't even know what the hell they're talking about when they like. I couldn't say like that just neatly fits in this category because I don't even understand
like how you get off the ground with some of the like words they're using, what they're describing, and I'm pretty certain it doesn't just fit in this one category of 7 though. Like from some of my friends who do talk about those sorts of things. Is there anything else you want to say on that one, or?
Yeah, just the arrogance of. I mean, it's okay to categorize worldviews based on their views on theism, but to say that that is the classification of them is just unbelievably arrogant. Imagine if I was taking maybe an Indian perspective and say, let's classify all the worldviews by their views about reincarnation and like different perspectives on that.
Right.
And then I didn't even know what the different views would be, but I know there are different views of like what exactly it is that reincarnates and other things like this. And then people who don't believe in it at all. Right. And so like you could do that with almost anything. Like you could do that with reductionism, or you could do that with moral realism. Like to say that that is the way to categorize them is basically, it's fascinating. Like these people say that your worldview helps shapes the way you see things, and you kind of can't see outside that, which I think is sort of true. We can try to see outside though, but then they make like no effort to see outside their own worldview, and they just say, yeah, the only thing that's important about worldview is like the most important thing, the way to categorize them is just their belief about God. Like clearly, it's like actually no, a lot of people don't think that's, even if they do believe in gods, they don't necessarily think it's that important.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's like have you ever seen that meme where there's like 2 books? It's like the only 2 books you need to read: Everything You Need to Survive Harvard Business School, everything they teach you in Harvard Business School, and then the other, everything they don't teach you in Harvard Business School. But it's quite funny. But I think it's interesting how like so on the like if we're aware that worldviews exist, right, and our background suppositions are like going to shade the way that we're thinking about like everything, then when we come to talk about worldviews, the Christian should be going like, do my background presuppositions mean that I've got certain biases that I bring into the conversation? And then when I categorize like everything in terms of theism or not theism, maybe that's got something to do with my worldview and background. So like it's not there at all. Like awareness of this discourse around worldviews and so forth should like help us lower our biases and be more self-critical, and not just like then like beg the question of all our positions and project that onto everyone else, which is what seems to be happening.
Yeah, because this is important to me, I'm going to classify all worldviews based on which genre of computer games that they most prefer. So there's the real-time strategy and the first-person shooters and the MOBA. And you could just reach the absurdities here. You have to start with assumptions about what things matter, right? And that's part of your worldview as well. And I think that's what's being missed here. So
in the next video, I've got later on some videos from like Muslims and stuff talking about some of these things, but at this point, what I wanted to say as well is like that. So there's within Christianity, there's obviously like a broad array of views, and this is like a weird kind of Jordan Peterson conspiracy theory type Christianity where they're talking about worldviews, and I just thought it might be interesting as well to see how this kind of the concept of worldviews within Christianity, like so it spreads out into all the different kind of like types of it that there are out there.
I, like many of you, inherited frames and worldviews that those are simply the frames through which you see the world. And with all of the thinking and conversations and learning that I've been doing over the past few years, my frames have been shifting around, and my frames have been moving, and I've been open to ideas perhaps I was closed to before, and I'm closing ideas that perhaps I was more open to before. And so a lot of what I'm wrestling with now is, to one degree or another, Cartesian dualism. And, in my one video, I talked about Pajon is non-duality, and someone in the comment section rightly said, no, that's really monism. Okay, so there is a those labels are important, and the communities around those labels are important, but assessing the what is Cartesian dualism? Cartesian dualism, to the best.
Only a short thing. What I wanted to comment on this one. So this was a really interesting case because, as I mentioned, my personal view is that this brand of Christianity is kind of like a weird conspiracy theory based around Jordan Peterson's Jungianism. But interesting thing is, I sent Paul this article a while ago because he said there's no serious academics debunking Jordan Peterson, and Professor Alexander Douglas at Uni of St Andrews wrote what I think is a really good just article on his thoughts around Peterson's worldview, and it actually caused Paul in this video talks about how he's doubting some of Peterson's Jungianism based on the criticism in this article, and I actually thought that this was a good example of how talk about worldviews should be employed. I don't, like obviously I disagree with Paul, but I think that what you can see here is he's like he's using this awareness of that he's got a worldview to say, yeah, I've got like biases, things I grew up with, background presuppositions, and now I've got reason to like question that and think more closely about like what's my relationship between my representation of the world and the world itself, or something like that. And so I thought that's interesting, like just to see that this way of talking about things is kind of it's not just like people who like William Lane. I think it's kind of like you'll see its origins almost with William Lane Craig in terms of like it getting out there into people's minds, this kind of token of language worldviews. But it everyone sort of adopts it and uses it. Like me and James will talk about worldviews, and we think about I don't know, like maybe James didn't come across it through Peterson originally or something, but I think like it doesn't have to be like a bad I'm articulating this so poorly. It doesn't have to be like this biased kind of like persuasion tool that's used for getting you around to my point of view, like the apologists using it. It can actually be a tool for good. And another video, unless you've got something you want to say on that, James, another video is just Josh Rasmussen, who's a Christian, talking about worldviews, which I thought was maybe a useful thing to listen to before we get into some of the like criticisms as well. Is there anything you wanted to say on that though?
No, just this one is a really good one.
So I want to just share with you how you can ruin your worldview, how you can increase your stock of false beliefs and minimize your true beliefs. 3 tips, 3 strategies you can use to ruin your worldview. First, when you have a belief and you find somebody else who disagrees with your belief, assume that they are unreasonable. Maybe you've got reasons for your belief, and so you've got to assume then that they don't have other reasons, maybe things that you could learn from, things that you haven't considered, but instead treat them as unreasonable. This will ensure that they won't want to help you to see new things because they won't even want to have a conversation with you. Or if they do say something back, they might just call you unreasonable. And so this will lead to polarization and the crumbling and ruining of your worldview. The second thing that you can do to increase your stock of false beliefs is spend a lot of time exposing the problems in other people's beliefs. Spend more time critiquing and analyzing beliefs that you think are false than critiquing and analyzing your own beliefs, things you already think are true. This will ensure that you will find the specks in other people's eyes and totally miss the plank in your own eye. And so the false beliefs that you have, you'll never see them, and that will continue to happen in your mind and block you then from correcting a false thinking in your own thinking. A third thing to do to ruin your worldview is to let other people think for you. Be part of a group and let that group tell you how you should think. So for example, if you feel like you're associated with a particular political party and somebody whom you respect cites a scientific source that supports the existing beliefs you have, automatically assume that that scientific source is credible and that the person who's citing that is reliable. Don't check it for yourself. Just believe. Just believe along with your group. Never critically think about your group. And for sure, don't spend time in another group being friends with them, seeing what it's like to be that. This way, you will ensure that your beliefs that are not true, not matching up with reality, are never exposed to be false, and you continue to build a faulty thinking. All of these 3 tips have in common tribalism. So if you want to just remember how to ruin your worldview, just think of this word tribalism. If you're tribal, that means that you seek, instead of truth, you seek maintaining a tribe to protect your people. This is why you believe what your people believe. This is why you don't spend time criticizing your own thoughts or the thoughts of your people. Instead, you focus on people outside your tribe. This will help ruin your worldview. If you instead seek truth, that can liberate you from tribalism, but then the problem there is you might begin to have more true beliefs, and you might begin to weed out your false beliefs. So you don't want to do that if you want to ruin your worldview. I hope this is helpful to you.
So the reason I wanted to include that one is because if there are Christians watching, especially, or theists in general, and they want to kind of say, well, I think Josh is a really fair Christian. I like a lot of his thinking around these ideas, though we disagree on conclusions. Like I don't want people to just say, well, you're just nitpicking. It's just because of your atheistic worldview, even though I'm not an atheist, but that's what I get kind of branded as. Is making you criticize the Christian use of the term worldview, when actually there's Christians who think in the same way that we actually there are better and worse ways to kind of develop your network of beliefs, and I think I'd agree with Josh's kind of assessment there of some like bad heuristics to use, and he was hinting as well at some of like external pressures, for example, like so for me, have I got like an audience in my YouTube channel which pressures me to hold certain beliefs, or have and like if I'm aware of that, does that reduce the likelihood of me adopting false beliefs because of that pressure? Or I'm in agreement with Josh on that point. Do you have any thoughts on that, James? Or
yeah, I think it's good advice, and I think it's important to maintain a balance between critiquing other views and critiquing your own, and learning about your own by engaging with other views. I think any one of those to the expense of the others, or at the expense of the others, is potentially dangerous. So, yep, I thought it was a good video.
So the next thing to talk about in this next section then is going to be like what could actually be meant by a worldview, or what kind of things should we be aware of. So there's a couple of points of view, a couple of things to talk about. One is like philosophically, what might it mean? And one is like from a psychological perspective. So what does psychology have to say about the way that we form and hold beliefs and stuff like that? So interestingly, I think that this idea of worldview is deeply interconnected with a position that's called like the coherence theory of truth. And I think that this is interesting because a lot of Christians will want to talk about objectivity and realism, and that Christianity is this philosophical position that gives you, like a kind of realism about objective facts in the world. But I think that the idea of the kind of coherence of our web of beliefs is a deeply kind of anti-realist and idealist sort of position, that actually all we've got is our kind of web of beliefs, and there's nothing like an idea but our own ideas. We can't really get out there at the things in themselves and the real world, as it were. We can just rely upon the coherence of the facts that we've got. But anyway, on this point, we've got a little video by John Searle talking about the coherence theory, which might give you some kind of philosophical background.
Sorry, just before you start that, I haven't eaten very well today. I need to grab some food, so I might be gone for a few minutes. So yeah. You'll see when I come back.
Yeah, see you in a second.
The coherence theory was part of idealism. Idealism, you remember, says there is no real world. There's just our system of representations. Well, then, what's truth? If there's no real world, well, truth just consists in how our various beliefs and thoughts and judgments cohere with each other. Now that's an old-fashioned objection to the coherence, to the correspondence theory, is the coherence theory. But that's based on the rejection of realism. Now, more recent and more interesting objections are that, well, you can't really, it's not a real relation. It's not a genuine relation, because there's no way to state the relation without first identifying once you've identified the fact and you've identified the statement, then there isn't any further question about the relationship between them, because the fact that the cat...
Just to give some background here for people who might not be familiar with philosophy, what he's talking about is in like a correspondence theory of truth, for example. people will say something is true just in case kind of the propositions, which would be represented by sentences, that the propositions that you utter correspond to the facts. So there's a relation between those propositions and those facts, right, where they kind of correspond like this. And what he's saying is that this, the objection from the kind of coherentist is that there's no way of like standing outside your mind or standing outside of language to observe that relation between, you know, just to say the snow is white. Well, the only way you've got of like assessing that fact is to say the snow is white. You can't like you can't take off your mind and observe that. And that's what he means by relation here, just so as people are aware.
Cat is on the mat. If you know that fact, you already know that it's true that the cat is on the mat. So it can't be any independent relating of statement to fact, because you've got already to know that the statement is true before you can identify the other term, before you can inspect the two terms to see whether or not there really is a relation of correspondence. And something like that is right, but that has not to do with a denial of the correspondence theory, but rather a recognition of the fact that these words are defined in terms of each other. The relationship is too tight. Of course, a true statement corresponds to a fact. A fact is that to which a true statement corresponds, because these words were made to fit each other. And the philosophical confusion arises from trying to prize them apart, from trying to think, oh, I see. First you find the fact that the cat's on the mat. Then you find the statement that the cat's on the mat. And then you look to see whether or not they're really correspond. Of course, that's silly, because once you found the fact, you've already found out that the statement is true, because that's what the word fact means. The word fact just means that which makes a true statement true.
Okay, so there in that video, what we see is like some maybe a brief introduction. Obviously there's like always too much to go into in its entirety for all of these things, but a brief introduction to what Christians might be kind of getting at philosophically with this idea of worldview. And it's that we've kind of in the coherence theory, we've got this web of beliefs that sort of sit together, and one way it's kind of articulated is like kind of like a wooden ship, right, that's floating on the water, and you've got all these planks which are sort of beliefs in the metaphor, and you sort of remove the planks and put new ones in, and they cohere together. And the problem comes in if you sort of remove a foundational plank, and the water's coming in. And that's what the Christian, I suppose, wants to say, that the theistic belief is one of those foundational planks at the bottom. So that's from a philosophical point of view. And now within psychology, there's a lot of literature and talk about this. And these aren't obviously discrete within academia. Philosophy has influenced psychology. Psychology's influenced how philosophers think about these things. There's also this idea of cognitive dissonance, which is based upon this idea that we hold our beliefs in this network, and if sort of one belief gets injected in there that sort of doesn't cohere with the others, then it causes this this unease, which is termed cognitive dissonance. So as well, we're going to introduce this concept here in this next video, which I will get up.
Chances are good that you've heard of something called cognitive dissonance. It's a term that's starting to get thrown around a lot these days. But you might not know that it has a really deep root in classic social psychology. In 1957, Leon Festinger wrote a book on the theory of...
By the way, just to say, guys, that the reason that we're getting into all this background stuff first is that then when we come to talk about, when we come to review some of the apologists' videos later on in the video, and we see how they're using worldviews, how they're thinking about worldviews, that we've kind of got a common domain of discourse. So we can see how philosophers think about it, how psychologists think about it, and then we can identify certain things that are going on when we see them happening later on. So if we say, well, this is to do with cognitive dissonance, this is to do with like reinforcing biases, we've kind of got that background of what psychologists mean when they talk about those things.
Of cognitive dissonance, and outlined a really detailed understanding of what cognitive dissonance is and how people deal with it. Let's start out by talking about what cognitive dissonance is. How would we define it? At the very basics, cognitive dissonance is about inconsistency. When we hold two thoughts that are inconsistent with one another, basically, that's dissonance. So let's take the example of someone who smokes cigarettes. Here's a person who might have two distinct thoughts, one of which is, I regularly smoke cigarettes. The other of which is the knowledge that smoking cigarettes is unhealthy. Here are two thoughts that a person can be having at the same time, acknowledging both of these things as fact, but they would seem inconsistent with one another. If you know that smoking is bad, then logically you probably wouldn't be engaging in that activity yourself. And so this is a case of dissonance because there's inconsistency in your own thoughts. So what do people do when they experience cognitive dissonance? Well, there are a few ways in which Festinger said that you could resolve the inconsistency as a way of resolving the dissonance. First, you can change one of those thoughts. So in the case of the smoker who realizes that smoking is bad and also that he is a regular smoker, he might change one of those beliefs and go, smoking's not that bad. It's actually not unhealthy to smoke. That would be changing one of your cognitions, one of your thoughts, as a way of restoring consistency. Another thing you could do is change your behavior as a way to restore consistency. So in this case, the smoker might say, well, if I acknowledge that smoking is bad, then the way I can be consistent is to stop smoking. So changing one of the behaviors that's related to the inconsistency. Another thing people can do is to add new thoughts into the mix, thoughts that help rationalize the inconsistency. So someone might say, yes.
Ooh, there we go, unmuted. Just to say at this point, as you're watching, especially if I know a lot of the people who watch my channel are familiar with apologetics, have watched enough apologetics to see some of this stuff going on. Can you identify any examples of people doing this? And now, also bear in mind, right, so we're criticizing apologetics here, but also we're not immune from this, not being Christian apologists ourselves. Like these sorts of strategies still apply to us, maybe in work, right? Maybe in business decisions, if we're making a financial, we're making a choice about which direction a company we manage or something should go in. And there's information coming in which contradicts our vision of how the company should function, how things should go. And yet we're kind of smoothing out, we're ignoring those warning signs because we want to keep that coherent raft of beliefs. But especially in apologetics, we'll see people who are really effective, like Doug, trying to kind of pry out those planks, and we'll see a series of kind of ad hoc reasonings and explanations come in to try and deal with this. And one of the biggest kind of planks to be pried out almost is that one of creation and design. And that's why we see evolution come up as such an issue for theism, where theists are constantly internally battling and dealing with, like, well, how do we now deal with the fact that we've got this explanation that isn't God for the origins of life and how man comes about? I'm not saying it can't be resolved by Christianity. I'm just saying that this is a good example of where, like, that coherent set of beliefs that had been sufficient for so long, and then this new thing comes along, all this evidence for evolution, the theory of natural selection, and then it's like, oh no, now we've got to explain this in the worldview, and how do we resolve and deal with that? James is back, so we're going to just continue watching this video on psychology. I don't know if you heard where we're at, but we're talking about.
I've been sort of listening in and out, so
cool.
Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I had to eat.
Smoking is bad. Yes, I smoke regularly, but also I do a lot of other healthy behaviors. I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and I exercise a lot. So I'm adding new thoughts as a way to reduce the problem of inconsistency. And finally, people can just trivialize the inconsistency completely. They can just say, you know what? Sure, smoking's bad, and I smoke, but I just don't care. And that's.
And I want to say on this point as well, we'll see this sort of thing going on in some of the recommendations of how Christians should deal with doubt. So you'll see, like, oh, it's just emotional doubt. It's not a really serious rational doubt. It's just an emotional doubt, which is almost like inventing this. Like, again, if this isn't like a study I've done or something, but if you just Google the term emotional doubt, you're not going to find people talking about it in any context pretty much other than apologetics. It's like this thing, this tool that's been created and shared amongst apologists in their kind of domains of discourse as like a way that the doubt can be trivialized away and not really dealt with. Rather than it being this thing that's like really well researched and borne out and can be, useful in finance and business. If you're doubting like an investment decision or something, there's not a bunch of people go, oh, you've just got these emotional doubts. You need to just be maybe, but it might exist, but it's like this tiny little whereas in apologetics, it's like this big thing of emotional doubts. Which is why all the first 5 pages of Google search for emotional doubt are taken up with all this apologetic stuff.
That's going to be it. That's not really as big of a deal as people say that it is. That would be another way of resolving dissonance.
Man, that's tobacco.
But why do people feel like they need to resolve anything at all? What's the big deal about dissonance? Well, some people say that dissonance just gets in the way of finding some sense of truth. In general, if we want to understand the world, then we want a clear, consistent picture of it. And anything that makes us feel inconsistency is something that's a problem, and we're motivated to restore consistency again. But most of the research in dissonance has looked at something a little bit different. And that idea is that it's physically uncomfortable to experience cognitive dissonance. There's actually some negative physical tension that you feel anytime you recognize 2 inconsistent thoughts or realize that you've done something through your behavior that contradicts your true attitudes and beliefs. And so lots of studies have shown that this is the case by hooking up different sensors to people or tricking them into thinking that some pill makes them feel uncomfortable when in fact just their inconsistent thoughts is what's doing it. All of this research you can find more about in my blog post on this topic, but suffice it to say that for the most part, when you feel cognitive dissonance, you're feeling actual physical discomfort. You're feeling inner discomfort as well. And anytime we feel bad, we want to feel better. And to feel better, we just find a way to be consistent again. That's the driving force behind cognitive dissonance. It's worth pointing out that there are a couple times when dissonance is especially likely to motivate this action to resolve the inconsistency. One of them is the perception that you had some choice over the inconsistency. So sometimes in cognitive dissonance studies, what they'll have people do is agree to write some essay arguing against their own beliefs. So if you don't believe that your school should raise tuition, if you agree to write an article saying that your school should increase tuition, then that would be a case of dissonance. However, it would only make you feel that dissonance and that motivation to resolve inconsistency if you felt like you had a choice over whether or not you wrote that essay. If you didn't have any choice, if someone literally says, you have to write an essay before we can let you leave, and it has to say tuition increase is good, well, then you didn't have any choice over it, and it's not really that big of a problem. It's when you realize that you did have a choice and you chose to do the thing that contradicts your own opinions that you have to then find some comfort within yourself by resolving an inconsistency. In this case, convincing yourself that you actually do like tuition increase. The other thing that has to be there, according to a bunch of research, is the perception of aversive consequences. In other words, you have to think that the inconsistency in your thoughts is going to play out poorly for some reason in the future. So let's say you did write that essay saying tuition increase is good. If you believe that a school administration is going to read that essay and then say, hey, students think this is a good thing to do, there's a negative consequence. There's a negative consequence of your inconsistent actions. Now you're even more motivated to resolve the inconsistency and figure out a way to think that tuition increase actually is a good thing to do.
So just to say on those last points as well, I think we can see a lot of that sort of thing going on in apologetics. Like I think one of the reasons some of Doug's kind of thoughts experiments and hypothetical questionings are so good is because he can sort of mimic all of the same reasoning, but on a point different from Christianity, get the interlocutor, the person he's talking to, to basically reason why they wouldn't accept that reasoning in a different context, and then they can see that it's a choice that they're making to choose to believe in Christianity, and that kind of causes the cognitive dissonance, which might give them a chance of getting out. The second point on the like negative consequences thing as well is I think we see a lot of that stuff going on in especially in apologetics, where people might have an entire kind of lifestyle funded. Like I've seen this. I don't want this could be interpreted as me like acting in bad faith having this thought, right? But I think I've seen a lot of apologists talk about, say, they come out of university and they go, I can work in an office for the rest of my life, or I can like be a Christian apologist. Like I can basically for a living read these books, think about these things, and that's a viable option for me. And then they get into apologetics, they've got their lifestyle supported, maybe like a free building to live in. They get to do like a pleasurable activity in their day-to-day. They get to be, in some cases, held up on like a pedestal and worshipped in a sense, like we see with kind of William Lane Craig or Capturing Christianity or Inspiring Philosophy, all the comment sections filled with, I wouldn't be a Christian if it wasn't for your brilliant work and so forth. And these are definitely motivating reasons. And if they were to abandon or change their beliefs or stray from orthodoxy, it's like that. Well, there's these negative outcomes, right, to not resolving any cognitive dissonance in a particular direction. And again, we'll see this come out in some of the videos where apologists are talking about doubts and stuff in a minute. I don't know if there's anything you want to add in on that, James, or if...
Yeah, just wanted to add a couple of points. So this idea of cognitive dissonance, and I would add sort of associated biases as well, because there's a little bit of controversy about the exact theory of cognitive dissonance. This idea that you feel some sort of physical or psychological distress versus other approaches that people have to understanding those phenomena. But to put that aside, this general set of phenomena that is observed is really important for understanding not just apologetics, but I think it's important for understanding human interactions in a lot of contexts. And one that's relevant for our purposes is the circumstances surrounding the resurrection claims of Jesus, right? Apologists often claim that the disciples had no reason to believe that Jesus had risen from the dead. Right. But psychological evidence contradicts this by saying that following the death of Jesus, they would have had massive cognitive dissonance, and they would have had strong motivations to find a way to reconcile this, and coming up with the idea that Jesus' death actually served a greater purpose would have therefore satisfied that. And the other idea is similar to what Nathan said, the idea that, well, why would the disciples lie, or at least maybe stretch the truth a little bit about their accounts of what they saw or experienced? Well, because they had nothing to gain. Well, I mean, what do you think people like the internet apologists or the other people who go around giving talks about this have to gain? Like, I'm not saying they're only doing this for self-interested reasons, right? But it's a false dichotomy to think that it's either like all false or it's like entirely pure-minded, virtuous. It's like degrees of self-interested and motivated reasoning, right? And so obviously there are certain people who like going around and talking to people and try to persuade them of their worldview, who like having a high status in these communities, who like feeling very important, and that's a psychological gain that a lot of people have. And I think that it's very reasonable to think that some of the early disciples of Jesus or other early preachers had this as well. So there's obviously a longer discussion to have there, but I just wanted to mention this because we were explicitly bringing this up, that this idea of cognitive dissonance and other sort of biases that affect us is relevant for a whole host of context. And I think that a lot of Christians just don't give this sufficient attention. The idea that this is motivating people. I mean, it's not like it doesn't apply to atheists as well. It's symmetric in that sense, but I think it's just something we should always have in the back of our minds.
And so there's one more video here just on some background stuff to do with biases. And a lot of this stuff to do with what's called like System 1 and System 2 thinking, which is going to be introduced. And a great book to read that I know some of you have been looking into is this book by Daniel Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Slow, which when I watched James's book release of his book, and there's a row of these copies like behind you as well in the bookstore when you were doing that. I think this was released a bit before your book though, which was, but as an aside, so it's basically just talking about I don't know if you could, I suppose you could call it sort of flaws in our reasoning, or sort of like exploits, almost like exploits that are built into the way our brains work, which can lead us to forming kind of false beliefs if the conditions are right. So this video will just talk about a few of those things, and then we'll get into some of the apologetics and how they're kind of using these things.
Thinking fast and slow. Here we will be talking about two systems, System 1 and System 2. Our behavior is determined by these two different systems. System 1 is fast thinking, and System 2 is slow thinking. Let's take a look at System 1. System 1 is impulsive, automatic, and intuitive. System 2, however, is thoughtful, deliberate, and calculating. There is always a fight going on in our brain between System 1 and System 2. As they play off against each other, their interactions determine how we think, make judgments and decisions, and act. Let's take a look at System 1. System 1 is fast thinking. It's automatic and instant. For example, if I ask you, what is 2 plus 2? Your answer will be almost instantaneous. Let's take a look at System 2. System 2 is effortful and slow thinking. It's conscious and takes time. For example, if I ask you what is 12 times 23, your System 2, slow thinking will kick in and you will think about the answer before you present an answer. System 1 calling System 2. When System 1 runs into difficulty, it calls on System 2 to support more detailed and specific processing that may solve the problem of the moment. System 2 is mobilized when a question arises for which System 1 does not offer an answer, as probably happened to you when you encountered the multiplication problem. These systems help our brain to operate efficiently. However, our mind is lazy and often lead to cause a human error. Let's take a quick test as an example. A bat and a ball together cost $1.10. The bat cost $1 more than the ball. So how much is the ball? The ball is 10 cents, right? Well, that answer is wrong. The correct answer is the ball is 5 cents. Let's do the math. A bat and a ball cost $1.10. The cost of the bat is $1.05, and the cost of the ball is 5 cents. The bat is $1 more than the ball. Our mind was tricked. This problem exposes our mental laziness because using System 2 consumes more energy. Our mind tends to go for least effort as possible. We make quick choices even when it lacks enough information to make rational decisions. By understanding how our mind works, we can adjust our focus and dramatically change our thoughts and behaviors.
So just to note on that video, and there's like loads of these examples and across various kind of domains. Like Daniel Kahneman worked in like he's Jewish, and he went to like Israel, and he was in the army kind of when the nation was in its kind of infancy, and so he said, like, with an undergraduate degree in psychology, he was one of the country's kind of leading psychologists at that time. And so he was put in charge of a lot of the army's like studies in which recruits should kind of, like become officers, or like in the Air Force in training and stuff, and how, and these biases affect like our decision making in loads of these regards. So like, for example, like not being aware of statistics and probabilities would lead people to making bad choices in like training, where like or things like regression to the mean, right, where people who are training fighter pilots would say, after he does something bad, I always shout at them and then they do better on the next one. But whenever someone does something good and I praise them, they do worse on the next one. So the psychological literature actually says that praise is like more effective in general for in these types of training. But these trainers, because they were trainers even the right word, coaches, I don't know, because they were experiencing this regression to the mean thing, they developed this idea that the most effective thing for them to do was to do like if they'd done badly, it would be to shout at them, and if they'd done well, it would be not to praise them, because if they did praise them, then they do worse the next time. But actually, all they were doing here is experiencing that if someone had done exceptionally well, the next time they just regress towards the mean, and if they done exceptionally badly, the next time they also regress towards the mean. It's slightly better. And so our brain's like developing all these kind of sort of cognitive biases about how we should interact with the world that aren't necessarily the most truth-seeking or the best for like our goals. And there's loads of these examples in the book. And I don't know if there's anything you want to say on that, James, before we talk about maybe seeing some of these in how William Lane Craig talks about dealing with doubts.
Oh yeah, that's always a joy. But just a comment about that example at the end there, that ball and bat one. So that one's tricked me up when I first heard it. And it's not because it's hard to work out. It's just you're lazy and you're like, oh, I know what the answer is. And there's a very intuitive but wrong answer for that one. And what I think is interesting is not really that example per se, obviously, because it's sort of easy to see that you've got that wrong. But imagine more complicated, subtle examples where there's an obvious wrong answer, but a somewhat less obvious correct, or at least more correct answer. Think about complicated philosophical questions. And this sort of concerns me if we just like rely on our intuitions about things like, well, this seems obvious to me. Maybe we're just going for the easy wrong answer rather than the harder correct answer. Of course, it's not guaranteed, right? But the thing is that what we're going to see, well, a little bit today, but we've also seen this in the past with Craig. Craig relies on his pre-theoretic intuition a lot. It's one of his biggest arguments. It's like, well, it's obvious that this and that is true, right? But these are some of the reasons why I don't rely on that, because there's a lot of research to think that it's not very trustworthy. And I think that a worldview needs to take this into account. If worldviews rely very strongly on our pre-theoretic intuitions about the way things are, I think that we're probably not taking sufficient account of these sorts of results. So I think that's just a good thing to bear in mind when we're talking about these issues.
I think one of the best examples of this is when Christians will often say it's a cumulative case. And then if you try and get them to articulate how like conjunctive probabilities work, they'll be like, you'll be like, well, let's say, you've got these two things and they both have a probability of 0.9, right? Which is pretty high. But then what's the probability of them both being true together? And Christians will often ignore the fact that what you do there is you multiply the probabilities together, and it comes out lower than either of the the claims independently together, because there's this idea that if you kind of like keep throwing I don't know if I want to swear on my own, like keep throwing stuff at the wall, some of it'll stick, but that's just isn't the way that these kind of conjunctive probabilities work. Like the more and more things that you're putting in, the more claims that you're making, the probabilities actually end up decreasing.
So you can only multiply if they're independent, right? But for a lot of the claims that the Christians will make, they seem prima facie to be fairly independent. The claims about morality versus the origin of the cosmos versus Jesus. So I think that's plausible enough.
Yeah,
just for the pedants. Yeah. Just for the pedants listening, I thought I'd add that.
No, but you are right though, because obviously there's. I'm saying, I suppose what I'm saying there is just that surface level, like, but there's so many different things. Obviously, like there are people out there who are going to use like Bayes' theorem and pull some numbers out of thin air to kind of make that work for Christianity. But here we go then with William Lane Craig.
Dr. Craig, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm William Lane Craig. I'm a research professor at Talbot School of Theology, and I'm a Christian philosopher and theologian.
It's the experience of many Christian students who attend university that they find their faith troubled and they begin to have doubts.
Sure.
What advice would you give to someone who is experiencing serious doubts?
Well, there's a number of things I think that I would say about that. First of all, I think that I would tell them that they need to understand the proper relationship between faith and reason. And my view here is that the way in which I know Christianity is true is first and foremost on the basis of the witness of the Holy Spirit in my heart.
So I just want to say on this point, when Christians say that faith precedes reason in this way, and this is something Augustine said as well. So I want this to be true so I can make some sense of Christianity, but I just cannot make any sense of how, how this isn't just begging the question in a way. It's like I just emotionally feel one to be true, and then I employ my reason to find, to make sense of that intuition after the fact. But once I'm aware that there are other people who have different intuitions, and they can do the same thing, they can come up with ad hoc explanations that make their intuition true. Like, I don't know how you get around that, other than just saying, well, yeah, I'm just presupposing it because I have this intuition, which I call the Holy Spirit, that Christianity is the right one. So I feel like this is a really bad way of coming to true beliefs. I think there's good reasons for believing that that's a bad way of coming to true beliefs, just kind of like having faith in a position and then coming up with explanations afterwards. I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very bad way to come to true beliefs, or probably true beliefs. To try to steelman what Craig is saying here, I think we could best understand this as not as an irrational process, but as an irrational process. So I think, well, this is kind of me a bit putting words into Craig's mouth, but at least how I might try to understand this. I don't think he's saying that he would defend this as rational per se, as in it's outside the realm of rationality. It's a different kind of thing that he's doing. He comes to this belief through some sort of experiential process. That's not rational or irrational. It's just irrational. It's outside that. Then you could look for rational reasons to believe that thing, but they're not how you come to that conclusion in the first place. You come to it through an irrational process.
Right, I see.
Now, that obviously depends. That whether that account works depends on what your account of rationality is, right, and how reasons work. And I don't think ultimately I accept that. I'm not even sure if Craig exactly would describe it that way, but that's the best I can come up with for how this makes sense.
Yeah.
And that this gives me a self-authenticating means of knowing that Christianity is true wholly apart from the evidence. And therefore, if in some historically contingent...
Sorry to keep pausing, but as well, I hear a lot of this self-authenticating talk as well, and I just have no idea how can something be self-authenticating in that way? Like, surely it just comes before my mind through like sense impressions, like anything else. I don't really understand how something can be self-authenticating.
It's interesting that, well, Craig, among other Christians, accuse atheists of being subjectivist about various things, but this is the ultimate subjectivist epistemology, because the only way that you can validate a self-authenticating experiential experience like this is to experience it. I mean, this is what Craig says. Well, yeah, sure, other people have experiences, but they're not the true or self-authenticating kind. They're just the false self-authenticating kind that you think is self-authenticating, but actually isn't. So, like, this is I think a massive exercise in what I would call epistemic relativism, which is to say that knowledge knowledge is always relative in an extent such that it's a belief. So belief is something that different people have, but usually the idea of justification is at least objective, or in principle objective. And this is taking that completely outside. It's making justification completely subjective. It's not something that can be publicly examined at all. And I think this is a real problem. And this is one of the reasons I reject this sort of account of knowledge, because I don't think that anything that's necessarily and purely completely subjective, even in principle, can count as justification for a claim. That's a big discussion, and obviously different people would disagree with that. But I think if you accept that, then it leads to absurdities like this, when you can claim people just having these sort of self-authenticating experience, and like, okay, well, it's a conversation's job. I'm like, what am I supposed to say about that?
Yeah.
Circumstances, the evidence that I have available to me should turn against Christianity. I don't think that controverts the witness of the Holy Spirit. In such a situation, I should regard that as simply a result of the contingent circumstances.
So he's literally saying here that even if evidence counts against Christianity, that it wouldn't cause him to abandon his Christian beliefs, just to because of where I paused it, that point might be lost. And I think that just sounds...
He said this on many occasions. I quote him in my book saying this even more explicitly than what he's saying here, but it's pretty much the same. But so it's funny when I say this about Craig. Sometimes I feel a bit bad because I feel like, I'm
it sounds like,
I remind myself, no, he explicitly says this. I'm not straw manning.
Yeah.
And therefore, If in some historically contingent circumstances the evidence that I have available to me should turn against Christianity, I don't think that that controverts the witness of the Holy Spirit. In such a situation, I should regard that as simply a result of the contingent circumstances that I'm in, and that if I were to pursue this with due diligence and with time, I would discover that in fact the evidence, if I could get the correct picture, would support exactly what the witness of the Holy Spirit tells me. So I think that's very important to get the relationship between faith and reason right. Otherwise, what that means is that our faith is dependent upon the shifting sands of evidence and argument, which change from person to person, place to place, and generation to generation. Whereas the Holy Spirit and his testimony gives every generation and every person immediate access to a knowledge of God and the truth of Christianity. That's
can you imagine? Can you imagine the idea that? Can you imagine the idea that your beliefs are subject to and responsive to the evidence, so that when the evidence shifts, your belief shift? Like, what a crazy idea! Like, how horrible would that be? He's saying this as if it's a bad thing, but like, that's the point of evidence. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I understand that Christianity has this sort of inbuilt sort of story about that accounts for all this in a way that maybe other analogous beliefs don't. But it just seems to me that you can do this with anything, like the flat earth, for example. And you can say, well, I just have this really strong sense before I come to think about any of this that the earth is flat. I just have this really strong sense. And so, when, someone throws in this piece of evidence or that piece of evidence, I just believe it's the contingent circumstances that I'm in. And if I just keep looking for reasons why my position is true, I'll eventually come to the conclusion that it is. This is just so clearly describing like confirmation bias, basically. It just is, yeah.
Yeah, it's very. First of all, I wanted to say, can we get a displaying of that? What is it? Census Pine Pointers comment, which I think is excellent. That needs a shout out
in the chat. Well, I don't know if I've seen it yet because it's
Graham Cracker 753.
Let's scroll up a bit. 8:53 it'll be for me, I think.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't think of that yet. It's my local time. I do watch for amusing jokes in the comments, so keep them coming. Yeah, that's this is the idea. But also, I'm planning on writing more about this, but I've been playing around with an opposite to this. I have to think of a name for it, but it's the idea that you can know that God doesn't exist through kind of existential experiences. Like you introspect and you pray or meditate or whatever, and you just sort of have a crushing sense of the emptiness of the universe, right? The thing is that people actually do experience this. So it's not like a total straw man thing. Maybe people
what's
don't
his
think
name?
of it quite this way, but
Pascal, right? The emptiness of these spaces terrifies me, or whatever.
Right, yeah. And the painting, like the screen painting. I don't know if that was the original context of it, but I think you can read it in that way. So again, I'm being a little bit facetious here, but only a little bit. Like I think this actually there's some substance to this. I think you can project an argument where we can have this authenticating experience that there isn't a God and that it's all sort of chaos or whatever. So again, I think that Christians just need to be sort of careful about sharing these memes, because just imagine what the Christians would say, like the apologists, if atheists talk like this. Imagine if an atheist said, even if all the arguments I have for atheism fail and I was faced with like the best apologetics that I could imagine, I still wouldn't believe in Christianity because, I have this self-authenticating sense that there is no God. And like, they would absolutely tear them to shreds. They would mock, they would say all these things. But Craig says this and they're all just like, yeah, that's fine. It's unbelievable. It's like an obvious double standard.
Yeah.
And later on, we're going to hear about how atheists just want to sin and how, well, you change your moral views. Isn't this a bit of a red flag that you actually want to sin? But atheists sometimes accuse Christians of just wanting to defend their pre-existing beliefs and of not being responsive to evidence and of being biased. Don't you think that perhaps when leading Christian apologists like William Lane Craig come out and explicitly say this and encourage other Christians to think that way, that like that kind of confirms what we've been saying the whole time, that like this is not honest intellectual endeavors? I'm not saying all Christians agree with Craig on this, of course, but he's prominent and said this, and others do say this as well. So I think that a bit more introspection is needed by some of the Christians who maybe engage in this stuff about, about being having fair standards for each side.
Sands of time and place and person and historical contingency. The second thing I think I would say follows from that. What this means is that doubt is never simply an intellectual problem. There is always a spiritual dimension to doubt as well. There is an enemy of your souls, Satan, who hates you intensely and who is bent on your destruction and who will do everything in his power to see that your faith is destroyed. And therefore,
he's our boss.
Intellectual doubts and
so the thing I think, as Craig's saying this, is it sounds to me, of course, like quite unhinged. But how on earth, if you did have a false belief, could you ever leave it if that's what you think? Like,
it's impossible.
Yeah,
easy problem dealt with. It's impossible. Yeah, it's not just what he says, but the way he says it as well. Imagine. I mean, not necessarily young, but especially young Christian who has some doubts. And then they're hearing Craig say this. It's like, there's an evil agent out there who hates you and wants to bring you down. And he's feeding you these doubts. Like, I had a little bit of this in my experience, but for various reasons, that wasn't quite as powerful for me. But Mormons say similar things as well. This is just really horrific. This doesn't really come across as a genuine loving way to respond to people. To me, it's like a way to scare them into conformity is how it's really coming across. Yeah. And I'm trying not to see it that way, but it just really comes across that way.
Yeah. And like, imagine if you employed this in like any other domain, like, I don't know, like, say there's like a financial decision you've got to make or a scientific decision, like, anyone who is against phlogiston, it is really just trying to lead you to eternal torment. So you just can't, it doesn't matter what, you'll find a reason why phlogiston really is there. The whole, it's just such a bad way of like coming to, because I guess it sort of makes sense, like you were saying at the start, to like Steelman it sort of makes sense because he thinks he's got this infallible witness of the Holy Spirit. But I think that we can, and he says, this is a defeater or whatever. But I think we've got, I think that some of the defeaters we can provide will show actually, we really are fallible in this sense, and we shouldn't have this kind of epistemology when it comes to trying to form true beliefs about these things. Because the Muslim can do exactly the same thing as you. They can have the defeater of Allah and his green light in prayer or whatever. Or the Mormon can have, kind of has the Holy Spirit in the same sense, right? The burning in the bosom, or the like various types of religious experience, of course. And so like it's how can we tell the difference? And it's not like that's like a meaningless or a stupid question. And once you're aware that these other experiences can be attributed to a self-authenticating divine source, then it's like, oh, I've got to question my own. Like, I've got to have reasons why my self-authenticating experience really is, different from those other ones that people have.
I want to say something else about this, because unlike some atheists, I don't necessarily have a problem with faith. That's a big discussion, right? But the idea that you accept something and follow it on the basis of incomplete evidence and doubt, I think makes sense. And I think we actually do that quite a lot. Not that evidence is irrelevant, it is relevant, but it's not the be all and end all of things. And we have to make decisions even in the presence of uncertainty. And there's a long Christian tradition of this, Christian existentialism, and even going back to like, the preacher, Ecclesiastes, talking about some of these issues, right? And as I was saying before, that's an approach to Christianity as well, where you do kind of take it as a starting point. It's like a decision you make to follow Jesus. But what you don't do is say that like this gives me certainty that will like necessarily overwhelm any possible objector, which seems to be what Craig is doing. So this is a particular, I think, rationalistic or rationalizing approach where it's like, this experience gives me a certainty and an automatic defeater of any other potential defeaters, and shapes the way I look at any other argument and evaluate the evidence, as opposed to it's more like a decision that I've made to live my life this way with an openness to possible counters, but maybe an expectation that you won't see them, but at least an openness there, and a sort of, and also I guess I can't articulate this as well as people who actually believe this, but the idea of a constantly trying to grapple with the immense mystery of God and the confusing things and like suffering and like Job and other things like this, where it's like, it doesn't, like it feels like God isn't there for you, but sort of still for a bunch of reasons and your personal sort of conviction believing that it's true, right? So there's a discussion to be had there, and I think that that's quite interesting. But Craig seems to want to remove himself entirely from that and not actually have to deal with any of these tough questions. And it's just like, no, I know it's true. I've got the infallible witness and I've got defeaters for everything. Everything fits nicely together in a bow. God's rational and I sort of understand it all, or almost all of it. And I find that, well, just very arrogant. But also, like, the point I'm making is that even if you're a Christian and you think that reason isn't everything, you don't have to agree with Craig on this. Like, Craig's taking a very specific and actually kind of, I think, rationalistic view on this, as opposed to being comfortable with like doubt and uncertainty and a large amount of mystery and things like that, which other branches are. So I hope that's made some degree of sense. But so I'm not necessarily saying you have to be like completely 100% rationalistic and it's only what the reasons say and you can't, like, there's nothing else to it. Some atheists will say that. That's not my personal view. But it's not a choice between what Craig is saying and like full evidentialism, rationalistic views. That there are other approaches as well. And I think that it's a real shame that Craig's just kind of shuts out those possibilities for people who might be within the Christian tradition.
Problems, we should never look at them as something that is spiritually neutral or divorce them from the spiritual conflict that we're involved in. Rather, we need to take these doubts to God in prayer, to admit them honestly, to talk to our Christian friends about them, to not stuff them or hide them. We need to deal with them openly and honestly and talk to people about them and seek God's help in dealing with them. I think, frankly, no human being in this lifetime will ever have all of his questions answered. There's always going to be a question bag on the shelf of unanswered questions that we haven't had time to deal with in this lifetime. So that the key to victory in the Christian life is not having all your questions answered. The key to victory is learning how to live with unanswered questions. That's the real key. How do you allow unanswered questions not to become destructive doubts? And I think part of the secret of that will be by cultivating your spiritual life, engaging in spiritual disciplines like prayer, meaningful worship, Christian music, sharing your faith with other people, being involved in Christian service, so that you will foster the witness of the Holy Spirit in your life, be filled with the Holy Spirit, so that when you come into the service,
it's just like, like all of those things, for example, that Craig's mentioned. It's like if you say if you perform those practices or experience the music and stuff like that, is it possible to get the same experience? And I think the answer is yes. Like, I can like listen to some music and it can make me emotional, or think about, or I can meditate or pray or something, and it doesn't tell me anything about like the particular religion or like a veridical deity or God or something that might be behind that. And what Craig's describing here again just seems to me to be like, well, you've kind of presupposed, you presuppose the Christian worldview, this story makes sense of it, and then you can kind of exploit cognitive biases in this way, where when you're having doubts, you can go, well, they're just, like it was talking about before, the ways of resolving them. Well, those are just the emotional doubts. And if you can cause these experiences in yourself through music, through praying, through, being in the community that reinforces your beliefs, they'll eventually get kind of dealt with. And again, this just sounds to me like a bad way of like there's no way of finding out if you're wrong. It actually sounds like what he's describing is that you are wrong, and then here's a bunch of mechanisms to keep you from actually concluding that or like articulating that to yourself in your web of beliefs. But
so there's an interesting asymmetry here. Craig believes that there are lots of good reasons for believing in God, even if those aren't the ultimate reasons he believes in God. Now, what I recommend is honest, thoroughgoing, rigorous, critical engagement with evidence and sources and talking to different people. Craig doesn't recommend that. He recommends what he just said and things that he said elsewhere. Elsewhere, he said like not to read atheist books, for example, because like that can encourage doubts. Maybe he said other things elsewhere, but I mean, he's not always consistent. But anyway, so the point here is his approach and my approach. Now, Craig's approach, maybe if you happen to start with the right foundation or self-authenticating experiences, then you'll be okay, right? But if you don't start there, then and follow his approach, you'll be stuck there kind of forever, right? Whereas if you follow my approach, and it is the case that true worldviews have a lot of good evidence supporting them, then at least over time, probabilistically, you'll be led towards those true beliefs. So this is an argument that I would give in favor of more, I want to say my approach, like it's not like I invented it, right? It's just basically like being open to reason and honest inquiry and so forth. If you follow that, that's robust towards a variety of different starting points. Not saying that everyone gets to the same endpoint, but there's at least, it's designed to allow for that. Whereas Craig's seems to be almost designed to prevent you from moving. So it really just entirely relies on this assumption that you've got it right the first time, which of course Craig thinks, right? But if you're at least a little bit open towards thinking, maybe I haven't, then I think that it makes a lot more sense to adopt a sort of an open, skeptical, inquiring approach, which is what I think we're trying to advocate for here.
Circumstances of doubt and the shifting sands of evidence and so forth, you aren't thrown into shipwreck because of that. Finally, I would encourage you, whenever you get the opportunity, to take one of those questions out of the question bag and pursue it into the ground until you come to intellectual satisfaction with it. And I can say from my own personal experience that this is one of the most spiritually exhilarating and healthy things that you can do in your Christian life, is to take some issue that has been a nagging doubt and make it the subject of a research project. Do a paper in your philosophy class on it or something like that, and pursue it into the ground until you are intellectually satisfied with it. And it will free you from that ever being a source of doubt again in your life. And that is a wonderful experience. I've done that with a number of questions that I have had, and it leaves you with the conviction that Christianity does indeed stand intellectually head and shoulders above every ism or philosophy that it might compete with. But of course, as I say, we'll never empty the question bag completely. And so while this is a healthy exercise, the more fundamental task that we need to do is to how to learn to live with unanswered questions without allowing them to become destructive doubts.
Dr. Craig, the advice that he just gave about pursuing a question to the ground, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but he also said until you reach intellectual satisfaction. That is absolutely terrible advice. Never, well, we all do this anyway, and I'm guilty of this just as much as others. Well, I hope a little bit less than others, I guess. But anyway, never just pursue a question until you're satisfied with the answer you've gotten, because that almost guarantees that you're sort of feeding into your confirmation bias. Like basically that's saying you reach a point where you no longer have questions, or you no longer wish to doubt or seek other views, right? That's a terrible place to stop, because that's basically where you've just convinced yourself that you're right. What you should do is keep pursuing even when you do reach that situation, and listen to what other people say and get other opinions and seek alternatives. I mean, this is, for example, when I've written this book, I've reached satisfaction for a number of the points in here, but I wouldn't just say, oh, I'm done with that. I think that would be intellectually disingenuous. I need to keep engaging and being open and honest about that. And I think that Craig's basically just admitting here, especially with the starting point that he takes. So he starts out with the perspective that he's going to prove something about God, or at least find a consistent answer. And then he keeps going, and then he stops when he's found something that satisfies him. That's almost guaranteed, especially if you're a smart person like Craig is, to just lead to self-serving and post hoc rationalization and all of this other stuff. And I think you can clearly see this if you study Craig's work carefully. He invents the Kalam argument. People raise the problem of philosophies of time. He keeps working on that until he finds a way to rationalize it to himself. But as we talked about in the Kalam video, his solution makes no sense at all. The non-metrical theory of time, where like the extent of the present depends on what you define it to be. It's complete nonsense. But somehow Craig's convinced himself that makes sense, and therefore he's just sort of left it, even though you just can't defend that. It's so silly, right? But I just want to emphasize how bad this advice is of continuing until you are satisfied. That's a subjective, again, we see the subjectivism here. That's a subjective requirement. You shouldn't base your epistemology on subjective sensations of when you are satisfied or not, because that's almost guaranteed to lead to error.
And I think, again, it's just looking at the symmetry of these things. Let's say Craig was like talking to me and James right now, and we symmetrically use his arguments. Well, Dr. Craig, I used to be a theist, and then I just had this really strong intuition that it wasn't true, and now I'm just satisfied. I drove my questions into the ground. It led me away from theism, and now I'm just satisfied. with that? Would he accept that? No, he'd say, continue to doubt. And again, other domains, science or whatever, say somewhat, there's countless examples of scientists like having a sort of, or even, you could say,
imagine if science worked like this. We'd never get anywhere.
But even like, I suppose the best thing to go with for talking to Christians is like with theology, right? And they'd want to say there's been progress in theology, and they'd want to say, you don't want to just have some hobby horse that you stick to. If you're going to read the Bible and come across some passages that contradict your systematic theology, then you're going to have to update that and change it, not just once I reached Calvinism or something, I was really just satisfied at that point. So now I can just ignore all the verses that say we have free will or something, or vice versa. Because this isn't about specifically Christianity. It's just about what are good ways of coming to true beliefs, right? In any domain, if theology is a real scientia or whatever, or if the sciences, physics, natural philosophy, it's just bad to say I was just satisfied at that point and now I'm okay.
Yeah, so that video was good. What I would recommend is people listen to that video and then just do the exact opposite of everything Craig said. Well, maybe not everything, but maybe 90% of the things that he says.
Yeah. So this one's on emotional doubts again, which I sort of alluded to my personal opinion, which is a personal opinion, that this is just a sort of invented word by apologists to kind of reinforce biases and things. But don't let my opinion sort of affect your thinking on this. Like, just watch and see if you can see any of the things we were talking about before in terms of like cognitive dissonance, biases, and so forth being sort of brought up by apologists in this.
Emotional doubt. In my book, Doubting Toward Faith, I talk about different facets of doubt. One of the facets is emotional doubt. Like a diamond that is multifaceted, so too is doubt. And emotional doubt is the most common amongst the type of facets or the shades of doubt that people experience. And emotional doubt is caused by looking into the world and seeing suffering or experiencing suffering or watching life's injustices take place. It's a form of doubt that racks one's inner being. And if you
so just at this point to say, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like what he's saying is you've adopted the Christian worldview, and then your experience of reality doesn't seem to cohere with some of the suppositions of that worldview, like that there's a good God that created the world. You're experiencing suffering and it's causing some kind of difficulty for you. And so he's going to basically give advice of trivializing then that. So rather than thinking about it, or maybe this is a reason, because maybe that is a reason to sort of doubt that particular God hypothesis. Maybe there's a God hypothesis that's true. Maybe a God really does exist, but it just isn't that kind of God, right? How would you ever figure that out if you're just going to trivialize that that kind of dissonance and say, well, it doesn't matter. I was right in the first place.
Yeah, I wonder what's emotional about seeing suffering in the world and thinking, yeah, that doesn't seem quite to fit with the God that is all-powerful and omnibenevolent. I mean, there might be an emotional component to that, but there's certainly an emotional component to believing in God, right? So it's not like it's emotional or not. Emotion is bound up with lots of things, but it seems almost it's like just a derogatory term. It's like, how can we make doubt sound bad? We'll call it emotional.
Yeah.
Like as if what William Lane Craig said is the basis for his belief isn't emotional. Should we call that emotional evidence just to sort of muddy the waters? It's really silly.
Struggle with a case of emotional doubt in your life, you know that this can produce questions like, God, where are you? God, do you care about this world? Are you really loving? God, how can you allow for so much evil to happen? God, are you really good when there's so much evil in this world? You seem so detached, so shy, so distant. That's what the questions sound like as it relates to emotional doubt.
So basically, what I see,
great questions. Yeah, good questions to ask. I don't disagree.
Yeah, and it sounded like there were reasons for those questions. They didn't sound irrational in the way he articulated them. It sounds like instead what he's doing is just trivializing them under this umbrella term, emotional doubt. But I think that that just seems basically to be like this nonsense confidence reinforcing sort of thing rather than an actual reason to doubt those questions.
Well, yeah, and my reading of the Bible, again, don't claim to be an expert, but is that the Bible encourages us to ask these questions and to ponder them seriously.
Yeah.
I can point to Ecclesiastes and Job as good examples of this, where we really have people wrestling with these questions about where is God and all the suffering in the world. So I don't think the Bible really is trivializing these questions. I think it encourages us to wrestle with them.
Yeah, test the spirits, right? That's a New Testament one that was always brought up. And then when I was a Christian, I never figured out what that actually meant, because I was like, so there must be some methodology that Christians have, right? That refers to this testing of the spirits. Like, maybe Jesus is going to talk when I read some of the other Gospels or something. Maybe Jesus is going to talk about so when I say test the spirits, I mean by this, pray this prayer or something. And but that never I never came across that, but it certainly is in there. If you're taking the Bible as inspired, it says test them. It's just not clear quite what that means, I think. And the next video, the next few videos, maybe we won't need to spend so much time on them, but again, it's about what might classically be called kind of rhetoric, I suppose. But again, what we're trying to do is tie this into this discussion about worldviews. Tie this into this discussion of our biases and how worldviews kind of inform our biases and can lead us astray in belief formation. And this kind of talk about, defeating the atheist, because atheism is just one homogenous group. This kind of us versus them tribalist thinking, and you'll see a lot of the way that these questions are framed is that there's just these massive gaps in someone's worldview. Like in the atheist worldview, there's just this massive explanatory gap that God accounts for, and that's why they're rattled, because we're asking them a question about morality or about is there anything you want to say before we go into that, James? Or
nope, let's have a look.
Invited to a university to speak at the Atheistic Society. They said, Pastor Barrett, we would like you to come and get involved in a debate with all the atheists. I said, fine. I said, what's the heading? Well, what's the caption? What are we debating on? And they said this, the debate is this, the premise is, there is no God. I said, okay. They said, yeah, the president of the Atheistic Club, he will stand up and he will share for 15 minutes on how there is no God. And then we're going to give you 10 minutes to prove to us that there is a God. I said, bro, I don't need 10. I only need 2 minutes. He said, come on down. So I went down. I won't tell you which university it was, but I drove to Cambridge. And when I got to Cambridge, I go into this lecture hall, right? And there's, 1,000 students there. And the lead atheist, he gets up and he's preaching. And he's spitting and he's frothing at the mouth and he's eloquent. He's brilliant. How can any rational person believe that there is a God? You got to be stupid to believe that there is a God. And all these sorts of things, all the things that you...
So I guess we didn't talk about it in the biases stuff, but just notice how it's being framed again. He's spitting. And take this with some of the background.
He's eloquent and frothing at the mouth. I don't think I've ever seen someone who combines both those things at the same time. But I mean,
But I think we see a kind of what's it called? Like an anchoring effect here, where it's like the picture that's and these are rhetorical devices, and I'm trying to bring my understanding of psychology to understand the rhetoric, but it's like with this background view that Craig was talking about, that there's this man, Satan, who hates you and he's trying to give you doubts and he's trying, and then this other Christian here is, and when atheists talk, they're frothing at the mouth, they're spitting, they're, it's all this kind of anchoring to these ideas in your mind of Christian worldview, Satanism, atheist talking, Satan, it's trying to reinforce that sort of pathway of thinking, I think.
Yeah, it's him being invited to the Atheistic Society, which I don't think is what it was called. Maybe it was called the Atheist Society. They gave him less time. There was so many people there. I do feel like, as someone indicated in the comments, that maybe the story's being massaged a little bit. I mean, it would be pretty amazing if they got that many people to an event like this. In my experience, you do not get that many people to these events, especially unless I mean, even as a very high-profile speakers, you typically don't, and I don't know how high-profile this guy is. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. The way it's framed is already pointing you in a clear direction. But he's already used half of his 2 minutes, and we're supposed to be defeated. So it must be something very impressive. So I'm looking forward to hearing what it is.
You've heard. And then they said, and now we're going to get Glenn Barrett. He's going to come up and tell us why there is a God. Have you ever read the verse, led like a lamb to the slaughter? So I get up on stage and there's boos and hisses and all these sorts of things. And I come up the front and I just said to the guy, I said, listen, you spoke so eloquently. I said, come and join me on stage. So he came and joined me at the podium at the front there. And I said, you believe there is no God? He said, there is no God. You cannot be a rational person and believe there is a God. I said, okay, help me out with this. I want to show you something. And I drew a circle on a whiteboard like this. I said, this circle represents knowledge. Everything that could ever be known about any subject fits in there. All the sciences, all the arts. You're an intelligent man. You study at this university. How much do you know of everything that could possibly be known? So he took a pen and he drew that and he went, I reckon I know this much. I said, wow, you're intelligent. He said, yeah, I am. I said, that's brilliant. I said, so that's what you do know? He said, yes. I said, and that's what you don't know? He said, yes. But this does exist. You just haven't discovered it yet. Yes. Therefore, could God not exist in a dimension that you haven't yet discovered? Answer, yes. Therefore, sir, I would suggest you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic and one step closer to knowing my Jesus.
So wow, that was so bad. He's getting cheers from the crowd, though. Like, I can't believe they're not all cringing. This is so bad.
And there's so much to unpack in what he said as well, because so he's saying that this atheist is claiming that you can't rationally believe in God, and he could still actually be right about that and not know everything about the world. Now, neither me or James, as non-theists,
he could actually be right about that. And God could still exist, by the way, because that's a knowledge claim, not an existence claim. But by the way, I don't say that you can't be rational and believe in God. I think that you can be. I just think that it's the evidence best supports atheism, right? But that's an aside.
Yeah, and it's just how this like I say, there's so much involved in what he's saying there. His argument there didn't even make sense. The fact that God could exist in this corpus of knowledge has nothing to do with the claim of that someone can or can't rationally believe. Like, that's just a completely independent set of facts about the world. Like, it just isn't coherent what he said. But again, it's just like, these system one judgments that everyone in the crowd can make. It sort of fits together. Woo! It's like, no.
Everything he said is equally consistent with replacing God with Santa, and his argument would work perfectly well, or in so much as it's an argument, right? Couldn't Santa exist in all these things? Well, I guess in a sense you have to say yes, because it could. You can't prove that it doesn't, unless you want to say God is impossible, which some do, but that's a pretty strong claim. Then you say, well, I suppose it could. But that doesn't. Also, what really annoyed me, a lot of theists want to change the definition of agnostic. Now, I don't usually like to say change the definition, because a lot of things don't have a definition, and I guess that's probably the case of agnosticism as well. But it was actually invented by a specific person for a specific reason. Most terms aren't like this. So if any term has a claim for a definition, then I think agnosticism is one of them. And it was supposed to be the claim that it is not knowable. I guess you could either the person doesn't know, or broadly other people also can't know whether God exists or not. It's not a claim of lacking knowledge or just not knowing. It's a claim of being unable to know. And that's actually, in a sense, a stronger claim than just not knowing, right? So I really object to this idea that an agnostic is just someone who doesn't know something, because that's not actually, it's a claim to something being unknowable rather than just not yourself believing it. And so agnostics do bear a burden of proof if they're saying that something can't be known, to explain why it can't be known. But also,
that's why I'm weaselly, and I say it's about me not believing it. But I agree. Yeah. I think this is right. There's some atheists who are saying that they just don't have a belief in God, which is a different type of claim to, the God of classical theism doesn't exist, which is a different type of claim to a God cannot exist at all. And then, saying that I, for example, don't personally have that belief is a different claim from no one can have that belief or rationally have that. But like, and all these terms get like equivocated on depending on how someone's sort of rhetorically trying to, especially in that Christian point of view. That I come across this a lot when I say I'm agnostic, that Christians will say, oh, okay, you know, so you're still seeking, you'll eventually come around to my point of view, or you're one step closer to my point of view than the atheist. And it's like, no, you can't, like, how, unless you're omniscient and you know the future or something, like, how can you possibly say that? Like, maybe I've got better reasons for being agnostic than you have for being a theist. Like, you can't just presuppose that I'll eventually come around to your position. And to say that I'm like closer than, like, maybe I've got better reasons against classical theism than some atheists have against, like, just because I label myself an agnostic doesn't mean that and so I really dislike it when theists do that, when they
also this presentation here ignores the possibility of fallibilism, the idea that you can believe something, well, actually you can know something, but even in this case we're just talking about belief, whilst acknowledging the possibility of error. So I'm quite happy to claim that I know, for example, I'm happy to say that I know God doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean that I think it's impossible that he could exist. I just think that I have a belief, which I think is justified and I believe is true, like to a sufficiently high probability. So I'm going to say I know it, but I'm not going to say I know it with certainty. I would even say that I don't know it with extreme confidence. I think I know it with reasonably strong confidence, but I wouldn't say I'm as confident in that as some other things that I am. But the point is, it's still quite acceptable and appropriate for me to assert knowledge without also asserting certainty. And all he showed at best is that you can't be certain that God doesn't exist. I didn't really show that, but like at best, that's all he could have shown here, which
we didn't really make an argument. He just sort of said there's stuff we don't know and God could
he didn't really make an argument, but I'm saying, like, if you steel manned it a lot, you could probably get to, he showed that maybe God could possibly exist, which is not what was he supposed to be doing? He's supposed to, what was the claim?
It was how to defeat an atheist.
I don't really see that as a defeat. It's more like, maybe God could exist, but he probably doesn't. Like, let's actually talk about it then. It's just really so cringe.
Oh, and I also want to say one thing I do love to say about this to people as well is that the reason I don't call myself an agnostic atheist is that a bunch of the time I actually do like believe in a God, right? The problem is that then I like think about that and I'm like, it's just my monkey brain being tricked by like the universe and by like pareidolia and stuff like that. So then, it's kind of like this back and forth. But I love saying this because it's this weird edge case that really catches out when when theists want to like put it in these put people in these really square, like, clearly divided boxes of how you define these things. Because but like I'm like a bunch of the time I'm like, oh yeah, a God exists, and then I'm like, did I actually like conclude that from some sort of argument or evidence or something, or did I just kind of like look at the trees and go, wow, that's crazy? Like but
that's fascinating. I don't quite have that, but I have something that's vaguely analogous, probably less than I used to. But as a Mormon, and probably Christianity's other Christians are largely the same, when something goes wrong or there's a problem or something like that, you talk to, like, pray about it, seek God's advice, right? And so again, it's been a while since this happened, but occasionally I'll just have, like, if there's a problem or there's a big issue or whatever, I'll just have an impulse. I'll like need to pray about that. I wouldn't quite say I believe that, but it's more of an impulse kind of thing. It's a habit. And I'm like, well, hang on. No, I don't. That's a pointless behavior. Although I might reflect about it, right? Which actually I think is a lot of the reason why prayer is in some sense helpful, because it's just a way of reflecting. But anyway, the point is that you can sort of learn these mental habits, and then it's maybe it's like a system 1 and system 2 thing. It's like a system 1 is like, oh yes, I'll do this. Well, I don't know. Hang on. Right. So I think that even sometimes belief is too simple a word, because maybe there's different parts of our mind that in some sense believe different things, and we have to sort of bring ourselves back.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah. So the next point then, and how this, and again, like in the narrative of what we're doing here in this Bad Apologetics episode, like, this is called Atheist Apologist Rattled by Simple Question. And to frame basically what happens, Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, is in a debate with Sabor, who's on like Hamza's Den a lot of the time, in part of this Muslim apologetics, Dawah, Team Dawah, whatever. And basically Alex thinks about the question and is criticized for thinking, essentially. It's like, look how silly atheism is. People think about these sorts of things rather than just saying it. And this is like, again, just a way of like sort of I see it. Don't maybe I should commentate after rather than before but what I see it as is like the system one bias of like we're just so certain of how our views cohere together that we shouldn't even think about it. And the absurdity of the alternative worldview is that they do think about these sort of things. And where's my mouse gone? I'll bring it up so we can see it.
Is rape wrong objectively, past, present, future, yes or no?
Yes.
You shouldn't hesitate here.
It's an object. Why not?
Because
I'm sorry. So I should. So the base
Hey, I
idea of
debated
ethics,
this guy.
right? The base idea of doing.
Well, Alex or Sabor?
Why we believe certain things.
Sabor, I've debated Sabor. There's a video on YouTube of me debating Sabor. I debated him about evolution. I'm like, wait, I know that voice.
Oh, wow.
Now, actually, let me just check this because I actually spelled my name wrong, and I asked him to fix it, which is maybe why you wouldn't find it.
I think he's doing some kind of doctorate in biology or something now, which is really a shame because I've seen these conversations he has. Like this is the biggest piece of, I don't know, like it's basically awful because he's so incredibly biased in his reasoning. But now he's got all this.
Put the link in the private chat. Maybe you can share that. Yeah, they're still misspelling my name there. Foder. I would. It's funny because in the debate, Sabur keeps getting my first name wrong. He keeps calling me like John and these other things, and people keep correcting him. And then they spell my name wrong. Anyway, it's not a big deal. But the only reason it annoys me is because people can't, like, if they search for my talks, they can't find that one. But anyway, yeah, I actually thought the debate went quite well. So if you're interested, check that out. I think I kept him honest whilst also ensuring it was a productive discussion. Sorry, I hadn't seen that video, wasn't expecting. So yeah, the comments are all like Muslims, but generally they were generally impressed with how it went. So I thought it was positive.
Yeah,
so check that out.
I definitely will check that out because that looks interesting. So I see those guys on Hamza's Den a lot. And often people will come in and talk about evolution and stuff like that. And the problem with this guy now is that now he's doing this PhD. He's got all the background information, which means he can like kind of, like talk about things and bring this kind of authority to them. It's such a mess. Like you see these conversations where, I don't know, like where say there's like a consensus on something, but because he's like aware of certain things he can do to like corner someone on this like irrelevant like red herring point that they're not aware of to do with evolution, then he can like go, well, you weren't aware of this weird you weren't aware of this weird paper on Lamarckianism, right? And because you weren't aware of that,
he talked about a lot of that in the debate. But I did my research on all that, and basically, like, it didn't actually come up because he actually admits in that debate that those things aren't really important. That's actually not the point to him. What he rested on was a non-realist interpretation of evolution. And I said, yeah, you can take that with respect to evolution, that you can be a non-realist. But I was just saying, well, you have to be a non-realist about other scientific theories as well. And he basically agreed with that. So, I thought it was productive because it's like, I think that is a cogent view, right? But he sort of, I mean, I don't want to say admit because that is a negative phrasing because like he's entitled to make that argument. But what he did show is that it wasn't really about the details and complexities of modern evolutionary theory that he has talked about. He said that was a way of illustrating some of the complexity to people. Anyway, so check out the debate if you're interested. I think it's quite
things and see if they're accurate, right? If there is a proposition that you believe to be totally true, as I thought, for instance, of something like not being a racist, right? If somebody asks me, why are you not a racist? And I immediately say, or are you not a racist? And I immediately say, yes, of course I'm not a racist, right? Whereas it pays sometimes, even if it seems ethically obvious, to sit back and think, well, why do I think that? Am I sure about that? And the answer can lead you to other moral planes.
Sure, what's the answer?
So the answer is this, right? It is objectively true that to allow people to rape morally would not be an achievement of the goal that we all share.
That's not the question.
That's the objectivity.
See, I actually think just in terms of like rhetoric here and the game that Sabor is trying to play, Alex should have just gone, to get that like nonsense out of the way and then thought about it afterwards.
Well,
I
don't actually say he's not a moral realist, right? So he should answer no. Alex, as I understand, is not a moral realist.
Well, he's kind of gone back and forth on a lot of things.
Oh, well, maybe. Okay, so I don't know that. But I mean, what I would say is that you should embrace Pine Creek says this, Doug says this, right? He kind of says it about Christians, but I think it applies to racists as well. If you think that you have a belief that sort of sounds bad in some way, don't like try to because people see that you're making evasive maneuvers, just like own it and say, you know, if you don't think rape is objectively morally wrong, just say so and then explain it. Because people will kind of want to hear your explanation if you say that. And it shows that you have some confidence in your worldview and it makes sense to you, right? So, I mean, I'm happy to say that, yeah, it's wrong because I'm a moral realist. I don't have a problem with that. But I think if you shouldn't play these sorts of games. Because if you think that it makes sense, then it can be defended, then just be upfront with it and say, yeah, I don't think that it is because then here's why. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a good observation.
Yeah, but you're answering
what you want me to do. What you want me to do.
Wait 1 second. You're answering a question I didn't ask. I asked a very clear question, which everybody I think understood here, right? I asked, is rape wrong? Is that objectively true? And you're beating around the bush.
But the reason why I have to beat around the bush is because I have to clarify that, remember how I said that a base principle can be subjective, but you can have objective derivatives from it?
Right.
So in terms of the objective derivative from our nature, yes, it is objectively wrong. Yes, is the answer to your question.
Based upon the subjective...
But you're going to want to turn around then and say, but it's based upon a subjective principle.
Yes.
Yes, it is, right?
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that I can say rape is not objectively wrong. I say that if we agree on this subjective moral principle, which we do, then we can make the objective derivative.
No, but would a rapist agree to that? Of course they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. But again, whether or not someone agrees with me is irrelevant to whether it's correct.
But look, Alex,
this is another jump you keep making.
Alex, what you're doing is you're building a house on a sandcastle, yeah? You are trying to say, look, if you ask me the question, I would say rape is wrong. Yes, it's wrong objectively.
Yeah.
But in your case, what you're basically you're doing is you're saying, right, subjectively, some people may hold this opinion. According to that, then since they all subjectively...
No, all people do hold that opinion.
Okay,
and from that, we objectively derive that rape is wrong.
A rapist doesn't hold that opinion.
No, a rapist does value their pleasure and the avoidance of their suffering.
They value their pleasure, right? So it's not wrong for them.
Yeah, right, okay.
Because they're maximizing their pleasure.
No, but look, again, this is the mistake we're making. I said...
the guy in the middle looks like he doesn't want to be there. He's like, they're just talking about rape. He's like, oh, God, no. Oh, dear.
This is the man.
This is why I prefer to use. Sorry, it's one of the reasons I think it's better to say torturing children for fun, because although that's quite confrontational, it doesn't feel quite as awkward as talking about what you know. So two guys talking about it, it's just like a bit of a bad image. Anyway, that's kind of a meta point. Sorry, you're muted.
I've recently started going with drowning babies because you've got the biblical precedent of God actually doing that in the Old Testament, and I think it's really
I think Doug's hit on a winner there. I think that's a really good usage. He's very good with these sorts of ways of phrasing things.
Rhetorical, yeah.
The town yellow. This is what the rapist is doing, right? Just because they're saying it's all subjective. I want this to be yellow. I don't want it to be blue. It's like you are being inconsistent.
You are assuming
this doesn't work. You are wrong, right? You are incorrect. Even if it's based on a subjective-based principle, it is objectively wrong, Alex, as a derivative to be saying this.
Your entire argument is based upon the assumption that everybody likes the color blue. That's not true. And look,
of course that's not true. But by analogy,
me liking the color, chocolate or vanilla, is as arbitrary for Alex as someone committing rape or not committing rape.
But it's not as necessarily true.
But it's not as necessary.
Yeah, it's not as necessary.
Do you see? So for him.
Right, I think that's probably enough of that. But what I wanted to say is that I think basically and you can tell me because you had an interesting insight before as well, if you agree or not. But I thought what I see is basically like this appeal to like system one of like so the people who are on the in group of Islam already, it's like just see how our explanation works, how you don't have to think about it, and when Alex is kind of like no, like let's think about ethics, let's think about the conclusions we come to, and he's trying to encourage the use of system two. It's like no, let's not do that. But I think interestingly it could be that I don't know, maybe Alex is trying to also rationalize his position, and like a more realist position would be like more tenable or something overall. But
yeah, I honestly can't. Yeah, so I kind of agree with what you're saying. That Savoy's kind of make a gotcha moment. That's why I asked the question. And he doesn't want to encourage people to think carefully about this. So if I was in that position, I would try to bring that out. It's a little easier if you're a moral realist, but I think there are ways of doing that even if you're a not moral realist. Because again, although I disagree with moral realism, I don't think it's obviously absurd. For example, you could be a non-cognitivist and just think that, well, no, it's not true or false. It just has no truth value because I don't think morality is about propositions. Like, oh, that's weird. Most people haven't thought about that. And then you try to encourage people to think about it, right? But I think what Alex is doing, it's good that he's encouraging people, and some of his preliminary remarks indicated that. But I think that he's getting up in the wordplay now, and I don't think he's articulating a very clear position. It's like he's saying that it's objective when it's based on a subjective grounding. But I think that mostly that would be interpreted as a subjectivist view. But then he's saying everyone agrees with it, which
objectively, it's like God objectively commanded this at some point in time or something like.
But he's saying that everyone agrees. But I just don't think that's a true principle. Like you can think of psychopaths and other people. So I think, he could have done a lot better with responding to this. But it also does illustrate that, apologists will use sort of gotcha questions, and you have to be. It's not like atheists don't either, by the way. And by the way, I don't like using gotcha questions in this way. I think it's not conducive to good discourse. But we should be aware that people will use them and have ways of dealing with them.
Yeah.
Like, for example, in the debate that I had, I think he probably would have tried to use gotcha questions, but the way I framed things was not as conducive for that. As I don't recall any questions that I felt as a gotcha type of question. Maybe it was just lucky. I don't know. But I feel like I have seen him do that before. And so, I think there are strategies one can use to help deal with this is what I'm saying. And I don't quite agree with how Alex came across. He came across as very defensive. And like as an audience member, it's very hard to understand what he was saying. Like I find it hard to understand. And with people with less background, I'm not saying you can't make any sense of what he was saying, by the way, but I don't think it was very well articulated.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So this next video is William Lane Craig on the absurdity of life without God. And again, like there's so much you can talk about in each of these videos as well. So it's just to bear in mind like how this kind of fits into like a Christian worldview, how this fits into like thinking rationally about these questions, and how it fits into like constructing a Christian worldview. And then later we'll come on to like comparing that to like what atheism or other worldviews might offer.
Oh, this is so bad. Sorry. I just remember this video.
Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I going? In the name of progress, modern man has tried to answer those questions without reference to God. But the answers that came back were not exhilarating, but dark and terrible. You are the accidental byproduct of nature. There is no reason for your existence. All you face is death. Modern man thought that in killing God, he had freed himself from everything that repressed and stifled him. Instead, he discovered that in killing...
Instead, we got graffiti.
God, he had unwittingly killed himself. For if God does not exist, man's life is ultimately absurd. If God does not exist, then man and the universe are inevitably doomed to death. Like all biological organisms, man must die. His life is but a spark in the infinite darkness, a spark that appears, flickers, and then dies forever. Scientists tell us that the universe is expanding, and as it does so, it grows colder and colder. Eventually, there will be no heat at all. There will be no light. There will be no life. This is not science fiction. If God does not exist, then we are inevitably doomed to extinction. Now, what does all this imply? It means that life itself is absurd. It means that the life we do have is ultimately without meaning, value, or purpose. If each individual person passes out of existence when he dies, what ultimate significance can be assigned to his life? His life might be important relative to certain other events, but if all of the events are ultimately meaningless, what can be the ultimate significance of influencing any of them? Mankind is thus no more ultimately significant than a swarm of mosquitoes, for their end is all the same. This is the horror of modern man. Because he ends in nothing, he ultimately is nothing. But it gets even more distressing. For if life ends at the grave, it makes no ultimate difference whether you live as Joseph Stalin or as a Mother Teresa. If your destiny is ultimately unrelated to your behavior, then you may as well just live as you please. moral values are either just expressions of personal taste or else the byproducts of biological evolution and social conditioning. Who's to say whose values are right and whose are wrong? Now think of what that means. It means that it is impossible to condemn war, oppression, or crime as evil. To kill someone or to love someone is morally equivalent. Our predicament is that it is impossible to live consistently and happily with such a worldview. The atheist philosopher Bertrand Russell held that moral values are simply expressions of personal taste. And yet Russell admitted that he could not live that way. He therefore found his own worldview, and I quote, incredible. I do not know the solution, he confessed. If death stands with open arms at the end of life's trail, then what is the goal of life? Is there no reason for life? If its destiny is a cold death in the recesses of outer space, then the answer is yes, it is pointless. We need to wake up and understand the gravity of the alternatives before us. If God exists, then there is hope for man. But if God does not exist, then all we are left with is despair. Faced with an atheistic worldview, the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre realized that life is absurd. In his play, No Exit, he tragically portrayed the life of man as hell. The final words of the play might serve as an atheistic mantra. Well, let's get on with it.
Yeah, so that video and things like it are really strong motivation for me to do this sort of stuff, because that is about as bad as it gets, I think. Again, you know, for people like us, it probably doesn't have a big effect, but you imagine people who are going through a hard time, maybe Christians doubting and other people, or just might be looking for meaning in life, maybe more vulnerable people who have less maybe critical thinking skills and other things. That video could have a really profound negative effect on them. I could see people being driven to suicide, like over the edge by a video like that. I don't want to claim that that's happened, but I could see it happening. I don't think it's unreasonable. And I mean, there's just so much nonsense, unsubstantiated claims, leaps of logic. It's just really unbelievable how much you can cram into such a short video.
Yeah. And again, I don't even... I'm just thinking like, so from like a reasoning point of view, there's obviously not that many arguments that are really made in that. It's more just sort of appealing to your emotions.
A lot of assertions are made.
Yeah. And that there's, you know, that there's nothing else, or there's no way of thinking about it. But I also think a lot of it, like rhetorically, it could just be used symmetrically. Like you could parrot this back, but then just say like, what Christians believe is like the thing that's meaningless. Like you could be, you know, there's just forever just existing.
Yeah,
forever.
an eternity
and, like,
of slavery to God with no, you know, choice to do anything else. What a hell that, like a lot of people say that does not sound appealing. So I don't think it's entirely strawman to say that. Yeah, exactly. You could do one of these in reverse, which again, I wouldn't think is a good idea, but it might be interesting just as an illustration. But I think, so a couple of sort of ad hominems before some more substantial points. I just find it amusing to think that because most of Craig's other videos, like of his arguments, he doesn't narrate them. He narrates this one. I'm just imagining that they're in a room and they're thinking, oh, who should we get to narrate this? Like, who would be a good person to like really capture like despair and existential angst and all these things we're going with? Like Craig himself, he's perfect. Like, you know, like, why doesn't he narrate his arguments? Why only this one? I just think it's weird. But also, they did this thing where they like contrast things. Like they had Mother Teresa and Stalin as contrast, and people are pointing out Mother Teresa was not really that great. But they're trying to show it as a contrast. Right? But then just after that, they show someone stealing something, right, like a phone or whatever it was, and then they show like white nationalists marching, and like. Wait, is that supposed to be the good one? I think a lot of those people were Christians, right? Yeah, or at least claim to be. So anyway, again, that's kind of poisoning the world, but I just found it amusing.
No, but I think it does point out this like background, because like it's like, well, if you assume the Christian worldview is true as a whole, then your system on biases are just going to go, yeah, bad people Satan, the good people Christian, but actually when we're like comparing explanations for reality, and we see that, well, actually the bad people can be Christian and the good bit, like, is there something that can account for what morality is and explain why, like, we see both of these groups participating in good? Is there like a better explanation for morality that can say why some theists find meaning, but why some theists are still really depressed, why some atheists find meaning, and why like, can we account for, because what Craig's offering here, it would be like, well, why do Christians still get depressed then? Why do they still find life meaningless, even though they have these reasons and this?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing appears to be just an argument for, I mean, again, atheists say, well, Christians just want to believe because it makes them feel special and so they don't have to fear death. And then Craig comes out with a video like this. We're like, do you see how that might not maybe confirm some of what atheists are saying, that like this is the actual reason? Honestly, my honest opinion, this video is why Craig is a Christian, or at least it's the biggest contributor to why Craig is a Christian. And I think it's still surprising why he would share this, because it comes across as really... I would say pathetic. And I mean that in like a fairly, just like a rabid dog is kind of pathetic. Like, it's something to be pitied, but also kind of repulsive at the same time. Like, that's sort of the sense in which I mean it here. Like, really? Like, this is the reason? Like, that's really sad at some level. The idea that you can't see a value to treating people nicely and trying to create beauty in the world, as opposed to treating people horribly and creating destruction. You can't see any point to that unless God rewards you in the afterlife for it and it holds you accountable. What an absolutely horrific sort of person does it take to just not see any difference between, like, that's their only motivation. And Craig explicitly said this, is like, if we're not held accountable for how we act, then why bother? Might as well just do whatever you want. And then they show someone smashing a car. This is why some people have said that Craig seems to be an ethical egoist. That is, that it is morally good for you to do what is in your own self-interest. And it just so happens to be, well, I mean, I guess it's necessarily the case, but God makes it such that it is in your self-interest to do things that are moral. But if it wasn't, then you'd be obligated to do the things that are in your own self-interest. And that position, I think, is, I mean, other people have defended this, right? But it's a position like any other. Why does that follow at all, that that's what you should do? I think very good reasons can be given for thinking that it's better to treat people nicely and promote beauty and harmony in the world, and not the opposite of those things. It really disturbs me that Craig can't see any reasons other than God's hand coming over and sort of, gonna smack you if you're naughty. Also, that's not even what Christianity says. Christianity doesn't say that you're rewarded based on your deeds. It says that you're rewarded based on whether you accept Jesus. You could be a horrible person and accept Jesus, and you could be a really good person in other ways.
There's like, there seem to be certain graded, like, it says that, but then it also seems to say, like, the size of the room you sort of get is dependent on how much of a Christian you are, sort of thing, or whoever's last shall be first, whoever suffers it, like. But then it's also like, well, how does that really fit with this idea of heaven being like just this equal, just good place? But the thing to draw out in talking, I suppose, about these worldview comparisons and stuff is that so Craig's offering Christianity there as a way of dealing with this sort of discomfort of human life, but I actually think that something Christians experience is almost because of this cognitive dissonance, because of the way that Christianity sort of pushes people into perhaps unnatural ways of thinking about relationships, of dealing with them, of dealing with questions and doubts and how their own thoughts and feelings, like that, it might cause more difficulty and emotional distress and stuff like that because of all this stuff going on. And one video that I think draws this out again is if we go back to the how do we deal with doubt thing. And this next video is a Christian apologist, Braxton Hunter from Trinity Radio, being actually reviewed in just a short video on his sort of bad advice for how to deal with doubts. So we saw Craig's sort of advice, and then again we're going to see these sort of people who want to talk about worldviews, presuppositions and stuff, but then they want to like trivialize doubts and things in this bizarre sort of way, which is just generally bad advice for people, and that's what's brought out in the next video.
So recently, Christian apologist Braxton Hunter gave some advice to Christians on how to handle doubt. And since I've talked about this topic a little bit, I was naturally interested. So Let's see what Braxton has to say.
Then I realized that just like those doubts about who I should marry dissolved once I got married because the matter was
That's
settled.
called cognitive
Those
dissonance,
doubts
by the
should
way, or confirmation bias. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but like you could interpret it that way as well.
Well, yeah, like completely. Like there's weird stuff going on at so many levels, right? Like firstly, like I'm like, should I feel sorry for him? Is he like going through? Is he experiencing like difficulties with his marriage or his choice of partner or whatever, that like Christianity kind of pushed him into that, and now he's like struggling with that, and then he's identifying that feeling of cognitive dissonance in this one domain with the same feeling of cognitive dissonance that he has about Christianity, and it's actually the same thing. Like there's a whole like mess of what's actually going on psychologically, and like, you know, how like ethically should I even like respond to this in this way or whatever, or should like but yeah, let's maybe just continue playing the video and see.
Matter was settled. Those doubts should have dissolved once I became a Christian. The matter was settled. And that's because commitment is the key. The kind of commitment that caused me to say, I didn't get to choose my family, so there's no sense in wondering whether I've got the right brother. And I already chose my wife, so there's no sense wondering whether I've got the right wife. It's done. It's settled. Move on.
Wow. So it seems like what he's saying is that once you become a Christian, you should look at it like you look at an unbreakable bond between a family member or a spouse. Yeah, it really looks like you're open to being wrong about this, Braxton.
I love poking guys like Braxton Hunter because they're like, I imagine him in a little baby carriage and he's just like, he just so desperately needs this.
So does that mean that a Muslim or a Mormon should look at their beliefs like an unbreakable commitment to a spouse or family member? I think that most Christians will realize immediately that they wouldn't want people from other religions speaking like this, especially when it comes to evaluating their truth claims. So there's that. But, you know, let's hear them out and keep going.
It doesn't mean that you can't consider objections seriously from other worldviews, just like you might take seriously objections from someone that you married the right wife. But in both cases, you remember who you are and to what you've made your commitment.
You heard it here, folks. You can seriously consider objections to your beliefs as long as you come to the right conclusion and stay committed and remember who you are. Likely what's undergirding a lot of this rhetoric is an appeal to religious experience, and not just any appeal to religious experience, most likely of the sort that one can have incorrigible certainty in certain propositions based on said experiences. For why that's just silly, see some of the academic resources that I'm going to provide in the description. Anyway, this has been fun.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I just think linking that in with what we were talking about, like some of the psychology, cognitive biases, and stuff like that we were talking about earlier, I think you just see how there's almost this like sunk cost fallacy aspect to it. And it's like, you know, like, again, when it comes to like relationships, the analogy that he's trying to create to resolve his cognitive dissonance, it's like, well, what if you were in the wrong relationship? Like, again, you'd never find out, you'd never split from that person and potentially find like, you know, some more happiness for yourself with someone else, or and maybe they'd be happier as well. Like, again, this is like, in the broader philosophical sense of comparing worldviews, it's like, well, in Christianity, if you've got that commitment to thinking about relationships in a certain way, and if an atheistic worldview allows you to think about relationships in a way where people are more likely to perhaps be happier in the long term or find better. I mean, like, I don't have evidence backing that up. I'm just saying that I think the way that Braxton's talking about these things just basically highlights like this idea of like sunk cost into things and rationalizing away doubts and thinking about it and questioning. I don't know if you got anything else from that.
Yeah, again, I think we're getting some hints of what I'm calling subjectivist epistemology here, because what Braxton said is that when you have decided and committed to something, then you shouldn't seriously doubt it from there. That's appeared to be what he was saying. You can entertain doubts, but just to respond to them, because it's like it's done, it's settled, he said. And again, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that in terms of your rational assent or your best estimate of the plausibility of a claim should be based on the evidence for that. Now, interestingly, that's not even necessarily the same as your decision. Like, you may still decide to be remain a committed Christian, even as your estimated probability of God's existence can vary, right? So I think that should always remain responsive to evidence, and then your commitment may change if that estimated probability changes enough. But it's not like it has to change every day. So in a sense, I think I see what he's saying there. But the idea that you should just lock yourself off from further evidential updates or consideration, I think is really damaging. And you could say this about other things as well. Like once you've chosen your career, it's done. It's decided. Like never consider changing careers ever. But that's terrible advice, right? Marriage is a complicated one because people have somewhat different views about that. But the idea that you would imagine if it was extremely, it was like physically violent and emotionally abusive and all these other things. At some point you would have to say was this a good decision? It seems so. Pretty much everyone's open to extreme cases of that, and so you can apply that to Christianity as well. What if you find all of these holes in your beliefs and powerful counter arguments? You still shouldn't update. I mean, this is what happened to me with Mormonism, right? I found all sorts of things that I didn't know before, and I think that one needs. It's critical that you keep your beliefs responsive to evidence, which I think is an objective epistemology, that your beliefs are grounded, at least in some way, in evidence, not purely subjectively in your decisions about whether you're open to something or not. Because again, that's a way to trap yourself in a set of false beliefs.
So I suppose at this point in sort of the plan for the video, it's like we're going to take a step back and look at some of the kind of broader philosophical issues in like the comparing worldviews thing. So a lot of the time, I suppose in comparing explanations, right? Firstly, whatever explanations we kind of posit, or ultimate explanations, so to speak, are going to have to be able to account for all the things that we're aware of, all the things we experience. But then there's also other like explanatory virtues in there, like say the simplicity or the elegance of the explanation. So like I could explain why something occurs by, I don't know, like natural causes of something, or I could say there's like invisible machine elves who are moving it and stuff like that. And one of those explanations is better than the other for why when one billiard ball hits another, it moves off, because the explanation that there's kind of like these invisible elves who impart locomotive force or something like that has like all these additional auxiliary sort of features that make it more complicated, that would then need to be explained in and of themselves. And so something that goes on then in these discussions is like, well, what accounts for our experience of the world? So the naturalist, obviously naturalism is like an encompassing term, and it covers like a lot of, there's difference within that about what it particularly means. But naturalism will want to provide one sort of ultimate explanation for reality, and theists will want to say, well, we've got a different ultimate explanation, and the reason that it is better is because it accounts for things like the beginning of the universe, why we're here, where we're going, meaning, morality, consciousness, free will. And we're going to touch on some of those points specifically later on. But what this next video is a theist talking about why. Well, talking about just this point, almost like how do we kind of compare worldviews? But I think it's interesting to hear a theist talk about it, because he's obviously concluded that in comparing these things, that theism is the better explanation. And I don't think he really offers any persuasive arguments in this video. But I suppose maybe you wanted. If you're a Christian and you're thinking, Nathan, you're just coming from your worldview, then it's good to have these kind of Christian voices talking about these things as well. So you can see that the sort of meta principle behind these things is the same. It applies to both Christianity and theism. The way that, I'm like, well, what's a better explanation? The way that we come to think about what's the best explanation of things on naturalism is the same as Christians should be thinking about what's the best explanation. And then we'll talk about how we account for the data points differently in the next videos afterwards.
So before we start, I just wanted to address a couple of things.
Yeah,
First of all, in chat, please play nice. Yeah, there's a little bit of, you know who you are. Just stop it. All right. Just, be adults. But there's also a question directed at me that I wanted to address briefly. Someone's asking, do I still hold to views I wrote? Yeah, that's one. Do I still hold to views that I wrote a few years ago in one of my blog posts, which I call "Everyone is Right Way Debating Religion is a Fool's Game." So I haven't reread that recently, so I don't remember everything that I say. But the basic thrust of what I'm saying, what I wrote that is it's coming from a position of frustration about the difficulty in getting past different people's starting points and approaches to things, and that different people look at the same evidence and come to different conclusions. And so in a broad sense, I do still agree with that. I might not agree with all the details exactly. I'd have to read through it. But I do think that the evidence available is a lot of the arguments are not persuasive either way. Like, I don't think there's great arguments for atheism. per se. I think that there are some decent arguments, but I don't think they're overwhelming. I think there are stronger arguments against specific religious claims, but like atheism as a whole, I don't think the arguments are super strong. They're just sort of moderate. I think it's the same thing for like God. And I think that it's really hard to get through all of the bias and the background, the different positions we come from. So it's very hard. And I think that that's the sense in which everyone is right. Like, from their own point of view, their views make the most sense, at least people who've thought about it. So again, I don't want to overstate that. I'm not like coming to an extreme nihilist position. I think that some of my essays, I overstate my true views to make a point. And so I think that is one of the ones where I was sort of doing that, just to try to emphasize a particular thought that I wanted to share. So basically like I mostly, but maybe there's some nuance there. One final thing, we will get to questions about like meaning and purpose under naturalism, particularly free will we'll talk a lot more about. We're working our way to that. But of course, remember that I can speak for mine and Nathan can speak for his perspective. And so the answers we give won't apply for everyone. So that's just a couple of things for chat. So we'll come back to these.
Yeah. And so I'm just going to nip off for 1 minute, by the way. So you might want me to pause to commentate partway through, but I won't be able to just for a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Cool.
In the God debate, there is a raging battle between reason and religion. Those who describe themselves as atheists/naturalists insist that their position is most in line with reason than their supernatural believing counterparts. While this is a true aspect of the conversation taking place, it's not the most accurate picture of what's really going on. The real nature of the conversation has to do with explanation. Is theism really the best explanation of things, let alone an explanation at all? If theism is a candidate theory of reality, then it must be evaluated as such. As you might guess, I'm in favor of theism being an explanation. But I hope to give the atheist the correct representation of these issues. At the end of the day, the only two major theoretical forces of reality that exist are theism and naturalism. Either one or the other explains reality, and there are no other candidate options. Before getting into the details, I want to say some notable things regarding the nature of explanation. Theories seek to explain things. They seek to provide the best account of particular phenomena. There are scientific theories, the ones we are most familiar with, and then there are metaphysical theories. A common misconception propagated by online atheist types is that the only explanation that exists are ones that are strictly scientific and not metaphysical. This lets them mistakenly treat theism as a scientific hypothesis. Anyone decently familiar with the philosophy of religion, atheist or theist, knows that theism is an explanatory metaphysical hypothesis. Theism, like naturalism, is a metaphysical theory of reality. It's helpful to think about your own worldview as everything you believe. Yes, you have a lot of beliefs. Some worldviews are going to correspond to reality more than others, and the ones that do are more likely to be true, and thus more preferred. So, theism is a candidate explanation of reality that seeks to be the best explanation of the set of facts that comprise reality. On the basis of this data, our job is to assess the likelihood of the two hypotheses given the data. But can theism really offer that kind of explanation? I will outline what I think are good ways to think about this and put forth some principles. Theism is generally known as a position that delivers many arguments. There are a variety of theistic arguments out there to choose from.
I'm just going to say, I did think some of the things he said were a bit like goofy in this. Like theism is known as a position that provides many arguments. I'd like broadly, like I was saying before, broadly, what the meta principle I want to get at is that like we should be thinking about explanatory virtues of like the hypotheses that we put forward. But obviously, like I do want to provide some pushback on where I feel like he's sort of gone wrong in his thinking that's led him to come to theism on in kind of evaluating the two. which comes across a little bit.
Yeah, he did claim that naturalism and theism are the only two
Yes,
possibilities,
yeah.
which I think is demonstrably false. But, you know, I'll cut him a bit of slack. I think I get what he's going for here. So
yeah, and someone's asked
right.
where it's from. This is from Invoking Theism, and the other video from before was I forgot the guy's channel's name, but I'll put the links in the description afterwards because I want to like help promote some smaller channels and stuff if I can. You know, I'm still a small channel as well, but I think it's I think there's some good content out there that people could benefit from seeing.
While some are bad, others are good. However, we must be careful with just throwing out arguments. I think arguments make the most sense in conjunction with the theoretical virtues. Call them principles if you like. These are intellectual virtues that help us in theory choice. The concept of inference to the best explanation uses such theoretical virtues. These are the kind of tools that help us determine if a theory is probable or not. These virtues consist of explanatory power, explanatory depth, simplicity, unification, predictive power, and so on. These are known criteria for evaluating which rival hypotheses are the best and most probable explanations. Theoretical virtues are primarily used in science, but they can also be used in metaphysics. Dr. Graham Oppy, who's a naturalist, endorses this approach in regards to metaphysics. What exactly is theism explaining, though? There's a set of facts about reality which call out for an explanation. These facts are consciousness, matter, the physics and fine-tuning, embodied moral agents, principles of morality, and principles of reason, which includes the mathematical landscape. Theism is invoked as the ultimate explanation of the set of facts laid out. Theism is invoked as a theory that predicts and explains the set of facts in the most simple and unified way.
So I think there was one point as well where he sort of said that theism wasn't a theory, but now he's kind of saying that theism is a theory, which could be kind of contradictory in the message that he's getting across. But in terms of those things that are sort of you can't see on the screen anymore, you know, like me and James would say that we're able to account from these outside of theism, and that there's possibly better reasons for thinking that these things work on non-theistic explanations, and we are going to come on to that. So.
Now, whether or not you agree that theism can truly do any of this doesn't matter. This is just to outline how theism would function as an explanation. Theists, such as Dr. William Lane Craig, includes other facts into their explanations, like the beginning of the universe or the set of facts surrounding Jesus' death and burial.
And again, to say, you know, like the Bad Apologetics videos where we've, for example, addressed the Kalam cosmological argument, which would be point 1 there, and the historical evidence for the resurrection, which would be point 2. So we obviously think those are better accounted for on naturalism.
Either way, what remains are facts about reality that need explaining. What we must take into account is that both sides of the aisle have answers and explanations. Where major progress comes in is when we evaluate which theory is most virtuous. Which theory has the most advantages in respect to the theoretical virtues is what we as truth seekers are wanting to know. The project of natural theology aims to show that we can infer God's existence by investigating the natural world. Natural theology includes several kinds of arguments, such as cosmological, teleological, axiological, noological, ontological, and experiential. Each kind of argument sets out to cover a particular fact included in our set. When looking at our theoretical virtues again, we can see that arguments from natural theology are meant to give theism an advantage in respect to explanatory power and explanatory depth. All that's left is to demonstrate that theism's explanations are the simplest, most unified, and have an advantage in respect to predictive power. Dr. Richard Swinburne.
The problem as I see it with this video in general was that I agree with what he's saying, but then he just asserts that theism's better and doesn't provide the arguments for them. Which is kind of an issue if you're going to assert that, you know, theism's better, at least give a few kind of reasons as to why it accounts for.
Swinburne and Dr. Josh Rasmussen, in their respective works, have given defenses of theism's simplicity and predictive power. I highly recommend them, and the book links will be in the description. Dr. Swinburne takes a Bayesian approach and uses it to establish a cumulative case for God's existence.
You know, like just saying, like, because you can do that with pretty much anyone. You can say, like, here's a formula that some guy used to say that the conclusion I came to is right, but that's not like persuasive. That's just asserting that there is someone who believes a different thing or who believes a thing. Like what? But why should I? You know, like why should I adopt the theistic explanation based on the fact that Dr. Swinburne takes a Bayesian approach and that here's an equation on the screen. Like,
there's an equation, boys. that means it must be true. That they don't just put these up for no reason, you know.
Yeah. But I think going back to some of the like worldview and biases thing, that this does like bypass. This is like system one thinking. This is like, well, you know, like you see an equation, and that like equations are to do with, you know, like intelligent people or facts or whatever, and so like you just then don't have to actually think about what it means or like could it be right or whatever, because you see like the word doctor and an equation or whatever. Like that's what I see is going on towards the latter part of this video, where it's like, well, why is theism the best? Because smart people think it. And
yeah, so again, just a kind of a nitpick, but it bugs me. When philosophers are talking about each other's work, they don't call each other doctor. They just use the person's surname usually. And so whenever I see like a Dr. Swinburne there, or like in the bio thing where it says like Dr. William Lane Craig, it rubs me of like really like just trying to emphasize, oh, you know, this person's smart. I'm not saying it's never appropriate, but like if you know someone's a philosopher, do you need to say that they're a doctor? I don't know. I don't personally like it very much.
I think this is effective when employing inductive arguments. Other kinds of explanations on theism exist from different models of God. Thomists, for example, put forth reasons and argumentation from the tradition of Thomas Aquinas and his 5 ways. Lastly, I want to touch on some obstacles theism faces in its attempt to be the best theory. Arguments from evil and divine hiddenness seek to lower the likelihood of theism. The problem of evil has been around for millennia and is still being advanced and made more sophisticated to this day. The divine hiddenness argument is primarily defended by J.L. Schellenberg in his book Divine Hiddenness in Human Reason, which seeks to show that if a perfect being exists, he would ensure that all his creatures would enter into a loving relationship with him, and there would be no non-resistant non-believers. Behold, now everyone has entered into a loving relationship with God, and there are non-resistant non-believers. So a perfectly good God probably doesn't exist. Other obstacles include the simplicity of naturalism and its ability to explain things just as theism can. Now, I'm not endorsing these views. I'm just outlining what the current debate looks like right now. Dr. Oppy is the best defender of simplicity of naturalism, and he employs this latter kind of argumentation. For theism to be the best explanation, it must outdo its rival contenders in simplicity, explanatory power, and predictive power.
So just to say again that on this point, you know, in complete agreement, it's just sort of like, well, I would like to have his reasons for supposing that theism is the better explanation, which he sort of did assert in the video as well.
If theism can accomplish this, then we have adequate grounds for accepting it as the best theory of reality.
Okay, so James is back. I don't know if there's anything else you want to kind of comment on that before we move on to then like Braxton's 10 questions for atheists and some of those sort of data points and comparing how theistic explanations stack up against naturalist ones.
Yeah, so this is sort of a transition to the next part of the video where we're, after having set the groundwork of sort of what we're doing and looking at the general idea of worldviews and how this concept is used and so forth, we're going to now take one example of a theist who's using this type of argument, which is Braxton, and look at some of the questions he's asked atheists, and then also we'll talk about our responses, Nathan and mine, and then look at some of the responses that Braxton has given to other atheists or agnostics who have responded to this. And I think a special focus will probably give a bit more on free will, because we've also got one of his videos about that, because we haven't talked about free will before, and Braxton, that's like a really big topic that he's interested in. So I thought that would be good, but that's not the only question. It's just a prominent one. And yeah, again, what we'll be trying to do here is outlining our approaches to things and how we make sense of things, and showing that I think that there are robust alternatives. Because Braxton often presents the idea that just atheists are just like
homogenous sort of
homogeneously flummoxed about these sorts of things and just sort of have nothing to say, which again, we won't obviously have the time to fully articulate all reasons and go to, but hopefully we'll at least give a flavor of the types of things that we would have to say about this. So let's get started with Braxton's questions.
What facts about...
I'll probably slow it down a bit on this one. There we go.
Reality that you and I agree are real facts about the way the world is, does your worldview account for, but my Christianity doesn't account for? or at least doesn't account for well. And for those of you that would point out atheism isn't a worldview, I'm talking about your worldview that includes atheism. I can't think of any. Christianity accounts for evil, suffering, the existence of other religions, including supernatural events in those other religions, science, and differences among different denominations of Christianity. But I can think of many things that the most common worldviews that include atheism don't answer as well as I think Christianity does. Like universal supernatural claims, universal religious experiences, free will, morality, near-death experiences, beauty, the rapid expansion of the early church, the events surrounding the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth, and our shared longing for purpose and meaning. So what is it that Christianity doesn't answer as well as your worldview?
All right, so that would have been a really good question if he just stopped after the question mark. You know,
Yes.
what things can you account for?
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, excellent question. But then he can't help himself and he has to answer his own question because he says, I can't think of any. And then
Well, he
he
asked
lists
two
a bunch
questions though as well, because he asked what things can Christianity not account for that your worldview
that's right.
does, and then he also asks why is Christianity not as good an explanation of all the things? Because I think you can explain everything with Christianity. You can offer an explanation for it. I don't think there's something that just isn't accounted for.
Yeah, well, you can always add hoc hypotheses to account for anything. So I think that's true. But both of those are good questions. But I think the disappointing thing is that then he goes to make a series of statements. If your video is a question video, then stick to the questions.
Yes.
And don't offer commentary on the questions because it really undermines, and he does this with other ones as well, I think undermines the credibility. Because I don't know did we play the start where he says
no,
they're not supposed to be gotcha questions?
Yeah.
Can we go back and play that? Because I actually think it's important. It's not very long.
I think it's important as well. Yeah.
The worldview discussions space can be so combative. And when atheists and Christians come up with lists of questions that they don't think the other side can answer, those questions usually aren't genuine. I've never made a list like that, although I've responded to some. Here, I hope my atheist interlocutors will consider these questions deeply without giving glib answers. These aren't meant to be gotcha questions, though I'm not asking for no reason. I expect you will have answers, and I want to hear what the most sincere among you have to say. With that, here are my 10 questions for atheists.
I feel like he wants to
be gotcha questions. Yeah. I think we're going to say the same thing. They're not supposed to be gotchas, and he wants them to be seriously and sincerely considered, which is fine. But then, I mean, we've only heard one question so far, and already it feels like there's a gotcha component to it there, and it really, I think, undermines his credibility. Putting that in, and this is an edited video. It's not just a live stream sort of thing. Might want to mute when you're reading, Nathan.
I'm just a terrible host.
No, it's all good. So I was disappointed by that. I think it would have been better if he just stopped at the question. But okay, we will answer the question. I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, the simplest thing I would say is just that Braxton seems to know what atheists have to say about this, because he says, I can't think of any, and then lists a whole bunch. I can't remember all of them, but he mentions suffering, differences between religious denominations, divine hiddenness, and
universal religious experiences as well. Supernatural experiences.
I think that was one that's in favor of his view.
He's
ones that. What I'm talking about are ones that things that naturalism or like atheistic views explain better. So I mean, pretty much everything that he said after that, things that he doesn't think count atheistic views explain better are things that I think atheistic views explain better. So I would advance all of those. Now, he just asserted that Christianity explains those, and I think implicitly or explicitly he asserted that Christianity explains them better than atheistic views do. But he didn't give any reasons why we should think that. He just asserted that. And so, again, if I was being disingenuous, I would just assert that atheistic views explain all those things better and also not explain it. And, and that would be an answer to his question, which is playing by his own rules. But someone's asking what's the gotcha component. Well, I think the gotcha component is when instead of asking the question, he preempts an answer and then tries to remove all of the possible responses, but doesn't actually give an argument for why those responses are invalid. He just says, no, Christianity accounts for all those things, but what else have you got? Like, apart from all the things you've got, what else have you got? And I'm not actually going to say why those aren't good answers. I'm just going to assert that they're not good answers.
Yeah,
I'll let you go.
It's fine. It's like his. I feel like it's this sort of strategic play of, well, what I'm really doing is sincere. I'm just interested in the worldview debate. I'm just interested. This isn't a gotcha like those other videos. But then there are other features of the video where, like the way he presents the question and then like leads you down his view and stuff, rather than just giving the questions, that would make you think it is one of those gotcha videos. And it's like you can't have both things at the same time. Both things are in tension with each other, and that's the issue. I find it just bizarre that Christians are like blind to this. Like they're like, no, Braxton's just being sincere. Well, if he's just being sincere, why is it not just the questions? Like why is there even the need to say, this isn't like those other gotcha questions. I'm different. Unless it's just to like masquerade as, to give himself this extra kind of like this extra like I'm a real truth seeker. It's like saying. I believe that P, and it's true, that's a fact. So it doesn't actually add anything to the content of what he's doing. The only thing it could possibly add is this kind of like this idea that he's extra unbiased or something and put it in it. That's at least how I see it from my worldview.
If you really just wanted to put those up as sort of discussion points that he would like atheists to mention, there are much better ways of doing it than the way he did it. But anyway, so that's a criticism of the form. Let's. I don't want to. The actual question itself. That's preamble. The actual question itself stands, but I just thought it was important to mention that. So let me go first with a bit of preamble, because we're going to be talking a lot about our worldview. So I'll give a few words as to how I think of mine. I describe myself, as an atheist. That in itself doesn't tell you much about my worldview. It just tells you what's not in the worldview. There's no God or gods there. But what is there? Well, I describe myself as a reductive naturalist. I think I've said this before in this series. Now, what this means is that, some might say reductive physicalist. I don't distinguish those. What this means is that I think that all parts of reality or all things that are true about reality are ultimately reducible to the properties of the most basic physical constituents of the universe. So maybe this is like the current subatomic particles of the Standard Model. But notice that I'm not like committed to that, because that might not be, and in fact we know it's not a complete description of reality. So maybe there's a layer beyond that. Maybe it's strings, like we don't know. But whatever a completed physics would find out as the fundamental constituents of reality, those are the things that I think all other aspects or truths of reality reduce to. So this would include things like the mind and what are other things like morality and physical objects and political institutions, all ultimately reducible to these components. So pretty much anything that we come across, I'll take a broadly reductionist approach. There are different types of reductionism, and I don't want to get into that whole debate now. But I am what might be called an ontological reductionist, which means that I think what exists, things that exist are reducible to the most basic components. That isn't the same as saying that any statement can be reduced to statements about those fundamental components. That's like a reductionist about propositions or about theories. And that's a statement about language, not a statement about reality. So these must be distinguished. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too deeply here, but I just wanted to distinguish that. So I'm an ontological reductionist, without necessarily saying that, like, we shouldn't use the word like mind or love or whatever, because that's not a statement about fundamental particles. Because I think it's perfectly fine to use language that doesn't directly refer to that. But I would say those statements are true in virtue of states, ultimately true in virtue of states of affairs relating to fundamental constituents of reality. So I'm a physicalist. In terms of determinism, which we'll come to, I lean towards determinism, but because there are some unresolved issues with quantum mechanics, I'm not sure if determinism is true. Someone is accusing me of being a nihilist in denial. I think that that's bad faith, because that's assuming that I have to be a nihilist just because other people think that that's what my worldview entails, but I reject that. So I'll get into more detail about these other views later, but I'm a moral realist. I'm a functionalist about the mind. So I am not an eliminativist like some people are. So I believe, the mind is real. There are real mental states. They are true in virtue of physical brain states. I probably won't talk about that as much, because we talked about that a lot more in the first video of this series. I'll talk a bit more about morality, and the other one is free will. So I'll just mention briefly my view on that. I'm a compatibilist, so I believe that determinism and free will are compatible. I don't believe in libertarian free will, which is the form of free will that Braxton advocates for. I'll give reasons for that a bit later. I'm just sort of laying my cards on the table at this point. And in terms of meaning and purpose, I don't have strong views about this, but I wouldn't call myself a nihilist. So I think that life does have meaning. I don't have strong views about exactly how to understand that. I would, though, say that I don't think that the meaning, whether life has meaning, depends simply on the existence of God, because I think there's a lot more to unpack about what it means for life to have meaning. So I think we'll get to that. I think, so that's some preamble. Then I want to give some, because to actually directly answer Braxton's question about what are facts of reality that are accountable. I have some things to say about that, but I think it's good to preface with the broad approaches I'm coming from. So maybe I'll pass to Nathan, who could do that likewise for himself, and then I'll mention some facts that I think will answer Braxton's question.
Yeah, and I think this is good because me and James both have different positions on some of these things, and yet we both disagree with Braxton, right? Which shows that there's even more views on display there. So I agree with James on a lot of points. Like, for example, I'm a compatibilist as well, and I actually think the concept of libertarian free will, which we'll talk about later, is incoherent. I can't make any sense of it. But in terms of points where we disagree, well, I'm an agnostic, by which I'm a local agnostic, so I'm only actually really making a claim about my own beliefs. Epistemically, I'm sort of trapped in a kind of epistemic idealism, maybe like a Kantian sort of transcendental idealism, where I can't really talk about much more than what I have experience of. I can't get it, but I definitely do see that I also infer a mind-independent reality, though, from those kind of sense perceptions that I have. So maybe you could call me an indirect realist on that account instead. But I think of that kind of model of a mind-independent world that I do seem to have, the way I can talk about it is that I have this model of this mind-independent world in my mind. And in that model, it seems to me that all causes are natural causes. So a kind of like naturalism about that thing would be the case. And I've not really come across any supernatural things that don't have like natural causes or any features of it which are supernatural. And yeah, when it comes to mind, again, like I'm not a functionalist like James is, so maybe we disagree on that. But I don't actually have like a strong position, like where I'm like, well, consciousness. I just don't. I'm just not confident that functionalism is completely true, but I'm not, again, like that doesn't then mean like I'm some kind of like a substance dualist or property dualist or whatever. I just don't know what the hell like we're really talking about when it comes to consciousness. And I would say that having no explanation would be better than me just saying, well, I've got to have an explanation, therefore I'm going to go with like a false one or something. So that maybe highlights some of the main areas of like agreement and disagreement between mine and James's worldviews, and like the presuppositions that we might be bringing into like answering these questions, or the backgrounds that we're bringing.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to bring that in mind, because when you're trying to understand what someone is saying, if you don't understand where they're coming from, then it's often much easier to strawman them and try to not much harder to make sense of where they're coming from. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to preface this. Nathan, I just had a quick question. I don't want to get into this too much, but just from my curiosity, would you consider yourself a reductionist, broadly speaking? Again, that's a big loaded question, but just what are your thoughts?
Yeah. There's different sort of positions within that, right? So I definitely wouldn't go with like a sort of eliminativist reductionism where like you're like, oh, that like things like consciousness actually don't exist or something, or
yeah, that's right. So I'm not an eliminative reductionist,
but I just don't know, like it could be. I genuinely really struggle with describing certain things like with reducing certain descriptions to say like physical descriptions or but that doesn't mean that that's not the case. That like I can also see from the model of reality that I have, that because in that model I'm like an individual with a private experience, that the limitations of my mind and language would mean that I can't provide like a proper third person description of the private kind of state of consciousness or something like that. So I don't know. And
ontological reductionism doesn't entail that all things can be described in a third-person language that only refers to fundamental particles, because that's a claim about language, which could be limited in certain ways. Whereas my claim is about essentially the ontological basis, or what gives rise to other properties. Anyway, we don't have to go too far into that.
Sure.
It can be useful to understand people's approach to that, because it does feature in a lot of other like approaches to things, whether you're a person who likes to break things down into small parts and see how they interact, or whether you like to think about things at a more kind of holistic or abstracted level or something. Anyway,
I'd say on that point though, that I mean, like, by and large, it seems to me that most of the things I've come across can be reduced in that sense. But I wouldn't want to say like I'm always a reduct, because I just don't. Again, like my position's like this more general kind of I don't know whether you'd call it like a kind of skepticism or a kind of epistemic idealism or whatever, where I tend to be like, well, I can see how I could argue for either case on that position, so I'll just withhold judgment on it. Tends to be my approach to certain things, but by and large, you probably could call me a reductionist in that sense. On that.
Yep, that's fair. Yeah. All right, so that's a bit of preamble out of the way. So hopefully that gives you some perspective where we're coming from, and we'll unpack that a bit more. But let's answer Braxton's question. So his question was, what features of reality can you, or do you think, are best accounted for under your worldview? So this is going to be my reductive naturalist, etc. worldview. So I have a few things that I would like to point out. Now, a number of them have been preempted by Braxton, as we've said, but I'll mention them anyway. Reductionism reduces to nothingness ultimately. Yeah. I know people say things like that, but just because someone says it doesn't make it true, right? So I'm going to attempt to explicate how I think about these things. Okay, so what are some facts of reality that are better accounted for? So I think suffering is better accounted for under my view, particularly heinous suffering. So this is like extremely bad forms of suffering. I don't have a precise definition for that, but you can imagine the absolute worst diseases that leave people in agony for years and years, or you can imagine holocausts and genocides and horrific famines, all other sorts of things that are just absolutely horrible, right? Now, I think that so naturalism, it seems to me, doesn't have any particular prediction about how much suffering we would see in the world. We could see a lot, we could see less. I don't think it makes any clear prediction about that. Or like, it would in the absence of knowing what the world is. So I don't think it really accounts for one better than the other. But what I think that Christianity does is that it does seem to make a clear prediction that we would expect the world to be, well, the world has to be consistent with God's nature, and God's nature is all perfect and all powerful. And so again, antecedently, you have to think of what would we expect prior to observing the world, because that's the point of an explanation. It's supposed to narrow the range of possibilities. If an explanation can account for anything equally as well, then it doesn't explain that. That's why I say naturalism, I don't think, explains suffering, because it seems to be pretty consistent with most, maybe not like maximal suffering or maximal pleasure. That would be a bit weird, but like most, there's a very broad range that naturalism would be consistent with. The point I'm saying though is that I think Christianity is not as consistent. So actually it does make a prediction about this. It seems to say that we should expect at least very little suffering, or at least no heinous suffering, because an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-benevolent God is in control of things, and he's set up the universe in the way that he best sees fit. So I think that antecedently you would expect that heinous suffering would be pretty minimal, if perhaps absent completely. But that's not what we see. Of course, there's an immense amount of heinous suffering. Now, of course, you can just say, well, God has morally sufficient reasons for allowing this. That's perfectly possible. But my question is, what reason do we have to think that God has morally sufficient reasons for allowing this? I contend that there's no reason for thinking that such reasons exist, except for as a way to basically avoid this problem. In other words, Christians wouldn't say, if we were behind some veil of ignorance, what I expect to see is a reality with lots of heinous suffering, but God having morally sufficient reasons for it. I can't see any reason to posit that in the other than the fact that that is what we do observe. So I see this as an ad hoc fix. It's not impossible. It could be true, but I don't see any reason to think that that's true. And therefore, I think a simpler hypothesis is simply that God doesn't exist, or at least an omnibenevolent God does exist. And let me be even more specific. An omnibenevolent and omnipotent God doesn't exist. It could be one of those, but not the other. And so I think that's a simpler, more parsimonious account for the amount of suffering that we observe. So that's one thing. That's a version of the argument from suffering, essentially. So other arguments. So divine hiddenness and religious confusion. So we see an immense variety of religious faiths and traditions in the world, and immense confusion about which of them is correct, and even how to think about these questions. Eastern traditions don't even emphasize belief in God so much in the way that Abrahamic traditions believe. They emphasize different things, and different faiths have their own traditions and their own philosophies behind this. If there existed a God who wanted us to both know that he existed and know his properties and how to relate to him in the correct way, then I would expect there to be maybe not no religious confusion, right, but at least a lot less than there is. I would at least expect all cultures to have a reasonably common inheritance of like revelations or other traditions of belief surrounding the key properties of God, because God, again, being all powerful and omnibenevolent, would make himself known in clear ways to all cultures. I don't think this would in any way, I don't see why this would override people's free will, and I don't think Christianity claims that it would either. It would just provide people with a sort of a minimal amount of knowledge about God and his nature. And again, that's what I would expect to see. That seems to be how we reason about people's purposes. If people want something and they have the power to achieve that, then we expect to see them either achieve it or like being very close to achieving that, right? Being on the way to achieving it. Whereas God seems to have really bungled the job if he wants everyone to be aware of him, because there's many people who've never even heard about God or Jesus, if that's what we're talking about. And throughout history haven't heard about that and have completely different ideas. So this religious confusion, I think, makes far more sense under naturalism, in which case we just expect people to come up with different ideas in different cultures and just muddle along the best they can. I don't actually see that that's what you would expect in a Christian worldview, where God's trying actively to put evidence out there to make his properties available. So that's another thing that I think makes more sense under naturalism, this idea of hiddenness. There is also the issue of the existence of the universe as a whole. Now, this is an interesting one that I've been toying with lately, but I think that it doesn't really make sense why the universe should exist under theism, at least under standard models of theism. Now, again, I don't think naturalism explains why the universe exists. It could just as easily not exist, as far as I can tell. But I think that theism would actually predict that there wouldn't be a universe, because traditionally theism says that God is self-sufficient. That he is perfectly sufficient in himself. He doesn't lack anything. He doesn't need anything else. Nothing can add to his majesty or virtue or whatever else. And so if we're to think that God does things for a reason, God is rational, and that therefore to create the universe, he would need a reason for creating the universe. But it seems that he couldn't have any such reason for creating the universe, because he's perfectly fine the way he is. There's nothing to add to, nothing to improve on, nothing to increase in any way. So it just seems hard for me to see why God would even create the universe to begin with. So I think that that's a puzzle that of course Christians can just say, well, he has reasons that we don't understand. But again, why think that he has reasons that we don't understand? I don't see any reason for thinking that these unknown reasons exist other than to try to save the phenomenon. For me, it makes more sense to say that actually God wouldn't have had such reasons, and therefore the fact that the universe exists actually counts as evidence against such a God existing. I think I had one more that I wanted to put out, which is what I sometimes call the argument from lackluster revelation. This is more specifically directed at Christianity. So it's a bit different from the argument from divine hiddenness or religious confusion, because that's about like the diversity of religious traditions. But this one's more specifically about, say that God wanted to show that Jesus was, the Son of God or the Messiah or whatever exactly. Now, if he wanted to do that, it seems that what you would expect is that God would do this in a clear, decisive way that would provide clear evidence for people at the time and throughout history who wanted and sought out God. So, I mean, there's many ways he could have done this. He could have ensured that Jesus appeared in the Americas and in China and in Persia and Japan all around the same time, and that they all wrote down records of him and maintained those, and that those records could be dated to that time. That would provide very strong evidence that actually happened, and then people across the world could come to that view. Now, maybe it didn't have to be that way. There's other ways that God could have done it as well, right? There's innumerable ways that were within God's power. And so although I don't know exactly how he would have done it, I would expect that a God who wanted us to have knowledge of him and who wanted to particularly vindicate like Jesus or bring us into a relation with him would have very strong reason to provide that evidence and to provide knowledge of himself to people across the world. But that's not what we see. What we see is much poorer evidence than that. And I won't get into all of what we do have. Christians say it's enough, but certainly we could have had much better, and we could have had evidence that appealed to people in different countries, and that where people like me would have no leg to stand on trying to explain naturalistically, because we have these records simultaneously, basically in different continents that couldn't possibly have occurred naturalistically. So even if you think the current evidence is good, which I don't think it is, but even if you do, it could have been way better, and that would have silenced me, and it would show to people in China that Jesus was true. So why don't we see this? If God really wanted to bring us in relation to him, I would expect to see much better, stronger, firmer evidence. And that's not what we see. And we don't see that for Christianity or any religion, I think. And so this is what I call lackluster revelation. I think it's much more consistent under naturalism that we have these, purported revelations and miracles, and some of them have better evidence than others, sure, but honestly they're all kind of not that good, and I think they can all be explained through naturalistic means, some clearer than others, but none of them are just like that overwhelming level of would just floor the skeptics and easily show everyone. People don't debate, serious people don't debate about whether the earth is flat, for example. Why can't the evidence be as strong for that? Why can't the evidence for Jesus be as strong as that? And then it would persuade everyone, or nearly everyone. So again, I think this fits much better under naturalism. So to recap, the 4 facts I would like to put out there is the amount of heinous suffering that we see, the confusion of religions and philosophies around the world, the very existence of the universe, and the really poor state or lackluster state of the evidence for Jesus in comparison to what God could have provided. So that's how I think about it. Nathan, is there any you wanted to add or different perspectives on those you wanted to put out there?
Yeah, I largely agree with most of those points that you've put across. And I think it's worth bearing in mind the way that Braxton has kind of put the question forward, right? So he's saying, what does the sort of, as we saw in the video before this as well, it's like what does theism not account for as an explanation that something else doesn't account for as well? So we're not just presupposing theism here. We're not just going to assume that theism's true, and we're not just going to assume that atheism's true. And this is my approach in general, as I was saying, is kind of like withholding judgment on a lot of these things. And so I see what's the theist putting forward, and so again, it'll come to, what's the explanation for the universe's existence whatsoever? And the theist wants to say, well, the classical theist, because there's obviously, and as I was saying in the chat, I'm only really specifically addressing classical theism here. I can't hope to address every single kind of view that there is that exists in the world. But as regards classical theism, there's this self-sufficient being who allegedly then decides to create an imperfect world. Well, that doesn't, to me, seem to be as good an explanation as just, for example, which does seem like a cop-out, I agree, but just to say, well, that first point in space-time in the earlier than direction just exists, it's just a brute fact. That, to me, seems to just be as good an explanation, or a better explanation even, than saying that this self-sufficient being chooses to create, because it's unclear to me why. So, on the view that's being put forward, the Trinitarian view, you've got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in I forget the word, in hypostatic union, perfect love, completely self-sufficient, not needing anything. There's just no reason to create at all, especially that this God has complete perfect foreknowledge of what will happen, of the sin, and then that also brings into question, if you believe that this God has also decreed that there will be eternal conscious torment for sinners, and then this is kind of like building on some of the problems of evil for the world. So once we're in the world and we're saying, is there this God, this perfect omni-attribute God, who is aware of the suffering and powerful enough to stop it? And if we're going to say that he's got these morally sufficient reasons for allowing it, and we don't really know what those reasons are, but then we're also going to maintain that he is going to eternally punish people who don't come to the right conclusions about him, when we know that people are born in imperfect circumstances without access to all the relevant facts, when there are people like myself who would be willing to believe if just the right kind of argumentation or evidence were given, and yet I'd be going to hell forever. When I'm completely, I'm saying this, I'm genuinely, I want Christianity to be true, and if it is, I want to believe it, right? But God could do something about that, surely. He could provide me with some evidence in it, and there's all these cop-outs. Sorry, did you want to...
Sorry, just on that point, I just wanted to mention something I just thought of the other day. Some Christians have said that, well, more evidence wouldn't convince anyone, so God doesn't have a reason to provide it. Now, again, you can
assert that, but...
you can assert that, and I can't prove absolutely that it's false, but it seems very implausible.
Yeah.
Because apologetics, although I don't think the arguments are very good, it does convince some people, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if the arguments were better, wouldn't we expect that they would convince more people? Even apologists seem to think this is the case because they keep trying to improve their arguments, right, and come up with better evidence. And that's fine. I think they should do that, right? In fact, that's one of the purposes of this channel, to encourage better apologetics. But the thing is, if you think that coming up with better apologetics and better arguments, stronger evidence convinces more people, or even convinces people not to leave, it's sort of the same thing really from this perspective of this argument, then surely God could also provide those better reasons that would also, it seems to be inconsistent to say that man can come up with better reasons that will help to keep people from leaving or bring more people in, even just at the margin, even if not everyone, some people, right? But then if God did that, well, actually, no, that wouldn't do it. That just makes no sense to me. Like, it seems clearly God could provide better evidence. And I've given a specific example, something that would persuade me, at least about Jesus. There's many other examples as well. One that I thought up was is, imagine when the first probe, I think it was one of the Apollo missions, I forget which one, it went around the far side of the moon that no one had ever seen before. Imagine when it went around there was a pattern of craters that in very precisely, not like, like the face on Mars, but very accurately spelled out, Jesus is the Christ.
Right.
Like that pretty much right there. Unless you say the feed is faked, but people would look into that, people would send more probes, right? That would be just amazing. And that would be nothing for God. He could easily have done that. And again, that's just another example of the sort of thing he could do. Don't tell me that wouldn't have convinced anyone. I won't believe you if you say that wouldn't convince anyone. That's just absurd. But then you have to face the question, why didn't God do things like that? It seems to much better explanation than God has unknown reasons for not doing this, than there is no God, and therefore that's why he didn't do it, right? So I think that's a very powerful way of thinking about this divine hiddenness objection here.
And I think that on each of these points, again, it's like, well, we're comparing each of these kind of models of reality and saying which one accounts for it better. So like when I'm saying, for example, that more evidence would convince me, do you take me at my word and say yeah, the evidence just isn't good enough for Nathan? Or do you then say, well, actually there's this thing called sin, which somehow permeates reality, somehow interacts with it, somehow came into being, even though everything comes into being through God, and do you postulate?
But if that's true, then why bother with apologetics at all? Like, I don't see how you can have it both ways. If apologetics never can get through to anyone because of sin, then why bother with it? But if it can sometimes, well, then surely some better apologetics would get to more people. It doesn't even have to get to everyone. It's just if it gets to some people, that would seem an argument for God to do it. And you could always concoct reasons that, well, God, maybe it's this or that. But I just don't see the reason to accept any of those ad hoc views.
Yeah, and another thing that I would want to say as well, so one of the points that Brexton said was like the resurrection of Jesus, but I've actually found that my study of the Bible has been deeply enriched by thinking about it from a naturalist perspective. Like there are parts of, say, the Old Testament, for example, which talk about the creation of the world as a sort of cosmological kind of battle of primordial forces, and which makes sense on like a naturalist, on the naturalist framework of like, well, here's the background of the kind of culture of the region, and these myths are being developed in that context, and then you can kind of correlate like archaeology and historical events with the development of these stories. So we see, for example, like an assertion of monotheism at a time in the second part of Isaiah, when it seems like we see the reassertion of kind of monotheism at a time when we know that Israel was under occupation from like a foreign force, and it's there's all these promises of like Yahweh is actually, even though we're kind of in the world seeing seeing this other religion kind of taking over all the physical things, we see Yahweh's actually the real true God who stands above it. And it's like these propaganda pieces that it just makes more sense that that's what's going on, and that's why people are kind of developing their theology over time, than it does to me that this is like there's some weird convoluted set of reasons that this God does have for revealing himself in that way through the text over time. There's also the like epistemological problems that come of us interpreting these things today. So like, why is it that all these different denominations of Christianity exist, and that with the same text, the same evidence, the same God standing behind them, they will come to completely different conclusions? And I think that is much better accounted for under naturalism, with explanations rooted in like human psychology, anthropological explanations of our reasoning and why religions exist and so forth, than it is that there's actually a God trying to communicate true facts to humans through these sort of things. It just makes more sense to me. Like for basically almost all of these data points, there's no reason to that I feel like, or why would I think that? Like that for any of these data points, there isn't like a supernatural explanation that's better. But I also think, like, because my everyday experience seems to be just comprised of all these natural causes, that I don't really have like an empirical basis to say, to presuppose that there are these supernatural things that are happening. So for me to actually say, well, there's a supernatural entity involved in as the cause of one of these like ancient texts or one of these miracles or events or something, I'm going to need evidence that overrides that lack of empirical basis in my experience as well. And whereas it just seems to me, again, that explanations in terms of natural causes just account for all of these things better. Like why do we see, for example, like why is the book of Enoch not in the canon, but why is Jude quoting Enoch as if it is authoritative? Well, we could say, well, there are parts of Enoch that are inspired and there are parts that aren't. Or a better explanation is that fallible people put together the canon and actually none of it's infallible truth. Like it's only trying to hold on to this part of it that has to be a part of Christianity that makes that explanation like kind of weird and wacky. Like a better explanation is just that this was like an oversight by the people who were putting together the canon. They included Jude for whatever other reasons at the time. And there's no need for like the supernatural cause in there. I don't know if I've completely coherently given an argument there, but that's just my sort of thoughts expanding on some of.
Yeah, I think naturalism much better explains the Bible than that the Bible is inspired, at least inspired by an omnipotent, omnibenevolent God. Maybe if it's a God who lacks the omni properties, then that would work. But like, just imagine how much better the Gospels could be, how much more coherent, and how much stronger the attribution could be, and how much clearer the theology could be. Like, why to finish that sentence, if God was really behind it, if he was really trying to make it as clear and as direct and powerful as possible. Like, Christians still debate about these well, like, in a sense, they're silly. That the issues are important, but the fact that they're debating about them is silly. Like, you know, Paul's thing about women not speaking in the churches. Do you really think that if Paul had been super clear and direct about this, like, this is exactly what I'm saying, this is exactly what I'm not saying, like, that would have settled the debate, or at least like 99% settled it, right? Why didn't God do that? God could foresee the problem this would cause for the Christian community. Couldn't he have made it a bit, prompted Paul to make it a bit clear about that one, or about homosexuality, or about all these other things that Christians can't agree on? Again, I think naturalism fits way better in because it's just people trying to come up with things that they understood the best way that they could. Of course, it's a mess. Yeah, there's some commonalities. I'm not saying that like there's nothing valid there. There's some good, there's some bad, there's a lot of confusion. That just seems to fit so much better than an all-powerful, omnibenevolent God who wants us to know and relate to him is responsible for the New Testament. And this is the best he could come up with. Or he could have done better, but there are morally sufficient whatever other reasons why he didn't do better, but we don't know what they are. Again, you can always say that, but I don't see any reason to accept those ad hoc postulates. And so I just think it's more parsimonious and better to think that actually no, that's not where the New Testament came from.
Yeah, and for each of these points, you know, like there's a broad like anthropological explanation of religion, which accounts for why we see these theological differences in proto-Orthodox groups. Why, like, why is Johannine Christianity different from like that, which seems to be have like a more Hebrew flavor to it? Well, we can say, well, they're grappling with the kind of questions that are raised by Platonism, and they're trying to import that in, whereas these other guys are more influenced by Judaism, or that, not the Judaism of 500 years ago, mind you, but the Judaism of that context, because you see it coming through in the theology. And it's like, well, naturalism explains for that, whereas for each individual one of those data points, there's like, well, in this case, God wanted to do it because for these people at this time, that was the best way of God communicating to that specific people group. But then in this scenario, it was this because this, and it just becomes like insanely more complicated than just people are influenced by their background beliefs when they come up with writing stories. Like,
why doesn't the Old Testament mention Jesus by name and date and place of birth? Maybe his parents as well, for good measure. A combination of things that would be pretty much impossible to fake afterwards. Or at least a lot more difficult, right? Like, I guess the New Testament could have said that those were fulfilled retroactively, but the people at the time couldn't have been convinced in that way, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if the Old Testament was way clearer about who the Messiah was, then we wouldn't have to, like, the Jews would have been convinced that Jesus was the Messiah, because like, wow, he fulfilled all of these things precisely. Well, there you go, he's the Messiah. If God wanted to bring his chosen people into relationship with him, then why not provide a much clearer connection between Jesus and the messianic prophecies in the Old Testament? Of course, Christians think, no, it's clear. I read Isaiah and it's clear enough. But come on, it's not that clear, right? He could have mentioned the date, the name, like all of the other details could have been in there. And then the Jews would have had no leg to stand on because it would have been absolutely obvious. But it isn't clear. And I think you can only say that it's clear by looking at it from a particular worldview. Try to step outside that for a moment and think like, maybe there's other ways of interpreting this in which it's actually not that clear that the Old Testament talks about Jesus. Also think about how could God have made clearer? Well, yeah, actually, and I think you'll see that he could have made it clearer in lots of ways. And then you have to ask, why didn't he make it clearer? Do we really think that not one extra person would have been persuaded if it had been super clear and specific about who the Messiah was? That seems incredible to me that would have made any difference. But again, God didn't do that. So what's the best explanation for God's failure to provide a clear, crystal evidence that Jesus was the Messiah? I think the best explanation is that God doesn't exist. There is no Messiah. It's just people working through things the best they can. You can always come up with, well, God had a reason to it or whatever. But I just don't see the reason to accept any of these ad hoc postulates. They're not things you would expect antecedently. The only reason you say there's a reason is because we see there's a phenomenon there. And that's not a good explanation.
Yeah, and so there's this question that I just wanted to respond to as well. Why would you assume God's agenda was to settle debates and give clear black and whites? The point is that, so I'm trying to assume as little as possible, right? And just come to what the Christian is saying. And the Christian is saying, well, God's revealed himself in the Bible. So what does that God have to say about himself? Well, he says he desires that all people should be saved, and to be saved, they have to believe that Christianity is true on a particular kind of majority interpretation, right? So if those things are true together, then God's agenda, I can't see a way out of it other than God's agenda being giving clear revelation of himself to people so as they can form those beliefs that will lead to them being saved. It's not me assuming something, it's me just trying to,
Let me use an analogy here, which probably won't help, but maybe it'll help some people. Like, imagine I know some guy and he says, I want to go to the shops today to buy some stuff. I'm like, okay. And then I'm sort of, maybe I'm next door neighbors or whatever. And I sort of look over and I see his car's there. And I know that he filled up yesterday because he mentioned that he went to the petrol station, right? Or the gas station, Americans call it. And but he's just sort of sitting around on his bench and like fiddling around, not doing much. And I'm like, hey, I thought you were going shopping. Like, yeah, I'm going. But he's like bumming around and like, flicking through the newspaper and sort of walking backwards and forwards. And like, well, the shop's open. Like, what's he waiting for? And then it gets later and later in the day. And eventually I'm going to conclude maybe he doesn't actually intend to go to the shop, because the thing is, his actions are not consistent with someone who has an intention and the ability, as far as I can tell, to go to the shops. Now, maybe there's a reason that I can't perceive at all that he's not actually going, even though, as far as I can tell, all the evidence points to him being able to go, and he tells me that he wants to go. So I can either conclude he's got an unknown impediment or something that he's waiting for, which he might, but again, I've tried to paint a situation where there doesn't seem to be any that are evident to me. Or I could conclude that, maybe he's kind of leading me along or BSing for whatever reason. Now, that's not a perfect analogy for a bunch of reasons, but the point I'm just trying to make is that we infer things about people's reasons and motivations all the time. If someone's actions don't appear consistent with their alleged or stated motivations, we are ready to infer that perhaps those are not their true motivations, or that there's other things going on. And that's the kind of what I was trying to get at with that analogy. Now, in the case of God, the claim is that God wants to bring everyone into a relationship with him. And furthermore, he's all-powerful and omnibenevolent and all-knowing. So if you make the fairly reasonable assumption that one has to know that God exists and know that, Jesus is Messiah to come into a relationship with him and to accept Jesus, then at bare minimum, God would have a strong reason to make it known to everyone in the world throughout history that God exists and that Jesus is the Messiah and, Son of God. So God clearly has a stated reason under Christianity to do those things. But we don't see the evidence that would be consistent with that, because God's all powerful, right? And we've just pointed out a bunch of ways that he could have made better efforts and done better in reaching out to people and making himself known, right? And so how do we account for the fact that that hasn't happened? I account for it by saying that God doesn't exist. You could also account for it by saying, well, yes, he does exist and he does want to bring people into a relation with him, but he's got other reasons that we don't understand for not doing it this way. And I just don't think that's very compelling. It's not as good explanation as I think my explanation is.
Yeah, and it seems to be rather ad hoc, because there's no, why should, unless we're presupposing that the conclusion, like Craig said at the start, we're just sort of, we've got this self-authenticating presupposition that it's right, that no amount of evidence can overcome. And so any ad hoc explanation is better than an alternative. But we're just saying that we don't think that you should be doing that, because I don't know why you don't want us to do the same thing. You don't want.
Yeah, by the way, also, I've been saying that Christians can just say there are unknown reasons. Christian potentially can do better than that. They could come up with a theodicy or other things.
Yes.
The thing is, though, that whatever they say will be an extra postulate about God.
Yes.
That they didn't originally say, or that wasn't originally specified. And this is a recurring problem for theism. It makes it more complicated. And I think that this is a general point that I want to touch on later. It seems that everything that Christians want to account for about God requires an extra postulate. God created the universe? Well, he must have had a reason to create the universe. God fine-tuned the universe? Well, I guess he had a reason to create it for embodied life. God resurrected Jesus? Well, I guess he had a reason to resurrect Jesus and not someone else. God doesn't provide all the evidence that we might think he is? Well, he has reasons, or whatever other account you want to give. He has mental knowledge, or whatever it is. You see how each explanation requires more things being added on. And that makes it less and less plausible, because as far as God could exist without having mental knowledge, or without wanting to resurrect Jesus, or without wanting to fine-tune the universe. Each of those things is an additional postulate that reduces the prior plausibility of the specific claim. And theists often don't realize this. They'll throw more and more on God to try to get him to do more and more, without acknowledging that they're making their claim less and less plausible. Because a God with mental knowledge is less plausible, like epistemically, I mean, than a God without mental knowledge, because that's a more specific claim about the nature of God, right? So I'll come back to that, but this comes back to a more underlying point, which is the single biggest reason I have for not believing in God isn't actually any of the things that I just said, although they contribute. The single biggest reason is that I don't think God is necessary to account for anything in the world, any phenomena that I think need explaining. I think that they can all be well enough accounted for under naturalism, and remaining problems I don't think are improved. The situation isn't improved by postulating God. I think that only makes things worse generally, or at least no better, because of this complexity and other reasons. So this God is unnecessary thing is the biggest reason for me, and then these other problems add to that.
Shall I play the next point, or is there anything else?
Yeah, okay, so let me just summarize a little bit. So that was an extended response to the first question. It was a pretty open-ended question, so I think it makes sense that we spend a long time talking about it. So I just summarize that briefly so people can be on board. So in response to that, we talked a bit about introducing Nathan and my worldviews, and then we talked broadly about the problems of why does God create the universe when he's self-sufficient? Why is there so much suffering when God doesn't seem to have obvious reasons to allow that? Why is there so much religious confusion and uncertainty when God wants us to know about him? And why, what was the last one? I've forgotten now.
I was talking about religious disagreement there.
Yeah. Well, I had another one. Oh, lackluster revelation. Yeah, that was basically why doesn't God reveal himself more clearly, or like show Jesus, vindicate Jesus in a very clear, direct way, when he seems to have good reason to do that. So these are all things that we think are better accounted for by naturalism or atheism than under Christianity. Not that we think that you literally can't account for it, as Braxton said. It's just that the explanations seem ad hoc and add complexity and reduce the plausibility of the theist explanation. So that's our answer to the first question. Hopefully that's not comprehensive. We could debate all these more, right? But Braxton says he's asking in good faith, and although there's evidence to the contrary, I'll accept him on his word there. So that's our good faith response there. So let's now move on to the second question.
If your definition of atheism is merely that it's a lack of belief in God and you're just waiting to be convinced, but then you speak of him as though he's in some way synonymous with Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, or fairies, doesn't that at least send the message to your listeners that you actually believe that there is no God? After all, these are entities and beings that you likely believe do not exist. And if your response is that you merely lack a belief in Santa Claus and don't actively believe that he does not exist, doesn't that sound a little disingenuous, honestly?
So I suppose
So this is a loaded question in the sense that it begins with an assumption which may or may not be true. So you can go first on this.
Well, it's gonna that's not how I sort of pass up the domain of discourse around like belief and stuff. So like for example, I'm not even an atheist, so the question sort of isn't for me really. Though I guess with regards to the God of classical theism, I'd probably say I'm an atheist. But I'd say there's like a local atheism, I would say, is just a description. of your set of beliefs. So I just lack a belief. You're just describing your beliefs in that sense. There might be like a specific targeted kind of atheism, which is like towards the God of classical theism, or I don't know, other types of gods like polytheistic or something like that. And then there's like a global atheism, which would be to say that it is not the case, or it cannot be the case that a god exists. That's how I'd pass up the domain of discourse. So, and there's people saying all those things, right? And I guess Braxton's directing his question specifically towards those who are saying that it's just a lack of belief. In a sense, I'm sometimes sympathetic towards this, because like I made a video criticizing Aaron Ra right at the start of that video, where he wants to say, sometimes he wants to say what I do is just a lack of belief, but then he also wants to say that Christianity isn't true, all supernatural claims are false, but then he doesn't want to take on the burden of proof for showing why he thinks that claim is true. He just wants to retreat into, well, I just reject it in my beliefs. But so I'm sort of on board with him to a degree, but I guess the point where I disagree with him is sort of like how he's framing it, as if that's what atheism is, or what atheists think, or as if that's representative of atheists as a group and atheist philosophical thought. And I guess he does say if that's what you believe, but it's like, well, why is it? For me, it's not that big of like an issue, like. And so I just take, I guess it seems to me like it's like, well, God's so special to me that if you're going to don't compare him to like these things that aren't, these things that are myths and aren't real. And but I mean, maybe that's just an ad hominem sort of point that I'm making, and not that important. I guess the question overall doesn't apply that much to me though. So maybe it applies more to you, James. What you think?
Yeah, so I'm the dirty godless atheist here, so let me respond. So I mean, I essentially, I don't like to say agree with him because he's a question, but it's really a statement disguised as a question, as quite a few of his questions are. It's basically like, don't you agree that? And then it's a statement. Or doesn't it feel disingenuous? Look, I basically agree, yes. If we atheists assert that God does not exist, as many atheists, not all, but many atheists do, then we should be able to be willing to defend that and give reasons for that. And so I'm quite happy to accept the burden of proof there. Now, that being said, I just want to say that I don't think atheism per se implies a belief that God does not exist. I believe that atheism per se, like as such, just means that you lack a belief in God. Now, I know that this is sort of unpopular for theists these days. They like to say that that's agnosticism, but I think that this is a misinterpretation of both terms. Atheism, like the earliest, I think some of the earliest references to atheism we have called Christians atheists because they didn't believe in the Roman gods. So we already know that usage has changed, right? But some of the first people to, in the modern world, beginning around the 18th century, to call themselves atheists were some of the Enlightenment thinkers. And there was a particular gentleman called Baron de Holbach, who was a French Enlightenment figure, who was one of the first sort of publicly pronounced atheists, like publicly declared by himself. And he said that all children are born atheists. They know nothing of God, or something along those lines. And so the point there is that he thought that atheism could be used in a weak sense, that is simply a lack of belief in God. Now, because he's one of the first people to use the term atheist to describe himself, I sort of take his opinion about what it meant seriously. Now, of course, just because it meant that to him doesn't mean that it means that has to mean that now. But what I'm saying is, I don't think this is a redefinition. This is a very old usage of the term atheism. And so I think it's plausible. And it also, I think, is useful because I think there needs to be a word to describe everyone who lacks the belief in God. And I think atheism is a very natural term to use for that. Now, so I'm an atheist because I lack belief in God, but I don't stop there. I also assert that God does not exist. And so you could say that makes me a strong atheist, not simply a weak atheist. But the clarification there is I'm not an atheist because I assert that God doesn't exist. That's not what makes me an atheist. That's sort of like extra, if you like. Now, that's my preferred usage of the term atheist. Other people don't like that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a word, so I don't care that much. I just think there is good reason to adopt this usage of atheism as a lack of belief, because I think we need a word for that, and it's not as obvious what word to use if we don't use atheist. Plus, it is a very old usage, so it's not a redefinition. Plus, agnosticism isn't the right word for this because it was specifically designed as a word to describe someone who thinks that you cannot have knowledge of this, which is totally different from someone who just lacks belief. including like babies or something like that who can't form a belief about this. So anyway, that's my little rant about like the definition of atheism. But even if you don't agree with that, I don't really care that much. The point is, I am very happy to shoulder the burden of proof and argue that it is reasonable to believe that God doesn't exist. So in that sense, yeah, I'm on board with what Braxton said here.
On that point, should we move on to the next question?
Yep, let's take the next one.
Yeah.
When atheism becomes a part of someone's worldview, they typically change their positions on other issues like abortion, sexual morality, and a number of other things. I actually have several videos of well-known atheists saying that there's nothing wrong with prostitution, that they hope their children don't save themselves until marriage, and that sex workers should be put up on a pedestal no different than the military. I didn't use those here because I didn't want to seem combative to individuals, specifically the individuals who made those statements. But even if you didn't become an atheist just so you could sin, and I believe you, do you at least understand why those moves could send that message to people who might say that to you?
Braxton, there are a lot of theists who talk about how important it is for believing in God to give them sense and purpose and meaning in their lives. Like, you know, William Lane Craig and others have argued this. But I won't mention those here because I don't want to come across as combative. But what I will say is, don't you think that it's a bit suspicious that a lot of people could think that, and if I assume that, you know, that's not why you're a Christian, because, you know, if you say that's not why I'm a Christian, I'll believe you. But don't you think it might be suspicious that people might think that that's why you're a Christian? Okay, so that's my sarcastic response, right? I'm just trying to emphasize how loaded this question is. Like, he says he won't use examples just after using them. Okay, he doesn't name the people, but he still used the examples.
But I think that's just what he wants.
I mean, come on, how condescending can you be?
But this is the issue. I think that this is me at this point thinking that might just be the game he's playing altogether. Because, I mean, something I'm going to talk about later is how Braxton asks to be interpreted charitably if he's making like an off-the-cuff live stream. And like I made a sort of glib response to this that was just an off-the-cuff. I hadn't given any thought to the questions. I just came home from work, saw the video. I was like, I'm doing a live stream, so I will just commentate on this as I go through. And I raised like several questions, for example. And I don't know if this is one of the. I think this is one of the videos we're going to look at after. But in his response to me, he just doesn't address what I think whatsoever, and doesn't address my question. Now, I don't think my questions were a particularly good response to this, but I was like, well, for the examples that he's given, I can't see why they would be, if sin is like moral wrongness, I can't see why they would be morally wrong in that sense anyway. Like prostitution, for example, as long as someone's not being like forced into it, or it's not against their will, or they're not forced to do it because of lack of opportunity of other things they'd rather be doing or something like that. I couldn't really see how it would be wrong. But then he just goes off. He just goes on about how on atheism you can't have morality, which isn't what I believe anyway, and isn't. But so maybe it would be, maybe that's just the game Braxton's playing, is like he's creating these, he's deliberately polluting the dialogue with these like loaded questions and distortions, so as then he can just kind of create drama out of it and be, look, the Christian came out on top. And maybe the only way of winning is just to go, yeah, I can see how Christians would see that from their own worldview. Yeah. Like,
yeah, of course you can see how they would see that, because that's what they want to believe, essentially. I think Braxton's been pretty clear about that. Even if I believe you, it's just, sorry, I can't get over how condescending the words and the tone for that word. But anyway, let's address the substantive question. I don't actually want to talk about prostitution or the other things, because those are just examples, right? It's not really that important. The point is, the point he's asking about here is a lot of atheists change their views about moral issues when they become atheists, and therefore doesn't this potentially, or couldn't this be interpreted as evidence in favor of the idea that people become atheists to sin? Okay. Now, I think that is a terrible inference, and let me explain why. But by the way, I mean, maybe people do become atheists to sin. I can't possibly rule that out, but it doesn't make sense to me for a number of reasons. First of all, since when has becoming an atheist been a prerequisite to start sinning? Christians all over the place sin all the time. Like it's, I think that there's often even little difference between the rate at which, Christians get abortions or have babies out of wedlock. In some communities there might be, but like the rates of this are enormous, and most people don't feel the need to like stop calling themselves Christians. They just compartmentalize or whatever else, right? So like plenty of Christians will just keep on sinning, right, and still stay Christian. So why do you need to become an atheist? It's often easier to just keep sinning and being Christian, because then you can ask God for forgiveness and so forth. Isn't this what St. Augustine said? It's like, God stop me from having lustful desires or something like that. Like, but not yet. Like, I'll keep on sinning for a while.
Well, he said when he prayed to convert, he was saying, "Not yet, God, don't make me a Christian yet." And take
that's right. Yeah.
But I think it comes from him as well. This idea that it is just sin as to why the non-believer doesn't accept Christianity. I think that has its roots sort of in his theology.
But this is actually a slightly different claim. This isn't like sin providing an intellectual barrier so much, which I still think is kind of dodgy, but this is actually explicitly atheists leaving because they want to sin. I think that's a more explicit claim there. The first response is that I just don't see any evidence that most people find this at all necessary. They'll just sin if they want to sin, right? And I'd like evidence that people actually find this necessary. Why not sin and go
to heaven, right? Why not sin?
Yeah,
claim Jesus' death and resurrection, and just go to heaven forever. Great life and great afterlife. Like, rational.
Even if you want to say that's not possible, I mean, people can convince themselves that's possible. So wouldn't this actually be a better move rather than having to become an atheist? Because then you can eat your cake and have it too, right? So I actually think that a lot of people do that, right? They convince themselves that they can do that. So it seems that there's no real reason for people to become atheists if they want to sin, at least for the most part. I can't guarantee it's never happened, but it just doesn't seem very strong to me. Now, the second thing is his idea that, well, the fact that people change their moral beliefs is evidence that they wanted to sin. But, I mean, maybe, but perhaps also, I think an equally good explanation for that is simply that people change their views about things, and therefore their moral views also change. Like, if I hold a view that abortion is wrong because God said it's true, or because of everyone's made in the image of God, or because I think that a soul enters the embryo at conception, or whatever other beliefs I have, and then I change my beliefs so that I no longer hold those, then downstream there are going to be effects that will have on my other beliefs. And that seems perfectly reasonable. I mean, it would be a bit bizarre if that didn't happen, actually, I would say. So I don't think you need to postulate any hidden desire here. Again, there could be. I'm not saying there isn't, but just I don't see anything that needs to be explained.
And then if we go back on the comparing explanations point of view, right? So what is the better explanation for someone updating like political beliefs based on changing like their background beliefs? Would it, is it that there's this thing called sin that's involved, that there's demons whispering in people's ears, these false beliefs, that they are misguided by the prince of the air into supporting like liberal beliefs around abortion or whatever? Or is it just that when they once they no longer believe that they need to hold morally that abortion is wrong because it says so in a document, so like a religious text or whatever, that then using different strands of reasoning, all natural, all the reasons they produce in their mind natural, that then they come to different conclusions about it? Like, which of those better accounts for like the data there in what we're talking about as well?
And again, I think someone in the chat mentioned, well, maybe it's people become atheists to, maybe not to sin per se, but to avoid accountability for their sins. But again, I think that, Christians, well, it's not just Christians, but people have motivated reasoning. This is something we talked about before. Cognitive dissonance. Right. I'm a Christian, but I'm sinning. How can I reconcile that? I mean, there's lots of ways you can reconcile that to yourself, and I think people are very good at this, right? But I think that Christians typically think that God is on their side. And so what they think is eventually God will help me out, or like God will atone for me, or I'll be able to, I don't know how they I don't know how they reconcile, but the point is that people do that, right? So I don't think that wanting to avoid accountability is really a big a reason for people becoming atheists. Actually, people think God's on their side and he's going to be there for them, and that they'll be able to do what they want in this life, more or less, perhaps. And then the afterlife, God will be on their side then as well. So actually, it would be bad for them to become atheists, because then they wouldn't have the afterlife to sort of look forward to. So I mean, maybe there are some people who are really worried about God's, because the thing is here, right, that it doesn't rationally make sense to just pretend that you don't believe in God in order to avoid accountability for sinning, say. What you have to be positing is that there's some self-deception going on here, or cognitive dissonance, or whatever it is, right? And that's possible. I acknowledge that's possible. But what I'm saying is, doesn't it make more sense for that cognitive dissonance to work in a lot of people so that you can convince yourself that God exists and that you can still go on sinning and avoid accountability? Because that's a more attractive view overall, certainly if you start off a Christian, right? Because you can do the same thing now, but in the end you get to a better state. God's going to save you. You're one of the elect, right? So again, if we have to postulate some sort of cognitive dissonance or self-deception in either case, but wouldn't it make sense to do it in a way that gets you to like, that's more attractive overall rather than that's less attractive overall? So again, why think this is operating to push people towards atheism? It seems to me that it would operate more to push people towards Christianity, or at least to keep them there if they're already Christians, because the package is more attractive if you could convince yourself that you can do whatever you like now and keep sinning as lots of Christians do, plus still go to heaven, right? So I don't think Braxton's even thought about this, to be honest. If he had, I would expect a more mature sort of way of phrasing the question.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say on that one, but I think we're going to see
I've made my point there.
Yeah. I think the next question brings out how the honesty or the intent behind,
well, let's hear it.
Yeah.
If it's a lack of belief sort of atheism, what is it? Is it 50-50, 60-40, 75-25? And at what point do you feel disingenuous saying that you merely lack a belief, as opposed to leaning towards, I believe that God does not exist?
Isn't this just a repetition of the previous question? It feels like basically the same thing.
It was so, like, what the hell's he even saying, though? Like, what do these percentages refer to? Like, do the percentages refer to how confident I am in describing my own beliefs that I have?
I think so. That's how I'd interpret it.
Or is he just completely not understanding what people mean when they say that they're that kind of atheist who doesn't have a belief in God? And so he's saying, no, what you actually are doing is saying that God doesn't exist, and you have to assign a percentage of that compared to theism. Like, it's not even clear to me which of those he means. And both of them seem pretty dumb. Like,
yeah, I mean, agnostics are not really going to assign a percentage to that because they think it's unknowable. And that doesn't mean you're 50-50. Actually, this is a common, I think, straw man of agnostics. So that means you're exactly 50-50. That is not what it means. At least, I mean, maybe some agnostics say that, but I just don't think that's a good
I'm the weird
interpretation of it.
agnosticism. I'm the withhold judgment agnosticism. But even so, like, I wouldn't say, because like, as I said before,
would you say it's 50-50 for you? I don't think that's what you would say, right?
No, well, it's not like that at all for me. I'm withholding judgment because I can see how I could entertain either position and almost can't. I can't come to like a reliable conclusion on each. Or there isn't like so I could like be a Christian. I can see like I could be a Christian, adopt the whole Christian thing, but then there's problems with that don't seem to fit with like with all the problems we've kind of pointed out, right? But then I can see how I could adopt like this kind of naturalism or atheism, but then my brain is constantly defaulting to the Christian, like seeing pareidolia and everything and stuff like that. So I'm like, well, what I'll do actually is I'll just withhold my judgment completely. But my kind of agnosticism isn't I mean, obviously that is a type of agnosticism that it is unknowable in principle, right? And that's not what I'm saying, but I wouldn't want to assign percentages like say it's 50-50 or something like that. I just want to say I'm withholding my judgment from that particular question, except on, I suppose, on the God of classical theism, where I'm saying, no, actually that one doesn't quite make sense. That one doesn't work for various reasons.
Yeah, well, I'm more happy to play by Braxton's rules because I'm happy to give a percentage while acknowledging it's a little bit. Yeah. There are a lot of caveats to that, but I've written an article about this, which I broadly stand by. I think that the probability that some sort of God exists, not the Christian God, but some sort of God exists, is about 10%. And that's an epistemic probability, obviously. That's primarily based on the Phil Papers survey of philosophers, about 17% of whom are theists. I've rounded a little bit there. And there's some other facts that I think about. So if you look at my blog, The Godless Theist, you can find that somewhere there, link to there. Probably need to update that a bit. But anyway, the point, I mean, I don't feel the need to rigorously justify that, but that gives you a sense of the level of probability that I assign to the existence of some God. Obviously, Christianity is strictly less than that, which is interesting because that puts me much higher than most atheists, but obviously also a lot lower than most theists. And I'm fairly comfortable in that position. So I think that there is a non-trivial probability that some sort of God exists, but I don't think it's particularly high.
But at what point do you feel disingenuous, though?
Calling myself an atheist? Well, if I say 10%, then that's not disingenuous at all. I do not feel disingenuous in the slightest. That's the answer to the question. At what point would I? Well, I don't know. I probably feel increasingly more disingenuous until I stopped using the label. I don't think there's a single point, right? I could probably still call myself an atheist if I thought it was 60-40 because I think it's, significantly more likely than less, right? but maybe I'd be more agnostic. Maybe I'd call myself an agnostic atheist or something if I thought it was that. I don't know. But I'm quite happy to call myself a hard atheist or a strong atheist when I think it's only 10% likely that some sort of God exists, especially because mostly the type of gods we're talking about are not just any sort of God. It's significantly more specific types, and those I'm significantly more confident in don't exist. So I don't feel disingenuous at all. I don't see why I should. Should I feel disingenuous, Braxton? I mean, I don't see why I should. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, because Christianity is true. We assume it's true,
right.
And then you're disingenuous, right? No,
oh dear.
These aren't leading questions, though. This is different.
Now, I know we've all got our talking points, but I want you to struggle to be as sincere with yourself as you can right now.
Have you got that, James? Struggle to be as sincere with yourself as you can.
I'll try. I know it's hard, especially with Satan over my shoulder, but I'll make an effort.
Doesn't it bother you a little bit that when we come to talk about the origins of the universe, and if there's a multiverse, the origin of that too, that the only real options you've got besides God is a past infinite universe, which is impossible, or the universe coming to exist uncaused out of nothing, or something far less clear than even those? It seems that for any worldview that includes atheism, there's a massive blind spot when it comes to the origin of the universe. And all the attempts to try and circumvent that problem seem desperate and at least far less likely than theism. My question isn't just what do you typically say about this, because I'm well aware of the responses. My question is simply this: when you step away from the debate mode that it's so easy for us all to get into online, doesn't this issue destabilize you a little bit? It seems to fit really poorly with any worldview that includes atheism.
So if you look up leading question in the dictionary, this is actually the definition that, like, there's just a link to this, to that.
Has Braxton stopped beating his wife yet?
Yeah. Now, I want you to get out of the talking to the police mode that we get into. But do you feel disingenuous saying that you stopped beating your, seriously, this is just so terribly phrased. Anyway. Yeah.
And when there's so many other problems, I'm fully aware of. Well, actually, Braxton, no, because
he said all the responses. He said he's aware of all the responses.
Well, I watched his review of the Malpass and Craig debate, which was admittedly a few months ago. But it seems like no, other than a cursory understanding of some of the basic arguments given, no, you don't understand them, Braxton.
Well, it's encouraging to know that he's read my book, because I do make some at least novel combinations of ideas. I don't want to claim it's totally novel, but there's definitely some not just completely repeated stuff in there. So I'd be interested to know what he thinks of that, given that he's read my book. He did say all the responses. But anyway, let's again try to answer the question as if it were made in good faith, even though that's pretty hard to.
Yeah, sure. That's a good point.
So the two options he said was that so the options are an infinite past, which he said is impossible. I'm just going to because if I agree with that it is impossible, then of course I'm going to feel uncomfortable. But I'm just going to excise that out because he said it was impossible, because I don't think it is impossible. So that doesn't particularly make me uncomfortable, or whatever the word he said was. The other thing was, the universe came to being out of nothing.
Which
out of nothing.
Isn't even the other option though.
So that's not the position. I actually, my most recent video, I responded to Craig's response to our question. I think you saw that video, right? So that's on my channel, where I talk about Craig's defense of the causal premise, and I explained that it's not, well, I've said this elsewhere, but the claim is not that the universe came into being from nothing. It's just that the universe did not have a cause. Those aren't the same claim. One implies that there's coming from something, which of course sounds ridiculous because there's nothing to come from, and it didn't come from nothing into anything. It didn't come into being. It just didn't have a cause. That's the claim. And I don't see, it's a little odd, I'll acknowledge, just as any of possibilities are odd, like in the sense that these things are very outside our experience. So if in that very minimal sense, I might agree with him. Yeah, an infinite universe seems a bit odd, just as an uncaused universe, just as a God created universe seems a bit odd, or any possibility seems, that's pretty weird. Like, how does that work, kind of thing? But I don't really feel particularly uncomfortable with any of these, certainly not less than the God created it one. And I think they're better explanations overall. And I think, an infinite universe, or an uncaused universe, or a universe caused by something that is not a personal God, which he said is less clear, but I actually don't see how that's especially unclear. All of those three, I think, are live options. If I had to put my money on one, I'd probably put my money on that the universe did have a cause, a finite time in the past, and that cause was something that was not a personal God.
Right.
I don't want to claim exactly what that would have been. I think some physical what I sometimes call a primordial atom, which is just a way of referring to some initial state that was outside of space and time that caused the universe. But that's speculative, of course. But that's okay, because we're talking about the origins of space and time. It's all speculative, right? So anyway, I'd put my money on that if you made me. But really, I think these are all the two that he mentioned plus that are all live options. And I don't feel particularly bothered by these at all, other than the very sort of weak sense in which, yeah, it's all pretty weird and hard to understand.
But shouldn't
That's
it make
an honest
Braxton,
response to that question.
Shouldn't it make Braxton uncomfortable, though, that you're saying this with a physics degree, right? He's not got a physics degree. Don't you feel uncomfortable, Braxton, that someone who knows more about this, like what we can't just this is like a meta point, but like it's the way that is being just framed. Like, are you asking? You could ask the question, how do you account for the universe coming into existence, right? That's one level of the question. And then another level is to say, well, doesn't it make you feel uncomfortable that, and add in like, well, are you concerned about like my how questions make me feel? Is that genuine? Or are you asking me, does it cause me some cognitive dissonance? No, because I actually think that me saying I don't know is a far better explanation than me saying I know that a God exists, because a God caused it, because the statement I know that a God caused it is not accurately describing what I actually believe, and that would cause me cognitive dissonance. Like, it's just a mess the way that this is being like phrased and put across in general. But yeah, sorry, you did respond to the question itself, though.
Yeah, no, but the question is, and he even put a quite long statement in between the two questions, which he could have just excised completely. So you see, there are honest ways of doing this. Here's a possibility. He could have said, here's my question for atheists. How do you think the universe came into being, or what do you think accounts for the origin of the universe, something like that? And then he could have said, for me, I find it really hard to understand how anyone could think that the universe is either eternal in the past or came into existence without a cause. So I'm curious as to whether you find this as incredible as I do, and if not, why not? That would be an honest, not leading way of raising the question, or something along those lines, right? So, like, again, I think it matters, because this is bad apologetics, right? It matters that it's done this way because it's so disingenuous and misleading. And there are better ways to do this.
Yeah. Should we go on to the next one?
Oh yeah, just unless you had anything to add about that.
I don't think I've got anything to add at this point. It was just
fair enough.
Like, yeah, I mean, we did 8 hours 15 minutes on the Kalam specifically. I guess he's not going for like a what's the explanation of that, like a contingency question. There's other ways of conversing about that, but I just feel like that particular.
Well, no, he already knows all of those responses, so he's not actually interested in that. He just wants to know if we feel bad about that.
Well, no, I don't. So that
no.
Of the arguments for God's existence, is there one that to you seems more interesting than the rest? Is there one that for you actually does weigh in favor of theism? Which one?
Okay, that is a good question, and it's nice and concise, so I like that one. If only they could have all been like that, I would have said, nice video, I approve. I would have given it a thumbs up instead of a thumbs down. But anyway, I'll maybe go first, if that's right. So I think the best... so what's the best argument for theism? I think the best argument is probably some form of the teleological argument. I'm not too big a fan of the fine-tuning argument as it's typically given, although I think it's better than like the Kalam, for example. I think there's probably better ways of articulating the teleological, and I don't necessarily have a strong view about that. But I think that there's something that's getting at something. It's not obvious why we would think that intelligent life, or really life of any sort, or any even like regular structure that can support sustained complexity would exist under naturalism. It's not clear that does follow from theism either, but I feel like it's at least, maybe there's something to, like, if there's a mind behind the universe, then there's at least something that maybe gets suspicious that perhaps there'll be structure to it. It doesn't like straightforwardly follow, like some theists say, because you still have to suppose that God wanted to make such and such. But so I don't think it's a good argument, but I feel like there's something there, and it's better than, like, the Kama I think is total bunk, but I think there's something to the teleological argument, and maybe I'll find better versions that speak to me a bit more. So I think there's something there. I also think there's something to the argument for the resurrection of Jesus. So I think that this is a better argument than most atheists think it is, even though I don't think it's a very good argument. But I think the evidence is better than a lot of atheists say that it is. It's just not persuasive enough, I think, for people who don't already have predispositions in that direction. And I said it could be a lot better, but it could also be a lot worse. So that's why I say that. So I think that those are two sort of okay-ish arguments. Well, one for theism specifically and one for Christianity. They're not enough for me, but I could imagine being convinced that they're better in various ways, and so I'm always open to that. I think those are among the best. I'll also mention a third honorable mention, the Leibnizian argument for like why does the universe exist at all? Now, I think there are issues there because it's not clear why the universe exists under God, but it's also not clear why it exists under naturalism. So I think there's at least something to be explained here, why any universe at all. And so, again, I don't necessarily think theists have a particularly good answer, but there's, again, at least a suspicion that perhaps God could have had a reason that would then allow us to account for why the universe exists. So again, not an especially good argument, but I think there's sort of something there, and maybe it could be improved on. So those are three from me.
For me, I agree with the contingency argument. I think that it sort of succeeds, at least to the best of my sort of knowledge, that the principle of sufficient reason kind of holds. But it's just that conclusion doesn't really, in my view, get you to a god with any of a god, or even a god with any of the attributes of theism. It's just an explanation of the universe, which I don't think is in the necessity of the universe's nature or something like that. But other ones that could succeed, for me, I don't think the ontological argument succeeds, but I certainly always find myself coming back to it. And so I'll come across one formulation of it, for example, and I'll think, that's different. I'm going to have to think about why this is wrong. And so, for example, this has led me down many avenues of why is it that, what is it that I think's wrong with Anselm's formulation of it, for example, or what's it that I think's wrong with a modal formulation of it? Is there something wrong with the logic, or is there or recently, this week, I've been looking into linguistics, and Bertrand Russell wrote a paper on denoting, which touches on, for example, how can we talk about certain things meaningfully and maintain that the law of excluded middle holds. So if I say the present king of France is bald, is it if it's neither true nor false, then it seems to violate the law of excluded middle. And Bertrand Russell gives a kind of theory of this, and there's other theories, Gottlob Frege has a different thoughts around this. A guy called Alexis Mignon thinks something different. And this again has got me thinking about these problems of universals and language, and how does language work? How does logic work fundamentally? And there are puzzles in if we say a proposition like X exists, in some sense it exists mentally as a concept. But I can meaningfully say, the square circle has never been drawn, right? And so what does that refer to? Because it's not just meaningless and then, so when we're talking about concepts then such as God, if we're going to take a view that abstract objects exist, and that's what we're thinking about as something, if I say that than which nothing greater can be conceived exists in the understanding, and I do agree that it's something I can think of, then why is it that I don't think that has existential import, or that the term God extensionally refers to any class of things in the world? And I puzzle about that. I don't have a clear answer, but I do think that there's something wrong with it, because I don't think that I can just use language to predicate existence of other things. You can say, well, I've got a turkey in my mind which is heavier than the turkey in reality, or something like that. There's some kind of confusion going on here. But I come up with reasons why I think it's wrong, and then I come back to those reasons and think they're wrong, and it's sort of so I'd say
you've got to doubt your doubts.
Yeah, I doubt my doubts, and that's precisely why I think the ontological argument might have something to it, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting one. By the way, someone's also asked me about why do I think mathematics is so applicable for describing nature. I'd like to do a whole video on that at some point in the future.
I agree.
So I think we'll come back to that. My short answer is that mathematics is a very broad discipline that describes things in a very abstract way. And so I don't think it's surprising that it describes a lot of things in the universe. There's also a lot of things that it doesn't describe as well. That's a very short and unsatisfactory answer. For a better one, have to wait for a future episode in this series.
Well, there was a sale on Palgrave Macmillan Books, and so there was a book that was £100 on a guy at University of New South Wales over in Australia who's an Aristotelian realist about maths, and I got that for £19 for Christmas. So.
Oh, nice.
So after I've read that, we can do the maths one.
Nice. All right, let's move on to the next question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most atheists I've met humbly admit that they don't think they can have absolute certainty about much of anything. But what they want from the Christian is a demonstration that God exists or that Christianity is true. Well, when we offer the reasons to believe that we do have, those are typically deemed not good enough. So what sort of evidence, if any, would be enough to convince you? Do you know? And since it's often a conversation stopper, let's take experimental reproducibility off the table, since that's not even always necessary for science.
Pretty good question. I'm not entirely convinced about the taking experimental reproducibility off the table, but it is true. It's not strictly always needed in science, or depending on exactly how you define that. But anyway, putting that to the side, so what would I say? What would convince me? Well, I've mentioned some things already. So I mentioned the Jesus is the Christ on the far side of the moon as an example in like craters or really whatever. I mentioned if we had texts that we could clearly date to the 1st century about Jesus appearing and saying very similar things in the Americas and Persia and India and China and Japan. Wouldn't even need to be all those, just even one extra place would probably be enough, and 2 would be, pretty slam dunk there. So those are 2 very persuasive things specific to Christianity. But I mean, you could likewise apply that for other religions to make the relevant changes. That would be very persuasive evidence. About God more generally. So I was thinking about this. I think advances in science and philosophy jointly would probably be necessary. So suppose we could actually show, I don't know exactly how we would show this, but future developments in science and philosophy showed that the universe really couldn't be infinite in the past, like Craig claims that it already has, except he's sort of wrong, as we talked about in the collab video. But suppose that like science actually showed that, and it was more than just relying on intuitions of impossibilities of infinites and things like that, which I just don't find persuasive. So let's suppose that we had a pretty solid case, much more solid than we do now, that the universe couldn't be infinite in the past. And let's also suppose that we could show, again, with much more certainty, I think that we can, that the causal principle is sort of part of the furniture of the world, is sometimes used, that it really has to be there and everything does have to have a cause. Again, I don't think that has been shown, but I could imagine perhaps it could be shown somehow. If those 2 things could be demonstrated, then that is getting us partway there. Then we also would need some reason for thinking that the cause of the universe had to be God. So again, I could imagine models that more decisively ruled out any physical causes that we don't have at the moment. There's still the question of other non-physical causes. Not entirely sure how those would be ruled out. But again, I can imagine basically better arguments and more evidence coming in from science. So basically, a cosmological argument could convince me, but it would just have to be way, way better than what we have at the moment, because currently they rely on so many premises which are dubious, so much evidence that I think has been misinterpreted and misapplied. Again, look at our Kalam video. We talk about this at length. If that was all way better than it is, and like possibly it could be, then that would be persuasive. I don't think it could ever be decisive, but it could be a lot more persuasive than it is. The fine-tuning argument could also be a lot more persuasive than it is if we could actually, in my book, I take an unusual position on this. I don't think there is evidence that the universe is fine-tuned for the existence of intelligent life. If we did have good evidence that it was, I think that the fine-tuning argument would be much stronger, especially if we could somehow rule out multiverses, although I don't think that's essential, but that would be a bonus. So so those are at least a few different lines of evidence that would be persuasive for me. And this is already ruling out experimental reproducibility. And if I was allowed that, then I'd point to a bunch of other things. One more that I'll add: if we had really good evidence from neuroscience that the mind was more than the product of brain activity, which again, Christians say we have, but I don't think we do. But hypothetically, if that evidence was much stronger, then I think that would add decent reason for thinking that substance dualism or something like that might be true. Now, that doesn't directly point to a God, but it's at least more consistent with the view that an immaterial mind exists. And so that would push me perhaps somewhat in favor of theism. So those are 4 different general lines of evidence.
Yeah, for me, I like broadly speaking, it's these kind of reasoning principles, right? So like philosophical arguments that led to conclude that God exists, or God exists more probably than the alternative. Like in the broadest sense, is what would lead me to conclude that to convince me of Christianity. Specifically for me as well, I'd say like religious experience would be something that could increase the likelihood of Christianity being true. So like, for example, I've consistently prayed to the Christian God for help with like depression and stuff, and that's never happened. If that did happen in some way that I could attribute to God, that would at least increase my confidence that Christianity was true. If I had some kind of empirical basis in my experience for thinking that miracles occurred or that a God was involved with those miracles. That might open me up more to the kind of miracle claims historically found in the New Testament, and that would change what I think about those probabilities to some extent, I suppose. In terms of what you said about the philosophical arguments, I think I agree. Like in principle, like a cosmological argument or a contingency argument or whatever could lead to me concluding that God exists of some sort, a God of some sort. But I just haven't come across those arguments yet. Now that could just be due to my own ignorance or whatever, or it could be because they've not been formulated and articulated to me in a way that.
No, I'm fully aware of every formulation of the cosmological arguments. That's sarcasm, by the way. I would never claim such a thing. That's ridiculous.
I think another important distinction on this point is something that John Hick talks about is the distinction between like verification and falsification, right? So I think God's existence technically could be verified, just not falsified. So he talks about like eschatological verificationism. So like, like if the end time started to happen, that would kind of verify that Christianity is true. Or if you die and Jesus is there, that would kind of verify that Christianity is true for you. But I don't think it's falsifiable in that, in a sense as well, which doesn't so directly answer the question, but it's just an interesting aside. Like to say that, in the decimal expansion of pi, there are 4 sevens that occur in a row or something like that somewhere, which isn't it's not falsifiable, but it's verifiable. Like you could come across 4 sevens in a row in that decimal expansion, but there's not really a way of sort of showing that isn't going to be the case in the future. And yeah, I think that this is where there's that difficulty in Christianity, because it's not clear to me how you could tell the difference between it being like true or false, between nothing being the case and us coming up with these explanations and it being the case. So some kind of like clear methodology for telling the difference between things that were attributable to God and things that were just attributable to like an atheistic universe. That methodology would help to convince me of Christianity if it could be, used in a reliable way to distinguish between like natural causes and supernatural causes, I think. I don't know if that's a good enough answer on that point, but those are my thoughts on that. Should we move on?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what Braxton would say about arguments that would convince him that Christianity was false, but I guess that's for another video.
To what extent did social and moral issues start you down the path toward your atheism? That is to say, the typical Christian or religious views on sexuality, gender, rights, and acts and commands of God in the Old Testament. It seems that many deconversion stories online begin with, or at least include, LGBT issues, purity culture, or hell as instrumental in the deconversion process. It strikes me that what should matter most is the truth and not what we might prefer that the truth were. I honestly wonder how much those issues and ones like them motivate the deconversion rather than all this talk about evidence.
If he just stopped a bit earlier, it would have been a good question as well. But then he has to throw his little thoughts in at the end, which sort of might
How can he even pretend he's a good faith actor when he's saying these thoughts? Because I more recently I watched some of his responses where he's like, "Oh, these evil atheists are coming along and being nasty to me with their responses." But rewatching this, it's like, do you even hear what you say? That's why I'm thinking, is he just doing this to stir the pot? And he's actually completely.
And I like what Doug says about this. Like, the New Testament says that people will hate you for believing in Christ. So why do they keep pretending as if this is a surprise to them? I mean, again, I don't hate people who believe in Jesus, or I don't think that we should be rude or anything like this. I think we should hold ourselves to the highest standard. But I just think it's odd that some people, let me put it another way. Some people think that Christianity has a persecution complex throughout its history. And I think that there is evidence for this. There are actually texts from, I don't know, the 3rd century or something saying like, hey, we've got all these Christians trying to seek out martyrdom. Like, we've got to do something about this because this is, anyway, but that's a bit of an aside. But again, it's a little hard to understand why he's doing this. But to answer his question, now, from my point of view, like, how much is moral and ethical things a reason for starting me down the road? Now, honestly, the answer for me is really not at all. Those weren't factors for me. But I actually think that they should have been, at least some of the factors. I don't think that maybe they're not sufficient by themselves, but I think they should have been. I should have been a lot more bothered about homosexuality and homosexual rights than I was.
Yeah,
because homosexuality is a very anti-gay, and I should have been more bothered about Old Testament atrocities and other horrific things that happened there, which I wasn't very bothered with. So I would castigate my past self and not be more concerned about these things. Now, what's very odd to me is Braxton seems to say that it doesn't make sense. He says instead of talk of evidence, it's actually these moral things. Now, I'm thinking about this. I think this only makes sense if like Braxton, you think that without God, moral realism can't be true, right? Because he seems to be thinking that you can't have a reason for rejecting something on the basis that it's inconsistent with moral facts, which is precisely what I would say. There are morally heinous things that the Bible claims that God commanded. God won't ever command a morally heinous thing. Therefore, at least those parts of the Bible can't.
Well, he wants to classify that as like emotional doubts, right? Rather than like it being a rational decision based off of, thinking about moral principles. And
that's a perfectly cogent and sensible thing to do if you believe in moral realism. So the funny thing here is that it seems like Braxton's actually showing evidence that at least some atheists who are doing this could well be moral realists, because they're making inferences on the basis of their moral judgments, which seem entirely sensible. And Braxton is the one saying that somehow this is not a valid form of inference, but he's supposed to be a moral realist himself. So why would he not think this is a perfectly valid form of inference?
And if his version of moral realism is true, regardless of whether or not I believe in moral realism, those moral facts I would be accessing and thinking about and making judgments about. So it doesn't. If he's correct, it doesn't matter what I believe about moral realism. I just would be reasoning about those objective moral truths.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a strong claim about this because I don't think this gets enough pushback. Christians who believe that certain passages in the Old Testament were commanded by God, like genocides and sex slaves and other things like that, the fact that those things are morally heinous is an overwhelmingly sufficient reason. This is my claim. This is an overwhelmingly sufficient reason to reject the proposition that God actually commanded those things. So that might be a way to saying that is a sufficient reason to reject biblical inerrancy if you think that they need to be interpreted that way. Maybe you can interpret them in a different way so that you don't have to reject biblical inerrancy. But if you think that that's not available, then you should just reject biblical inerrancy, because it's absolutely absurd to think that God could have moral reasons to justify these. It's not impossible. I just think that again, I face two possibilities. God has unknown reasons that would justify him commanding awful things, or he didn't actually command those things. I just say that we always have stronger reason for picking that. Just as Craig says that we always have better reasons for rejecting any argument that implies moral nihilism than for accepting the premises of that argument. I'm just going to make the same argument here. I think that we always have better reasons, or at least I suspect that we always have better reasons for rejecting the idea that God would command these atrocities than for accepting that and then coming up with whatever other explanation we could. So that's my challenge to people who try to defend these passages. What argument can you construct that is more plausible than just saying God actually didn't command these things?
Right. Yeah. Is that one worth staying on for much longer? Maybe.
No, I think I've made my point there. Those things are good reasons not to believe in the forms of Christianity that endorse these. I'm not saying that they entail that you should cease to be a Christian altogether, because you don't have to believe any of those things to be a Christian, right? But I think that many of those things are sufficient to not believe those things because they're awful. Like if you think that you have to believe in eternal conscious torment.
It's sort of the leading question thing again, right? It's the leading question thing again, because the question itself is, to what extent did social and moral issues play a role in your deconversion process? And it's like, to some extent, right? Which is but we're saying, and that's a valid reason, and people make rational inferences based upon social and moral issues. And whereas he wants to frame the question in the way that if it's based upon those things, then it's linked back to the previous question, which anchors us in wanting to sin, and it's linked to
for me, the direct answer is, as I said before, really very little, but I think that they should have, and that would have been a very good reason.
Yeah, and I agree. Actually, for me, I think it was more after after I was questioning God, it enabled me to reason about morality in a better way, where I could go, well, if it's not just about what God says in the Bible, like how can I actually reason about morality? And is there any reason, for me to think prostitution is bad, or to think that people shouldn't be in gay marriages or something like that? And I couldn't find those reasons outside of theological motivations, which were no longer good enough. And
it just really gets me that so many Christians are hanging on to biblical inerrancy and then trying to defend God doing all these horrific things and commanding Israelites to take sex slaves, and just let inerrantism go. There's no good reason to hold it. You don't have to be a Christian to hold inerrantism. Instead of coming up with making your God just a horrific monster, just let it go. It's fine. You don't have to be an inerrantist.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't understand why they cling to this. Anyway, that's my encouragement. It's fine. It will be okay. You don't have to be an inerrantist. Lots of good Christians aren't inerrantists.
Can you name the last 3 academic books you read by theists on the subject? How long ago did you read them? Or is most of your understanding of apologetics and atheism from non-scholarly internet sources, pop-level books, and, let's face it, YouTube videos? And be honest with yourself about this. Anyone can Google up a list of books and paste them in the comments section. But I want to know, are you getting the best from the other side?
Are you going to be honest with yourself, James, or are you going to lie again on this question?
Well, I have read a very large fraction of William Lane Craig's apologetics work. I haven't read a lot of his theology work, but a lot of his apologetics work. A lot of it's very repetitious, by the way. Do not try to read all these books. He self-plagiarized so much. Anyway, that's a question for another time. But those are the main books that I've read. I actually don't think reading books is necessarily the best use of time. I read a lot of articles. I read things on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. I look up articles by theists and atheistic philosophers or scientists and so on. I read those. Like, for example, in the Kalam video, I read through a couple of papers, maybe not like I didn't read every word of it, but I looked through them in really relevant parts that Craig cited. I read those, we highlighted them, I talked through them, right? That's an example of the sort of thing that I do. I think that's often more efficient than reading through a whole book where you often only it's a few sections that will be relevant to what you're interested in or your right level. But yeah, mostly the books that I've read are Craig's books. I've also looked a fair bit through, let's see. So Mike Lacona's book, I haven't read the whole thing, but I've read fair bits of that preparing for Craig. Who else? The Resurrection of the Son of God. Again, it's a massive book. I certainly didn't read the whole thing, but I read a few chapters of that, preparing for Craig's book again. So there's a bunch of other things that I have read. But also, I want to push back against this assumption that books are the best source of information. I mean, I just don't see the reason for thinking that. I think there's a lot of good stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of good stuff on the internet. A lot of crap as well, but there's a lot of crap books. So like, I think that you can get some really good stuff off YouTube as well.
I think that this is another, if we're talking about like biases and worldviews and so forth, it's like, well, if the, books equals intelligence equals correctness, and it's like, well, the information contained in a book is just the same sort of information that might be contained in a podcast, in a video like this, in a debate, in a TV series, and you just thinking on your own. Like, there's no, it's not like better information because it's in a book, because you can sit and go, look at all these behind me or something, it's such a silly I think it's something that apologists do in general, just to be like, these atheists just don't read books, they're not intellectuals, they're not
it's also elitist because books are expensive and not everyone has the money to buy all these books, right? Especially often from like niche apologetics or theological publishers, and that it costs quite a lot. Maybe there's no softcover version, whereas everyone can have access to the internet pretty much.
Well, I was thinking like from my point of view, the last if you look at over the past year, so I guess this guy is a Catholic philosopher, the Unity of Philosophical Experience. Sea of Faith, I guess he was kind of deconverting when he wrote that. God and the Nature of Evil, that is a theistic apologetics book for me. Conversations with My Inner Atheist, that's theistic apologetics. God and Moral Obligation, that's theistic apologetics. So those are all earlier this year. The Existence of God, John Hick, theistic again. What else have we got? Table Talk by Martin Luther. It's not explicitly apologetics, but again, that's what January of this year. How Reason Can Lead to God by Josh Rasmussen. May. Philosophy of Mind, a Beginner's Guide is by Ed Fazer, and he is actually staunchly arguing for hylomorphism and Catholicism in that book. Far From Rome, Near to God. That's April this year, actually. And again, that's still Christianity. That All Shall Be Saved, still Christian kind of apologetics for universalism, though. And then earlier we go, Foundation of Augustinian Calvinism is for Christianity, but against Calvinism. But then it's like, as we come back into like the stuff I was reading last year, it's like all Christianity, like Cur Deus Homo, the Genesis 1, the origins, Anselm of Canterbury, how the Bible actually works, knowledge and Christian belief, The Reason for God, Real Lives is All Christian Conversion Stories, On the Incarnation, Know the Truth, A Handbook of Christian Belief, Christian Ethics, Proslogian by Anselm, Marx and Satan, a particularly interesting book. Is God a moral monster?
That does sound interesting.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, like this idea that like I've just not thought about the questions as deeply, or not, you know, like if I just read a bit more, like I've read all those apologetics books that he wants to like throw. The only one I've not probably read is what's it called? I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist or whatever. And it's like, but
yeah, I don't think I have enough patience to read that book.
But it's like you know, like I also believe that there are Christians who have read all the books, right? And that they're not just like dishonest actors who are idiots who aren't aware of the. I just think it's like different. I think they employ the reason they come to those different conclusions, or either that they're aware of different facts to me, and that plays a role in their reasoning, or there's different biases at play, and so we evaluate the evidence differently. That's basically it. Like, I don't think it's that they're idiots who.
You know, I don't think people are idiots or generally are malicious actors. But what I do think is that it's not good to educate yourself by primarily reading apologist books, theological books, and atheist counters. You need to read a lot of science, a lot of general philosophy, history as well. As an example, I haven't read this whole thing, but I've read decent amounts of it. This book, which is an introduction to meta-ethics. If Christian apologists and popularizers could read this book and internalize it, then they could at least make some cogent arguments as to why God is necessary for ethics, instead of just saying, oh, atheists can't do it, like they just have to be nihilist, as if this book doesn't exist, which talks, it's just all about this. This book doesn't mention God at all, and it's all about different approaches to ground meta-ethics and pros and cons and subtle issues here and there. And I've profited much from reading this, far more than I would have from reading most of the apologetic stuff on this. And there's all sorts of good books on this. In fact, Braxton mentions another one, his Free Will Debate, which I think is the Oxford Companion to Free Will, I think was the one he mentioned.
Yes.
Which I've looked into as well and want to dig more into, because it seems like a really good resource. And honestly, I'm very because he claims to have read the whole thing, but
he doesn't even understand compatibilism at all.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. But anyway, so the point is, read more of these resources. Read less apologetics, less theology. I'm not saying don't read it at all, but read more general philosophy and try to understand different views, and read more general science, and that will help you a lot more. Like, that's really how I was able to develop, I think, cogent responses to Craig, not by reading a lot of apologists or even atheists for that matter. That helps.
This applies to Christianity as well, right? Like, if you're a Christian and you want to put together like a good case for Christianity, like, you know, like read the church fathers, be aware of the history, read what's going on with the medievals and scholasticism, read what's going on like around the Reformation, be aware of like the discussion around like what Platonism is, what's Aristotelianism, what do modern meta-ethicists have to say, and figure out how to integrate all that, if it leads to a Christian conclusion truly, how to integrate that together. Like, don't just read like these, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, like soundbite little crappy books that make like even the best of those apologetics books, like the Tim Keller ones, they don't make like good philosophical arguments or fill in the background. It's just kind of like broad sweeping generalization points that are really not well researched or well made. And
by the way, listening to the Bad Apologetics series, that counts as like multiple degrees. So like you're just getting the best, only the best, right? No, but I do think that actually we do. I mean, that's the sort of the point, because it's long form. I think we do try to be quite substantive and refer to different authors and so on. So again, we hope to provide you value for your time is the point.
But this is the thing, like just broadly in general, like what I'm trying to do on the channel, like I'm trying to make it clear when I'm talking about something I'm not an expert in, I'm not an expert in it. I'm trying to bring relevant experts on to talk about those domains. So like if you're interested in meta-ethics, right, like I've got a conversation. Firstly, I've spoken to the Christian theist philosophers as well. I've got interviews with them. But I've also got interviews with Russ Schaefer-Landau, who's a moral realist. I've got interviews with Professor Michael Humer, professor to put the got a PhD in this, and I've got interviews with Don Loeb, who's an anti-realist, right? I'm trying to give background on all of these positions. I'm interested myself in pursuing further education and trying to better articulate like historical views and things that I don't actually hold, but to steelman them and present them as best I can. I even thought about like a series that I'm thinking of doing is like, if I go back over myself in like conversations with like Ask Cliff or whatever, how I would have responded to this as a Christian. And how I would have put together the case.
Oh man, that conversation with Ask Cliff was something else. I did a video response on that.
I saw that. It was really good. Yeah.
I don't know how Nathan avoided exploding. I mean, I think I'm generally fairly patient in discussions, but Nathan is just like a saint. It's just
well, I think anyway. I think it's more just avoiding conflict. But the point is though, like I just don't see the same from Christians. Like I don't see them just trying to act, like they'll say, well, I've read the Oxford Handbook of Philosophy when it comes to giving confidence that like I'm well read and authoritative. But like, are you going to read what those chapters were on compatibilism, what the arguments were that were put forward? Or are you just going to like cherry pick, like the sound bites of the titles of arguments that are for the position you agree with, while completely not understanding the arguments themselves or why we should believe them to be true?
It's so hard for me to, it's so hard for me to believe that he truly read and internalized that material and then still say, oh, you just can't have free will. Like, it's just like compatibilism just isn't a thing and no one's argued for it. And it's not even...
compatibilists just think that free will is like this sui generis thing that just like, you clearly really understand that. Like, but we'll come on to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We've got one more question left.
Yeah, one more question on this video. So let's do it.
Let's finish with a pretty common one. If you found out today, to your satisfaction, that Christianity were true, would you accept God's authority, repent of your sins, and trust Jesus as your king?
So this is an interesting one because the premise, so the antecedent is if you came to believe that Christianity was true.
Would you believe Christianity was true?
Yeah, it feels like it's almost asking that. So, but I don't want to straw man in trying to steel man, it's a little hard for me to think. For example, I could imagine coming to believe in a God whom I would refuse to worship. Because it basically would be, like if the God of the Old Testament, as it is apparently presented, was real, then I don't think I would worship that God, or at least I don't think one should. Maybe you can come up with somehow reconciling that, but it would be very hard, I think. However, that's not exactly what the antecedent said. It just said if you believe Christianity was true. Now, for example, if I did believe that, I wouldn't believe that God commanded those things in the Old Testament because I would see no reason to accept biblical inerrancy, right? So I've kind of already decided that is. It's so hard for me to see how I could be convinced otherwise of that. So that wouldn't be part of it for me, right? So I think basically to accept his antecedent, I think the answer is yes. But I say I think because, for example, if the Calvinist God was real, then I'm really not sure that I would worship that God, right? But
you couldn't choose.
Well, yeah, that's another question. But I think the point is, if I accept the antecedent and sort of think that. If I sort of apply this to like the nearest set of counterfactual worlds where I'd be like most likely to accept Christianity, in those worlds, the version of Christianity that I would believe in would be such that I think I would, accept Jesus. But there are versions of Christianity that people do hold to today where I don't think I would, because I think that would be morally heinous, essentially. So that may seem like a more complicated answer than it needs to be, but it's basically, it just depends on what I would believe about the nature of God. Yeah. And I can imagine there could be gods that wouldn't be worthy of worship. But I could also imagine being convinced of a version of God that was, and therefore, in that case, I would.
Yeah, I agree. Like because Christianity encompasses such broad, so there's certain conditions I put on that. So, like for example, if I came to believe that the God of eternal conscious torment is real, then that would probably just motivate me to do whatever the hell it wants anyway. If I came to believe that for example, like this God isn't eternal conscious torment, they're a God of like annihilationism or something, and they exist, but they're morally abhorrent, then I probably wouldn't believe and I'd be annihilated. If I came to believe that like there's this God, like this life is like the porch, right, to a big house where all the reasons are revealed and we realize why there's all the evils in the world, and it's actually universalism, and this life is like somehow building souls and pruning character flaws out, and I came to believe in that God, I'd be like, yeah, I'm on board with that. That actually sounds good. Like there's no real gratuitous evil because it was all instrumental to this real good that could only have been achieved through doing it that way or something. Then so many ifs and buts and caveats to like that question, but it's like by and large, like, yeah, if I thought it was true, I try and like, I'm not it's assuming that I'm like repressing true beliefs that I think are there, and just like for some,
because you want to sin. I think that's pretty clear. But yeah, so I would also say, I think if I was to become a Christian, it's very likely I'll be a universalist. I think that makes a whole lot more sense. I'm not a theologian, so I don't claim to. I mean, the thing is, a lot of this seems to rest on interpreting obscure passages from the Bible. But if I wasn't an inerrantist, I wouldn't necessarily, like, it's not like you wouldn't care about what the Bible said. It's obviously going to share some truths, but it's a lot less clear that you just have to accept every passage and try to reconcile them all. So I just think the idea that, like, the purpose of Jesus is to reconcile everyone to God and to atone for sin. And I guess the most straightforward way of understanding that is God succeeded. Like, his goal was to bring everyone to him, and God succeeded. Everyone's coming to him. Maybe it takes some longer. Maybe there's a circuitous path that we don't really know about, but eventually everyone's going to get there. That makes way more sense to me than what a lot of Christians say about this, especially Calvinism, which makes the least sense of anything. But anyway, so I mean, I don't think that those brief comments will convince anyone, of course. I'm not a theologian or anything, but it's just that makes more sense to me. And so I think I would accept that if I became a Christian.
Yeah. So the next video then is actually so people made responses to this video, and Braxton made a response to them. And so I guess we're going to look at that. We're going to look at some of the things.
I'm thinking that maybe we should just look at the first one of these, got the Godless Engineer, because I think there's some interesting stuff there. I think it's a bit repetitious after that. I went through a few of these. We could also look at yours if you would like to.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think
if you don't want to, we could also not.
No, I'm happy to do it, but I don't know if that seems like disingenuous in a way, because it's like it's me, so I'm like trying to defend myself when I don't think I did give good reasons, because like I say, it was off the cuff. But one thing I definitely would like to do is contrast how Braxton wants to be charitably interpreted when he's live streaming as compared to how he charitably interprets others who are live streaming. You know, that's certainly something I want to draw out. But that's just poisoning the well because I'm evil. Right.
Yeah, but let's start at 16.
Okay.
I think the rest of it's we've already kind of gone through at this point. So let's just jump to 16. We know what he's trying to do here. He's trying to say what facts are there that are best accounted for by my worldview compared to your worldview.
And,
previously he's just introducing that.
It's not really an explanation of anything. It doesn't tell me like how rain works or how lightning works or even how the universe began to exist. It doesn't tell me exactly how that happened or how that works.
Okay, now what we need to understand here is he's asking a different question. We're asking which, so we've got a fact here, and he hasn't listed one, but if we take a fact, well, rain, for example, rain, that's a fact about the world. Can atheism account for that fact? Atheism can account for that fact by pointing to our scientific understanding of nature and how rain happens in clouds and all that sort of thing. Can Christianity account for that? Sure. They can account for it by pointing to our scientific understanding of the world and rain and clouds and how all that works. It's not a point for you. It's not a point for me. It's just a point. Christianity can account for rain.
This is where he wants to have it both ways. And as we noted when he asked this question, he asked two questions. He asked, what can atheism account for that Christianity cannot? And he also asked, what does Christianity explain less well than like atheism or naturalism? And the point is that in the case of rain, it seems to me like naturalism accounts for, is a better explanation of it, but Christianity can also, so like in this case, though, what he's saying is like, well, I can also explain it. So you've not really answered the question. You've not understood.
I would rephrase it slightly, and maybe Braxton doesn't like this rephrasing, but because God is an entity that's posited to exist, and you can't really prove a negative in it, like you were just saying this before, you can't really disprove God, but you could, in principle, verify God. So let's ask the question, do we need God to account for, and then let's posit different things. Do we need God to account for rain? Well, no. In the past, people perhaps thought you did need gods to account, like Thor, God of Thunder, and so on. But we now know that you don't need that, right? Yeah. It's not to say that God doesn't exist. Maybe God commands each individual raindrop. I mean, for all we know, he could do that as long as it was consistent with the regularities that we know.
And maybe the machine elves do of Terence McKenna, right?
But the thing is, we don't need that to account for rain. And then so likewise, this, that, and the other thing. So Christians are happy to say that, yeah, we can account for these things as well. But the thing is, you don't need God to account for them. So that's not exactly evidence against their view, but it's reducing the number of things that God could possibly account for. And my view is that when you remove all the things that you don't need God to account for, there's nothing left. And so that's I think how you can sort of understand this.
But what he's doing in general is he's saying Christianity doesn't account for these things well because you're not explaining it how it works to me. That's not the point. The point is there something, is there a fact that your worldview accounts for that my worldview doesn't account for, as well as your atheism? That's the.
So again, of the two questions, no, Christianity explains everything. It's just that it gives bad explanations. Like,
important feature. For example, my car working. Okay, my car, that I turn the engine on my car and it works. We could have one hypothesis. We could have one explanatory hypothesis that there is a car factory that makes cars, and that explains it. We could have another, and this car, let's say,
or that there's working force that must be in the car in order for it to work, right? Because otherwise, how can the car work? It can't just be like, like I just can't imagine how you could have like atoms doing that and then it becomes working. Like atoms don't have the property of workingness. Like,
yeah, I think there must be an inbuilt impetus to forward motion in cars that is the property that allows it to become into motion.
It looks like a particular style of car, let's say a Mustang. Okay. Now, another person could come up with a hypothesis that says, well, actually, it's not really a Mustang, but I have a friend who took metal and hammered it out into roughly the shape of a Mustang and created that car and built that car. Okay. Now, which one of those hypotheses is more likely? Both of those account for it. Which one of it accounts for it better? Which one seems to match reality? Well, the idea that this car.
Does he even know which of these questions he's asking? Because he's criticizing. He's criticizing Godless Engineer here for not answering the question in the style of like a fact that isn't explained on Christianity whatsoever. But then he's also saying that what we should be doing is talking about the explanatory virtues of an explanation and comparing them. But that seems to be like what Godless Engineer tried to do. And then he said that was the wrong thing to do. Like, is he even aware that like he's not even like in the game because it's incoherent what he's asking? Like,
yeah, well, and to be fair, I don't think all of the atheist responders in this video give that good responses, although I think there's some good ones here and there. But it does often seem like Braxton, what he will say is, whenever someone says something, he's like, no, that's not what I'm asking. And then he'll just repeat his question. And what he doesn't do a lot of is explain why Christianity accounts for things better. Remember in the original video, he just asserted a whole bunch of things that it accounts for, but he doesn't explain why. And in this video, I don't know if we'll cover it directly, but at some points he asks, like people say, oh, atheism accounts for this. And Braxton pushes like, well, but you didn't explain how it does. Whereas he doesn't either. So anyway, let's keep going.
Car that really looks like a Mustang in every way came from, a factory that makes Mustangs, right? That accounts for that better. Yeah, but it doesn't explain how Mustangs work, right? That's kind of a separate question. It's tangentially related and it could be related. It could be important, but it's not necessarily. I don't know. I don't have any idea. Well, I have some idea. I know how combustion works. I know those kind of things, but I don't really know how my car works. I'm not a mechanic. I don't understand how everything about cars, but I can still use my car, right? So the idea that, well, you're not explaining how God did all of the particular things that you're saying he did. Okay, that's not really what we're talking about. We're looking for a fact about the way the world is that my worldview doesn't account for as well as your worldview does. And by the way, going forward, this is going to come up, that everyone's worldview can account for these things. The question is, which one accounts for these things better? So, for example, the biggest three questions, the most important three questions, I think, are where did we come from? What's the purpose of life, if there is one? And what happens when we die? Those questions approximate for you basically what a person's worldview generally is. You'll know whether they're a Muslim or a Christian or an atheist or whatever. It approximates it. How do we get here? What's the meaning of life if there is one? And what happens when we die? I have no doubt atheists can answer that question. Muslims can answer. Hindus can answer. Buddhists can answer. This question is not about what can Christians answer that you can.
Right, so this question is not about the thing I just criticized Godless Engineer a minute ago for not doing and how I phrased the question in the first portion of the questioning. Like,
also, we sort of mentioned this before, but he says the three important things, ingredients of a worldview are, what is it? Where we come from, what our purpose is, and what happens after we die. Yeah. I mean, it says who says those are the most important ingredients? A lot of worldviews don't have much to say about where we came from, particularly Hinduism, I think, because Hinduism typically believes the universe is infinitely old, or at least unbelievably old into the fathoms of time. There is a creator, Brahma, so I'm not entirely sure how that works. But at least to my understanding, this is not as important for like Buddhism or Hinduism as it is for Christianity, the sort of origin story. And this isn't really emphasized in, like, for example, Buddhism, the Four Noble Truths. There's nothing there about like where we came from. It just doesn't seem to me as important. And likewise, other worldviews, like I mentioned Marxism, origin is really not important for that worldview. I would say it's not especially important for my worldview either, although, there's some things to say about it, but it just doesn't loom that large. That's something that happened far back in the past that's not directly relevant to where we are now.
Yeah, the most
anyway,
important
I think it's just
feature of a worldview is to not eat legumes. It's this question of whether or not one should eat legumes, and if you do eat legumes, that's a really terrible sin, as Pythagoras believed.
Yeah, so maybe I would say the three important questions for a worldview are just off the cuff, like what sort of things exist in reality, how can you know about reality, and how should you act in reality? Maybe I'll say something like that. And that's very different to what he said. Now, which is correct? Well, it depends on your worldview, right? But the thing is, to say that this is what a worldview has to do, as if that's a statement that's sort of true without reference to any worldview. It's just like objectively somehow established outside a worldview that's what a worldview has to do. It's kind of silly.
Yeah.
Can't answer, that your worldview can't answer. It's which answer makes the best sense of the way the world is. Which worldview accounts for that, answers that the best in that way. That's important. Let's go.
It's just a catch-all explanation that doesn't really explain anything.
And for those of you that would point out atheism isn't a worldview, I'm talking about your worldview that includes atheism. I can't think of any. Christianity accounts for evil, suffering, the existence of other religions, including supernatural events in those other religions, science, and differences among different denominations of Christianity.
Yeah, and your explanation ultimately would boil down to God did it. No matter which way you go with your explanation there, Braxton, you don't really have an explanation for anything using God.
But I can think of why. Why is that? Why? I realize what he's saying. It's kind of like I used to say about Star Wars. If anyone ever found a plot hole, I'd say, well, I realize that seems bizarre, but it's the Force. The Force is the answer to that question. So, you could say he's saying that you could say about any particular mystery or any particular difficulty or any particular quandary, well, God's the answer. But that's not how we function at all. As we're going to see moving forward, I did say that Christianity accounts for suffering and evil, pain, those kind of things. But
I guess you could phrase the question right in terms of, well, what future predictions does the God hypothesis make that the naturalism hypothesis doesn't? Are there any?
Yeah, and I think
that's the only way you could distinguish, and just in terms of how Braxton's kind of framing it here, like that's possibly maybe the only way he could distinguish between the two.
Yeah, and I think that what Godless Engineer is sort of getting at is that in order for God to account for anything, you need to invoke a new property or aspect of God. This is sort of what I said before. So if it's morality, you need to invoke moral properties. If it's design, you need to invoke design-like properties. If it's Jesus, you need to invoke some concern for Jesus, and so on and so forth. And that's why it's not really, I think, an explanation. It's just basically pushing back the ignorance by adding a new property to God that we don't have an explanation for why it is that way. And so I think that this is a good objection to the problem. I think it maybe could be articulated a little more clearly, but I think it is a problem as to how to say that this is a good explanation when you just tack more properties onto God. By the way, Alan mentioned a good example in the chat that Judaism does very well, at least like historically, it's survived for a long time, without saying much of anything, certainly traditionally, about what happens after you die. I think that's actually a really good example, obviously, because Christianity comes from Judaism. Yeah, just to reinforce the point that those three are like very Christian-centric about what to focus on.
But one could press back and say, no, your worldview doesn't account for that as well as a naturalistic one, and then we would have a conversation. There are features to the Christian God. There are features to the God of theism as it's typically presented by Abrahamic apologists, at least. There are features to this God, and that means that you could presumably, in principle, show things that don't make sense. In fact, we're going to see other people here in this list that do. And when you don't present things that you think sit poorly with the Christian God's existence, and you're not giving me anything else, then that seems like a tacit concession. Yeah, I don't know of anything that Christianity doesn't account for. But you can't just say Christianity accounts for everything because it's like a stopgap, as one person's going to say, or it's magic or something. No, you can in principle show these things. You're just not. That's very telling, isn't it? Many things that the most common worldviews that include atheism don't answer as well as I think Christianity does, like universal supernatural claims, universal religious experiences.
So the existence of the supernatural is kind of a complicated topic, but it can really be boiled down into the fact that there's no evidence that suggests that a supernatural exists. Like, for instance, if you claimed that a statue,
maybe it's worth talking about like necessary and sufficient conditions for like a certain thing. So like there's no like supernatural phenomena that or no supernatural claim that I'm aware of where there isn't a natural sufficient condition that could bring it about or something like that. So if it were the case that there was some supernatural claim that couldn't be explained in terms of natural phenomena, then that would lead to me having to say that there was a supernatural cause involved in the claim. And as I said before, especially as I don't have like this empirical basis for saying that there are such things in the first place, of course, I'm going to be like naturally sort of inclined against any claim of that sort. But if I started experiencing those sorts of things all the time, or even if I just experienced one, it would probably, and I think that this is what happens with a lot of people who become Christians and things. They think that there's this event in their life that is explained by the supernatural, and then that opens up the door to like maybe that happened in the past or whatever. I don't know if you have something you want to say on that. Or...
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to this idea that universal supernatural claims are better accounted for by Christianity that Braxton says. I don't think he's ever explained this in the videos that I've looked at. Maybe he does elsewhere, but it's just not at all clear to me how Christianity would predict that. It would seem perhaps Christianity would predict Christian experiences, but I don't know why you would predict that there would be universal experiences even in cultures that don't have Christianity. I mean, how does that follow? I'm not quite sure I see how that follows from Christianity. I think you need extra assumptions there. I mean, maybe say, well, demons did it, but that's an extra assumption. Like, demons don't automatically follow from Christianity. That's another thing that we need to add to our belief in things that exist. And plus, we need to assume that they interact a certain way, and like God allows them to do this, but not other things. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that you need there. Conversely, I think that we can explain universal supernatural beliefs very easily under naturalism, or within a naturalist framework was probably a better way to say that, because we know that people have very strong agency detection tendencies, and we see design where there isn't it. Pareidolia you've talked about before, but there's other forms of that as well. We see patterns. We infer agency and design very readily. Even with basic shapes moving around a screen, we'll tell a story about what the shape is trying to do.
Teleology, importantly.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So combining this with ignorance about how the natural world works, with our tendency to find coincidences as well, and our desire to make sense of things given our high intelligence, and the fact that we tend to conform to group norms, so that once the belief gets started, then people experience things within that context. And there's lots of good, and again, some of this I cite in my book here, a sort of anthropology of religion and related topics, and some psychology studies. There's lots of very interesting work on how this happens, and I think that these factors combined really can account for why there are universal supernatural claims. I don't think we have to invoke any supernatural world at all.
Well, that's the point, is that those explanations are sufficient to bring about the data point that we have supernatural claims, right? And that we experience, or that there are supernatural claims across cultures. Those data from psychology, those explanations from psychology and so forth are sufficient to explain all of that data that we have. So then what the Christian wants to say is that, okay, we have these explanations from psychology, we have the data, and there's additional real experiences.
They're adding extra stuff to it.
That isn't needed.
Now, to do that, you need to be justified in saying that I need to account for this extra stuff that the psychology and anthropology and whatever can't account for. But I just don't think that's been demonstrated, as far as I can tell. And again, for details, I argue this in my book with the specific case of the resurrection in mind. But obviously, you can apply this to other miracles. That, broadly speaking, obviously we can't account for every little detail, but broadly speaking, the knowledge that we have is able to account for these supernatural type claims. And so, what I'm sort of inviting is a response to this from theists who believe that we do need to posit more things in reality than just the things that we all agree that it exists. We all agree these we all agree these psychological and anthropological things like phenomena and forces exist, but the Christians want to add something on top of that. And I'm asking, but why add that? Well, I don't think we need that.
Started crying, and these were the holy tears of, the Virgin Mary, then that's a very specific claim that I can investigate and determine whether or not it's actually supernatural. Unluckily for the people in India that had this particular thing happen to them, it was not in fact supernatural, but toilet water. Some of the people were collecting those tears and drinking it because it supposedly had magical powers or something. You claim that this is something that a worldview primarily based on atheism can't explain, but yet nearly all supernatural claims of the past have been debunked or disproven to be supernatural in nature.
Okay, now hold on just a second. This is really interesting, because if you want to talk about like a tactic or something, he explains how one case of an alleged supernatural event that was debunked, and a really poor one, like, if something weird is coming out of a statue and you start drinking that, don't be surprised if it turns out that was something, toilet water. That you took one really, silly explanation of something being debunked, and then used that to catapult over literally the claims of every civilization and most individuals throughout the entirety of world history who have claimed supernatural events. Then John, you make the bombastic claim that, quote, nearly all.
I want to say on this point that Braxton is a little bit right, in the sense that just from this one claim being wrong, that it wouldn't entail that all the other claims are wrong. And so we need to reason out that meta principle, which is that in terms of what's needed to bring So maybe if there was some additional explanation given, so maybe he could even like make an argument from analogy or something like that. That you know they're similar in the feature that there's supernatural claims. Here's a cause of a supernatural claim is a natural cause. And so like effects have like causes, and so all these, you know, like I'm not saying that that's a particularly strong or good argument, but maybe that's the style of inference he's going with. So there's some truth to what Braxton's saying, but then the way that Braxton just acts completely offended by this, like, oh, bombastic and ridiculous, like just can't, like there's no reason you couldn't just point out where you see the flaws in his reasoning and say what the alternative is, right? Rather than like attributing some kind of moral error to godless engineer and not coming to the same conclusions.
Well, obviously, godless engineer wants to sin, but we already knew that. Yeah, I think godless engineer could have made this point better. But also, it depends whether you want to straw man or steel man what he's saying. So the straw man would be godless engineer is saying that because this one case was not miraculous, therefore there are no true miracles.
Yeah.
And that's obviously a poor inference. How I interpret godless engineer is he is saying that this is an example of a miracle claim that was debunked, and he is saying that pretty much every other case has been similarly debunked, and by maybe by induction perhaps, or a similar method, we can infer that there's no reason to postulate that any of the supposed miracle claims are true. Now, I think he could have probably chosen a better example, because the water statues ones are particularly easy to disprove. But even so, I think that at least if you steelman that, you can at least get an idea of what he was trying to come across. And the thing is that it seems that Braxton would have to agree with this point, because Braxton, I think, is going to acknowledge that most supernatural claims have naturalistic explanations. Therefore, he's going to agree most of the way with the naturalists. He's just going to say, well, there are some that don't. But then I think he really needs to show that they don't, or that there are good reasons for thinking that they don't. Whereas again, I've tried to do my due diligence here in accounting for the one that Christians are most interested in, the resurrection, and how I think we can account for that naturalistically. And we've also done this in the podcast and other places as well that I've written about this and talked about it. But so, you know, that's sort of one side of it. The other side is, well, why should we think that we need more than the natural world to account for these things, especially when there are so many cases that we don't need it from?
All supernatural claims of the past have been debunked or disproven to be supernatural in nature. Wow. Atheists must have gotten darn close to actual omniscience to have accomplished such a feat. That's amazing.
You see, you wouldn't need to have actual omniscience to make that kind of inference. He could say, be aware of five supernatural claims, right? And that there are more than those, but he's not really aware of the specifics of them. He could be aware that each of those five has been debunked and has natural causes, and then make the inference from there that therefore other supernatural claims in a like fashion will be debunked. Now, that's an inductive argument. It's a weaker inference than some kind of deductive reasoning or whatever, but it still works. Like it's still okay for him to say he doesn't have to be completely omniscient in order to be able to reason in that manner, in my view.
Yeah, and it's just disappointing that Braxton didn't try to at least a little bit steelman what Gold's engineer was saying, so that he could give a more interesting response. I mean, I feel like that's what we've tried to do, even though we've criticized a lot the way Braxton has phrased things, and I think pointed out some bad faith there. We still also then try to respond robustly to like the best form of what he's actually asking, and so I think that's a good thing, a good practice to be, a good habit to be in as well, is trying to do that.
Just I mean, John is really good at it. John's really good at rhetoric. It's not that he never has substance. I'm not saying that, John, but he's really good at rhetoric. There are some guys out there who have no ability with rhetoric. They have substance. They have.
What? But okay, maybe John is really good at rhetoric, right? But addressing specifically what he said there, what was rhetorical about that? He just like made this sort of weak argument about I've come across this. There's nothing in. It's just not even relevant to. John is good at rhetoric in general, but this has nothing to do with what he just said. Like that, he didn't make a rhetorical point, or there was nothing about what he said that was like, you know, like really punchy, had gravitas, whatever. He just sort of said that there's these water statues and they have natural causes, and so you probably can think that there's other natural causes like it, but.
Have no rhetoric. It's hard to get a hearing that way. John had a big YouTube channel, And it's partly because he's interesting to listen to. That's for sure. Let's keep going with what he has to say.
This is where we cannot directly explain why something happens with natural causes. It doesn't mean that God is the ultimate answer for those particular instances.
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying, look, here's the thing. I'm saying that the vast majority of the history of every civilization and most, let's just say many of the individuals, the vast majority of the individuals in the history of the world have believed in some sort of supernatural and have some kind of experience of that, claim to have had some kind of experience of that. What makes best sense of that? These people thought they all encountered a God. What makes the best sense of the fact that they all thought they encountered the supernatural? The fact that they were all wrong? They might have been. I'm not saying they weren't, but that they were all wrong, or that they had some sort of supernatural experience. What fits better when we're talking about such a number of people and such a span of civilizations? And you trot out one.
Okay, so he's saying if most people believe it, then it must be true.
What accounts for the fact that most people throughout history have strongly believed and directly experienced that the world is flat?
Yeah.
Is it that the world is flat or that the world is not flat? That doesn't seem as good an explanation. This is just a very, I think, very sloppy use of this, because it's not like everyone's experienced the same thing. If that were the case, then this would be, I mean, it still wouldn't be that good, but it'd be a bit more persuasive if everyone had experienced the same thing, but they don't. Supernatural is just a grab bag to describe all sorts of different things that people experience, from experiences like worshiping their ancestors, to like nature spirits, to God appearing to them, angels, multiple gods, statues that bleed or whatever, like all sorts of things that fit into this category. So it's not really that impressive to say that like all cultures have supernatural experiences, because it's just like supernatural is almost like, it's just like things that are beyond this world that kind of across the nature of cultures. It's sort of like religion. It's not very impressive to say all cultures have religions, because religion is defined so broadly that it's sort of almost, it's not like literature by definition, but it's just such a broad definition that it's not that surprising that it's true. So the question is, do we need to appeal to anything beyond the natural world to account for these experiences? And I just don't feel like Braxton's given us any reason for thinking that we do. We've just pointed out some of the general principles we would appeal to. You can consult my book if you want more on that. Other people have written on this. Just look up anthropology of religion and psychology of religious belief, things like that. There's lots of good research on this. My question to Braxton, why do we need to postulate anything beyond these sorts of explanations?
I wonder how Braxton would account for like, the existence of like the genre of fiction and stories across different cultures. Like, because most people have thought that there are fictional stories, there must be some possible modal reality in which these take place, or that some different dimension we're accessing, or something like that. Or can he reduce those to natural causes? Can he, like, and I agree, like, it's not clear to me exactly how he's reasoning here. Is he just saying because he can't imagine any other explanation, it's true? Or is he saying that whatever most people throughout history have believed is true? Either way, I think that the inference is wrong. But yeah.
I think the word supernatural is really doing, it needs to be interrogated more, because he's saying like most people believe that supernatural entities existed. Therefore, the simplest explanation is that supernatural entities did exist. The problem with that's like saying most people throughout history have believed in a religion. Therefore, it's probable that religion is true, or that a religion is true. But that actually doesn't follow, because they've all believed in different ones.
Because the referent of religion in each case is a different actual
it's different.
object. Yeah.
And it's the same in the supernatural case, that people have believed in very different types of entities, most of which I don't think Braxton believes in. Now, he might be able to say, oh yes, but I can account for them by evil spirits or something else, but that's an extra ad hoc hypothesis that he's adding. And that's not something that most people have experienced. Most people throughout history don't experience that they're being deceived by evil demons, right? They experience, well, whatever they experience, right? The specifics of their culture and time and place. And so I think Braxton's trying to sneak in here something that he's not really entitled to. If we're to infer, like read off ontology from their experience, which I don't think we should do, then we should infer that all of the different spirits and beings that they experience are real, or at least most of them. I don't think that's a good inference, but that would be what we would do if we were being consistent. On the other hand, if we're not going to do that, then we would say that, well, none of these things exist, right? Because they're all just sort of mistaken. I don't quite see how you could get to a stage where like we think that some of these are true, but most of them aren't. But then those that aren't are sort of caused by a different supernatural being. Like, how do you get to that as the best explanation without further assumptions?
Which is even more complicated than just saying like, well, all of these are like the only, like the only thing that can bring these about is demons.
Sorry, Trevor's comment needs a. That's right. It's the only book you need. Sorry.
Or saying, and like, how could we tell the difference? If that's the case, that there's both, there's some of these cases where it's a natural cause that brings about the supernatural claim, and some of them it's a supernatural one. How does Brexton have some way we could differentiate between those two claims? Like how would he actually go about doing that? I don't know. Maybe we should just continue.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Oh yeah, I'll be nicer now that I've got some brilliant food that Fee just made.
One example of some people who saw toilet water come out of a statue and it was debunked. And that shows, I know you're not saying that shows that all the others, you're giving that as a test example that others are like that. But what matches better the fact that most of humanity for the history of the world has believed in and claimed to have experienced supernatural things and encountered God? That they were all just wrong and atheism's true, and naturalism, or that, no, they thought they had supernatural experiences because many of them did. They thought they encountered some God or gods because many of them did. Many of
the atheist explanation of why they were wrong is not because of why they had those supernatural beliefs is not because they were wrong.
Yeah, that obviously is not an explanation. That's a side effect of the explanation, really. Also, I don't accept the premise that most people throughout history have encountered God or gods. I think that the most common type of sort of, I don't know if ancestral is the right word, type of religion is more like nature worship and nature spirits. And I think that this is more similar to, like, traditional Chinese religion has a lot of remnants of this, well, Taoism as well, but that came later, and Hinduism as well. I think I think they started like this, and then more sophisticated philosophies were built on top of that. And then in some cases, other belief systems displaced these. Although even in Christianity, we have lots of remnants of paganism and nature worship that are still there, with like Easter, for example. So the point is that I don't accept that most people have experienced God. Most people have experienced some sort of spirits, broadly we might say, and conceived of in different ways. But you can't jump from that to God. And so if anything, maybe we should infer that nature spirits exist. That's probably the best case at running this argument, I think.
And again, it's like you can actually almost like trace the building up of thought throughout human history of this. It's almost like those initial beliefs are like attributing like teleology to things, and also anthropomorphizing like concepts of things that exist out there in the world. And you see this, like, perhaps the clearest is when you try and read like ancient attempts at doing science, you know, like around the times of like ancient Greek philosophers and things. And you see, you know, for example, like accounts in Aristotle's physics of, you know, gravity is, or like nature abhors a vacuum, is like, it's because nature desires not to have a vacuum is why things behave in certain ways, you know, objects desiring to fall towards the center of it, because it's this anthropomorphization of nature and this attribution of teleology. And I know there's like, you know, you can build a more sophisticated theism of like Aquinas does out of these sort of ideas, but it just is like completely accounted for under, you know, like the fact that the vast majority of these more primitive, I don't know if that's the right sort of, I don't mean to be, but the basic form of this belief seems to just be attributing like teleology to nature, or inferring that there are like minds in things or feelings, or that there's a reason behind things, whatever. Like that again, naturalism just accounts for that so well. Like again, so theism, you could say, well, there's the demons that cause Islam or whatever, maybe, like if you're a Christian. But how do you account for just the generic like attribution of like teleology to, or maybe you could just go, oh, it's just general revelation. You know, that's why they think that stones desire to fall towards the center of the earth. But that's a false belief. So you're saying God's general revelation is like God's a deceiver because his general revelation leads us to false.
Oh, well, the fall accounts for that because it like got corrupted.
Right. Yeah.
Which is, by the way, another thing we have to add. So like God doesn't imply the fall, so you've got to add that to your belief. Again, make a list of this. Maybe I'll do this sometime and go through and count the number of distinct like hypotheses or additional premises that have to be introduced every time Christians want to account for something new. Whereas you don't have to do this under naturalism. I mean, I don't think you do, not nearly as much. Yeah, we do need to posit some things in the natural world, but the thing is, Christians will normally agree with all of this. Sure, they'll take science as explanation for weather and for physics and for other things. And my claim is that once you've taken all of those, you can use those to account for everything at least as well as Christianity does, such that there's nothing left that you need to those extra postulates to account for. So that doesn't disprove that those are true, but you just have no reason for thinking that they're true is my claim. Yeah, let's keep going.
Them could have been wrong. Let's say half. Let's say all but one, right? The fact is that what makes better sense of this is that the supernatural is real. I'm not saying that proves it. And that's an important thing here. Atheists hear you saying, what makes better sense out of these facts? And that, but you didn't prove it. You didn't give me a slam dunk. You didn't show me Cartesian certainty about this. Yeah, we're just talking about.
Another buzzword.
I'm not the slightest bit worried about that, by the way. I'm not sure what atheists ask for contingent certainty. Maybe there's some, but I'm not the slightest bit worried. What I'm worried about is Braxton hasn't actually given any reason for thinking that positing the supernatural is a good explanation for this, because the supernatural is not a specific thing. It's just a hodgepodge of sort of entities. You can't just say, oh, like there's a supernatural. Like which supernatural and what is it doing? I have, again, I keep waving this around, but like I'm trying to gesture towards, there are lots of specifics there you can look into. We've talked about agency detection and other things like that. And these have been documented and studied. That's what we're talking about. We're referring to specifics there. We're not just saying, oh, like psychology accounts for it. Like this is the equivalent of us saying psychology accounts for it. That's that's a variant of what he's doing. Oh, the supernatural accounts for it. That's not an explanation. That's like a word. I want an actual explanation of how this is supposed to work under your worldview.
About facts, man. What fits the facts better? And what fits the facts of that many people, that many civilizations claiming to have had supernatural experiences or encounters with God? That they did. That makes more sense to me than naturalism. Doesn't prove it, but it's darn interesting. And if we're comparing worldviews on just that point, something like Christianity makes more sense. If someone wanted to say there were different cultures and different spiritual expressions, we would say, yeah, but we believe that people of every culture and every religion can have supernatural experiences. So
God is not the default answer.
Free will.
Free will's an illusion.
Morality.
Morality is just an opinion.
Okay, now hold up a second. In fairness, like I did with supernatural experiences, claimed supernatural experiences. Here, I mean, the intrinsic awareness, because I'm looking for things we agree about. And I realize that atheists by and large don't affirm actual free will. So what I'm looking for is things that we agree are
psychedelic background on this pause, by the way. I'm digging it.
I want to note what he said there, though, when he said atheists don't affirm actual free will. And this is just because we'll see this later, but he just does not understand compatibilism at all. It's that we just disagree on how the term is actually defined and what it means. And I think the definition he gives is completely incoherent because it doesn't make any sense. Which we'll kind of talk about. But.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Braxton gives him the sort of like the stereotypical internet atheist answers, like free will's an illusion and morality is subjective. And actually, I do congratulate Goldust Engineer for just being like open up front and concise about that, which is good. I disagree with both of those because I'm a moral realist and a compatibilist, so I believe in free will. But, I mean, that's fine. We can have different views. None of these is entailed by atheism. So let's then hear what Braxton has to say in response.
That most people at least feel as though they have free will. Most people at least sense that certain things are really wrong, objectively wrong, and not a matter of opinion. So what makes the best sense? Here we go again, right? What makes the best sense? We're comparing worldviews. What makes the best sense of the fact that you really strongly feel that when I did this, I could have just as easily done that instead. And I wasn't determined.
What makes the best sense of the reason that the phenomenal experience of me walking on a flat surface every day.
Yeah. So the reason I believe in free will is not because the way he said that, it's like, that's not why I believe it. At best, that gives me a little hint as a starting point, but it's not really evidence. I don't trust my intuitions about that. I think we discussed that earlier, right? So no, I don't think that's a good reason for believing any of these things. At best, it's a starting point to get you interested. Like, well, maybe, and then you go and think about it and look. I don't really understand why people trust their intuitions about these things so much. Like the flat earth is a really good example of this. Like there's an intuition that objects are solid when they're mostly empty space. And there's intuitions that, space and time are like objective and sort of flat, whereas actually they're like that they depend on your reference frame and they bend with gravity. That's totally outside our experience. There's so many examples of this. Evolution by natural selection is very counterintuitive. Even the way like economies work is very counterintuitive, like the law of comparative advantage, if anyone knows what that is. Don't need to get into it, but there's even counterintuitive things at that level, right? So the point is why we would believe our intuitions about all of these things is really beyond me. And I just don't think that's a good reason for thinking that free will is real. How can we as naturalists account for that intuition? I'm not sure that everyone does have such a strong intuition as that, but I'll acknowledge that there's some degree of intuitions that people have. Well, I don't have a perfect answer there, but it does seem to be related to the fact that we are embodied agents and we interact with the world. So I'm not quite sure why we would have we don't have insight into the causes of all of our behavior and decisions. So the fact that it seems like that we have this libertarian agency is maybe just a byproduct of the fact that we don't have insight into all the causes behind it. And so they seem to come from within us. That's not a full account, but it's not obvious there's a big mystery here to be explained.
Well, I'm on these points as well. I'm what's called like a phenomenal conservative. why does that not sit right in my brain? But what that means is, like, I'd say, well, we should and do rationally trust our intuitions at first until faced with some defeater for the belief that those intuitions provide us with. You know, like, there's a point in my life not too long ago when I had this really strong sort of geometric intuition that all triangles have interior angles that add up to 180 degrees, you know, and I just wasn't aware of hyperbolic geometry. There's a point in time when I believed the earth was flat, you know, there's a point in time when I believed in libertarian free will. These are all before, you know, like I'll say on that specific point, once I'm aware of, like, say, philosophical problems for the coherence of the position, like, you know, what kind of metaphysical substance might that thing be? How could it interact with the physical world? Causal closure principle. Is it random or determined? If it's random, in what sense can we say it's free? If it's determined by reasons or antecedent physical causes or whatever, in what sense can we say it's free? In the sense that the libertarian wants to say that it is, then it's very difficult to even say what it is that we're talking about. So yeah, okay, we might have these intuitions in the first place. We might be justified at first in trusting those intuitions, but once you have those defeaters for the intuitions and you're aware of them and they actually succeed, well, then you're no longer rational in believing just based on the intuitions when you have, like, more evidence and reason to doubt them.
Yeah, and I would also, I mean, I'd have to think more about phenomenological conservatism. I haven't heard that term before. I think in a pre-scientific world, it's probably rational to believe these things, but I think we have enough past evidence for the general unreliability of these sorts of intuitions that should provide general defeaters, maybe not decisive, but at least, I think, significantly update us away from strong confidence in those. But anyway, that doesn't matter too much. But I just think that what I disagree with is that Braxton places such high evidential weight on that sense. And again, I think you can account for that fairly without too much difficulty under naturalism. It's just that, well, if we don't see the causes of something and it seems to come from within us, as far as we can tell, then we just attribute that. We know we have good agency detection properties, so I think we apply that to ourselves as well. There's other aspects of that, I think, like in terms of phenomenal awareness, that probably should be included there as well. I don't pretend to have a full account for this, but I just find it hard to understand what the big mystery is supposed to be. Braxton seems to think that it's hard to understand why we would have these intuitions unless we really did have libertarian free will. But, like, why would it be that hard to imagine that we would have these intuitions even without libertarian free will? I just don't see that as a very good explanation. Remember, he's not saying that, he's not trying to account for free will per se. He's trying to account for the perception of free will, the intuition of it. But what's wrong with a naturalistic account for the perception of it? So, he hasn't explained what's the problem with that explanation, or I'll say
it's that it goes against our intuition. That is the reason that I think we'll come to later on.
By the way, if we did have libertarian free will, how does that account for the fact that we would have an intuition for it? It doesn't obviously follow. You could have it and then not realize that you had it. Just like, you can know something without knowing that you know it, as a vague example. Sometimes you can even be looking at something and not realize that you're looking at it. Like, there's all sorts of things that you can have but not sort of perceive it, so to speak. So I think we could easily have libertarian. Not with Cartesian certainty, no. But the point, that's an analogy for the idea that even if we did have libertarian free will, I don't see how that would automatically mean that we would have the intuition that we did have it, right? But he's supposed to account for the intuition. So how does having libertarian free will account for the intuition of having libertarian free will? I feel like he would just say basically the same thing as what I'm saying, that, like, well, we look into ourselves and don't see a cause of our decisions and that we apply agency. But that's just what the naturalist says. It's just as consistent with no libertarian free will. So he doesn't explain how his view accounts for it better. He just asserts that it does.
As we'll see later on, as good of an explanation as we get is stating perhaps the titles of arguments that may exist in a book, but not actually explaining them. Yeah.
Determined to do this instead of that. What makes the best sense out of that? Extreme intuition. What makes the best sense out of the fact that it really seems objectively wrong to most people to torture the little children just for the fun of hearing their screams is objectively wrong and not a matter of opinion? What makes the best sense out of that? Morality and free will.
And to drown them, Braxton, while they're screaming, gasping for air, and Jesus just omnisciently watches and, yeah.
And said that it was good, apparently. Well, I don't know if he said it exactly then, but anyway, yeah. So I don't want to get into the morality thing now, I think, to stay focused. But I mean, I'd make a similar argument. I don't know that our intuitions are especially reliable about this. And again, I don't think it's really that hard to come up with an explanation. For example, I said I didn't want to get into this too much, but I just want to present this little example here. A lot of people argue vehemently with you if you say that like their favorite TV show is not good. And they'll push back and they'll get really upset. A lot of people have really strong intuitions about this, but do we really think there are objective facts about the best TV show? I mean, maybe you do. Like some people do defend that. But the point is that all I'm trying to account for here is why people have an intuition about these things. Yeah. And I don't think you need to account for the actual objective fact of it to account for the intuition. And I'll flip it the other way. Suppose there are objective moral facts. Why do we have a strong intuition of them? It doesn't follow their existence that we would have necessarily knowledge of them. Maybe you could say, well, we've got a moral sense given to us by God, but that's an extra postulate that he has to make. Keep counting the list of the extra postulates that he has to make. The reason I believe in objective morality is not primarily because of a strong intuition for it. That's a starting point for me, but I think that the reason I believe in it is because, well, I work out what it is based on discourse and other things, and then look to see, and well, I think there are things that correspond to that. That's why it makes sense of the world and fits naturally within things, right? That's why I believe in it. It's not because I have a really strong intuition that it exists. I don't think that's actually a very good reason.
Yeah. I was going to say, sorry, on the TV show example as well. You know, people also, when they talk about TV shows, they recommend that they prescribe that you should also, you know, like, which is also consistent with other.
Right.
Not,
that's a very good point.
Will that way. Your atheism that says it's an illusion and a matter of opinion, or that free will does exist, that you feel like you have free will because you do have free will. You feel like it's really wrong to torture little babies for the fun of it because it's really wrong to torture little babies for the fun of it. See, if you compare worldviews,
so
which one of those?
I've got to emphasize that that's not an explanation. Let's think about what can explain. I'm just trying to make sure I get this right. Yeah. So what can explain our belief that the Earth is round? Mm-hmm. And he would say because the Earth is round. Like that's an analogy to what he's saying. But that doesn't explain our belief that the Earth is round, or our intuition say the Earth is. I mean, we don't have it, but let's just say because we believe it now, right? We believe that the Earth is round. Sensible people believe that. What can explain that? Braxton would say because the Earth is round, but that's not an explanation. An explanation of our belief that the Earth is round would account for psychological facts of our belief. So they would say, well, because we observed this particular evidence and we sent shuttles and others probes up into space, and we did these measurements, and we see masts of ships disappearing over the horizon, and we can calculate the circumference of the Earth and all of these other things. Those are the things that account for our belief that the Earth is round, not the fact of the Earth being round. A fact can't account for a belief in that fact in most cases, unless you somehow have direct perceptive access to the fact, which he hasn't established that we do, and I don't see the reason for thinking it. So he's just not thinking through this clearly. I think you can't explain a belief by saying the fact that belief refers to it exists. Like you have to show how it links to the mind of the person who believes that fact.
Yeah, and to say like it's a fact that is like a predicate of like the meta language, which we don't really have access to, of the language we're talking about. There's a whole kettle of fish he's kind of ignorant of here. There was one thing I thought, I'm just trying to remember what it was like. So does Braxton think that our intuitions are that powerful that there's no point at which our intuitions are like defeated by external evidence? So our intuition for like moral realism or free will is so powerful that all of the evidence to the contrary can't overcome it. But like, is that the case for all sorts of intuitions that we have? Like if I intuit like, I don't know, like maybe just go with the flat Earth example because it's quite a good one. Like if I intuit that, at what point, what amount of evidence does Braxton accept that intuition is wrong? And then once we've like set a kind of standard of evidence where it kind of defeats that belief, can we then apply that to like the libertarian free will thing? Like, so what evidence could count against this? Like what could you show that would show that actually it is determined by natural causes, that what people choose? Or I suppose there's a semantic kind of point on the weird way that he defines libertarian free will as libertarian free will anyway, which is more of a like linguistic or philosophical point or whatever. Like how are you gonna, because you can't really show him some evidence that that the way he defines it is incoherent or something. So yeah, but maybe we should just continue and see.
That's how this works. Definitely. It's basically inference to the best explanation. It's abductive. It's kind of like this. This is how that works. If I come home, and I've used this before, and I see a football in our yard, a Nerf football, let's say, and I've got two daughters who don't care about football. Now, let's say I have three possibilities, three hypotheses, three explanations. And on the one hand, one of those explanations is that my wife bought a football for my daughters. The second one is that the neighbor kids threw it into our yard when they were playing and just never came and picked it up. And the third one is that space aliens beamed it down from a ship there to confuse me. Okay? Are all of those possible? As far as I know, those are all possibilities. However, Which one is is likely to be the actual answer? Let's infer the best explanation here. Okay, well, the idea that space aliens beamed it down, I have no absolute reason to believe that space aliens exist. Certainly not in my part of the universe. That's never been made sure to me. Second, I have no idea why they care about football or confusing me individually out of all mankind. So let's put that out there. That's unlikely. It's possible, but it's unlikely. That my wife bought a football for our girls, that's much more likely, but still not as likely as the third explanation, because my daughters don't care about football. And this particular football, let's say, looks a little bit worn in. I should have myself bigger. Looks a little bit worn in. And if she just bought it today, then it wouldn't look worn in like that. So that doesn't seem right. And then third, the neighbor kids threw it over. That seems more likely. In fact, I think I've seen them play with a football like this one before. That is the best explanation. I can't be sure. It's not like a proof, but it makes sense, right? It checks all the boxes, right? That's what you're comparing explanations. That's what we're doing here.
I find this so funny because, okay, Braxton, now what if we had a creed from your neighbors that they saw the aliens, like...
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like the atheists say, well, I don't have any reason for believing a God exists, and also I don't have a reason for thinking that God would have any reason to raise this, preacher from the dead. So let's just throw that away. That's obviously
it's like he's saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence in more terms, perhaps.
We're saying which is the best explanation.
But it's a false analogy to the thing he's talking about, because in this case, it would be like. Okay, if those were all the facts we have, like I agree, he'd be right. If we only had our intuition, then maybe he'd be right that we can affirm like that kind of free will. However, the problem is that there's video evidence of the aliens landing. There's some slimy residue that's got some got some compounds on it that we've not discovered yet, but are on the periodic table or something. And there's some there's all there's a few things going on where. It's like, okay, maybe we should abandon our initial intuition that it's more likely that the neighbor's kids threw the ball over.
Again, he gives an example where he provides an explanation of the phenomenon of where the ball came from. That's the observed evidence, right? The problem is that he doesn't actually do that for pretty much all of the other things that he alleges that his worldview can account for. I've just argued that the fact that morality, let's say objective morality exists, right? The fact that it exists doesn't explain how we come to believe it. That would need to be an explanation there of how that works. You can't just say that it does. Likewise for free will. Likewise for the supernatural. So none of these things he actually explains or even sketches what the explanation is supposed to look like. We're just told that it exists, but we're never said what it is. I think that I honestly think, and I'm not trying to poison the well here, but I honestly think that he just doesn't think about this. It's just obvious to him that they follow from his worldview, and he hasn't maybe thought about like how actually do they, like what does the spelling out look like? That's my best guess as to why he's not even tried to do that.
With worldviews, we're comparing the worldview that contains atheism, that explanation, against the Christian explanation of various phenomenon, and seeing which one makes the best sense. So which one makes the best sense out of rain? Well, we can both explain the rain equally. If you want to go further back, there might be something interesting there back to the beginning of the universe, or that it seems to be designed.
Again, is he saying if he's saying we can both explain the rain equally, means that we can both account for the rain. That doesn't tell us which one of the explanations is more likely or better. If he's saying that we can both account for the rain means that both explanations are just as good, then he's saying atheism or naturalism is as good of an explanation as theism, in which case there's no need for him to do all these leading questions and the apologetics and stuff, because actually he should be agnostic. He should withhold judgment and say, well, actually that is as good an explanation. And so I'm going to withhold judgment on, well, maybe at least when it comes to the rain, he's not set about for everything. But, like there's all these little inconsistencies in the way he's talking about these things.
I think it's fairly clear that naturalism's explanation for the rain is better than theism's, because basically they're the same. We're just going to appeal to science. The difference is that naturalism doesn't need to posit God. So what I see is the same explanation in two cases, and the same kind of things working, but one explanation has God just sort of sitting there not contributing to the explanation, and then the other one, well, doesn't, right? Now, of course, I think the theist will say, okay, yeah, but God's not supposed to account for the rain. He accounts for other things, which is fair enough.
Laws, yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, my view is that God is like that for everything. He's just kind of sitting there not contributing to the explanation, or not at least adding anything substantive. And therefore, I just say, well, let's just rub that out. And actually, we don't lose anything. We don't need it for any of our explanations. And I think that that's kind of the point that Braxton... I don't want to say he doesn't understand that, but he doesn't show that understanding, I think, in these debates, that atheists think that God is superfluous for these explanations. So what we need are clear cases where appealing to God is necessary to gain explanatory power. And theists think they have some of those, but the question, of course, the devil is in the details, and you can't just assert that God accounts for this. What you need to do is explain it. An example of this is the origin of the universe. Sure, God could create the universe, but if there's no reason for him to, then I don't think it's a very good explanation. I think you need to give a reason why an all-powerful and self-sufficient God would create a universe when it just doesn't really seem like it's the sort of thing that would be in his calendar. I mean, he's quite fine the way he is, thank you very much. So that's just an example of, like, you need to spell out how the explanation works, why God is adding to this, and not just say God did it. And I think that's kind of what Godless Engineer was trying to get at by saying that you can just say God did it for everything, but it doesn't actually explain anything.
Yeah. Well, don't. Maybe we don't want to push this too far because we might drive him towards Thomism, and then we'd have to address that. Yeah.
Such that rain is possible, so that life can emerge. These kind of things. We could maybe do something with that. But which one of us explains rain better? That's not a point for you or a point for me. That's just a point. Which one explains the experience as though we have free will better? Obviously, it seems like free will and morality. Christianity makes the best, saying, look, you feel like you have this extreme impression that you have free will because you have free will. You have this extreme impression that it's objective, like really wrong to torture children because it's really wrong. Okay, that's what we're doing here. All right, let's keep going. Experiences.
Near-death experiences are just chemical reactions happening in your brain.
Okay, now hold up a second, because there's another guy on this list who says the same thing. Here's the problem with that. I think atheists, and this is the fault of apologists, and this is the fault of individual Christians, some of whom might be trying to make money, I don't know, but they seem to think that what we're interested in here is what is reported about the afterlife encounter. That's not what we're interested in. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the fact that it seems like naturalism doesn't survive.
Some of whom might be trying to make money. A second later, this banner appears: subscribe, like, bell icon. Ironic.
I've got the other day there was this whole thing on substance dualism on Twitter, where he was being particularly nasty to someone who had in their bio that they were a doctor of electronics or something like that, electronics engineering, and he was like, "Oh, where did you get your degree? I don't believe you're a doctor." And I was like, I held myself back from like putting screenshots of the accreditation information surrounding the particular seminary that he is the head at, I think, and that employs him and provides his salary, and that they use as the branding for the. But like, it's like if you want to go into those things, I can say, like, maybe what do I make, like £10 a month or something off of like my my YouTube channel. It doesn't employ me. I have a full-time job. But for these guys, I think you definitely like go into this whole like motivated reasoning. Like are those going to be factors? Like who you're married to, all these things like are definitely playing a role in like motivating. What's my thinking going to be on this particular issue? Like Josh Rasmussen said, am I pandering to my audience? Well, who else goes to Trinity? Professor Leighton Flowers. Who is Leighton Flowers again? The Calvinist. That's his whole channel, his book and everything is really popular about that. So I wonder why it would be that they're also concerned about affirming libertarian free will and not affirming, and not thinking about, not even understanding like the definitions of compatibilism and stuff, and not. Now this is, I guess people watching might go, no, that's wrong, Nathan. You're attributing like bad motives to these people. And fair enough. I could like, I might be wrong in saying that, but like the worst part of me does want to assume these things about what's going on in this kind of discourse.
Well, I think that it's just ironic that he was mentioning that, and then that banner appeared almost immediately afterwards, which is like, that doesn't mean his arguments are wrong. But I also do think that a lot of Christians attribute bad motives to atheists. Braxton's done it. But if you look at, for example, how many Christians or Christian apologists or like popularizers and apologists make money, especially their whole careers are based on doing this. Compare that to the number of atheists who their whole career is based on, or their income is based on doing this stuff. I think the number's got to be at least 10 times as many Christians, and it's probably much more than that, right? Even if you take off like pastors from that and just like the popularizers and apologists. So I mean, that doesn't prove that one side is wrong or the other. But if you're going to go down that road, then I think that one side's got the beam and one side's got the moat. If you see what I'm saying. Anyway.
As they exist even in the medical journals written up by atheists, or at least non-religious people. And what some interesting features of that are Some people experience what is called remote viewing. They know what's going on in other parts of the hospital or even away from the hospital while they're unconscious and things like that. They can talk about what was going on in the room when they had no brainwave and no heart rate activity. When these things are happening, you can't just say, well, it's just a drug-induced thing or it's your body releasing chemicals, those kind of things. It doesn't surprise me that with certain drugs like DMT or whatever else, that there is something that approximates some of the phenomenon that also goes along with alleged near-death experiences. But some of those things are evidential and aren't explained by those kind of things. So what makes the best sense of the fact that people seem to have this experience of surviving physical death and of a conscious awareness, even when their body has no heart rate and no brainwave activity, and they can even talk in some cases about what's happening elsewhere aside from that hospital room and be right? I don't think naturalism accounts for that really well. I think Christianity accounts for that.
Okay, do you think that, James?
I'll just comment. No, we'll have to do a whole, I think, video on near-death experiences because more and more Christians seem to be using this. When I first heard it, I think Gary Habermas might have been the first one. I'm like, come on, Christians really aren't appealing to this, are they? This is like new age nonsense that they talk about at these spirit festivals. But apparently Christians are digging that these days. So we'll have to do that. I can't do that justice here. All I'll say is that, and I'll assert this, we'll have to dig into this a lot more. None of these things have been demonstrated under controlled conditions. So there's a whole host of questions about like when they got the information, when the experiences occurred that are reported later. You don't get the reports immediately, you get it afterwards. And so you don't know actually when the experience occurred. There's a whole bunch of things that need to be controlled for to determine if what the apologists say happened and what the New Age apologists as well say happened actually happened that way. And my understanding of this, and so I'll assert that I think this is very likely to be the case, is that none of these cases can be documented under controlled conditions. This is basically, we're relying on hearsay and reports that are not controlled. So I don't think any of these cases are very strong. So I'm not particularly worried about these, but because people keep talking about them, we'll have to dig more into it another time. But I don't want to get into the weeds here.
I'm thinking, should I skip forward to free will and Libet experiments at 5048? Or are there any intermediate?
Hang on, I did want to do the emergence of the early church briefly.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's go through
which I think is
then.
just coming up.
That better.
Beauty is an opinion.
The beauty is an opinion. First of all, I know that John is married, but with that kind of talk, it's surprising. Tell your wife that beauty is just an opinion. Well, she's well versed in all this stuff too. She knows what you mean. Look, there's an argument from beauty. I'm not going to spend the rest of this video because I'm already getting behind in responding and answering that. But never.
Let me just try something. V. If I did not believe that you participate in the Platonic form of beauty, would you leave me?
Yeah.
If it was just my opinion that you're beautiful,
rejected.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fair enough.
This is like what a relationship rests on.
Doesn't that make it more special that it's like your subjective view, not like, I don't know, I'm not sold on that, but like I feel like you could make a case that it makes it more, not less special. Anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Nonetheless, there's a whole argument from beauty. I may do a video on that pretty soon because there's another guy that asks about that one. Rapid expansion of the early church.
Gullible people believe dumb shit easily.
The events surrounding the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth.
Well, considering that there's no contemporaneous accounts of what Jesus did during his life, the stories that were built up around him either are made up or are so loosely based on a historical person, we simply cannot know what he really did during his life.
And our shared longing for, okay, that is an extreme position that we can't know anything about or can't know with certainty. I mean, obviously we can't know with like Cartesian certainty, right? But that we can't have a high probability of likelihood about certain things in Jesus's life. I mean, tell that to the Jesus Seminar who actually went through the Gospels in the book of 5 Gospels and assigned a color scheme to try and determine which things Jesus almost certainly did and said versus things he almost certainly didn't say and everything in between. I mean, this is not where, I mean, you're overblowing it here. You're exaggerating your own case. That's not good. But with the rapid expansion of the early church, people do believe crazy things. That's true. People believe dumb things. But obviously, John, there's more to it than that. These people were willing to face serious persecution for affirming these things. And it was certainly outside of the realm of what they had been raised to believe. And so there's a lot that goes into that whole thing. By the way, if you're new to this channel, I have a playlist on Christianity, the truth of Christianity, or something like that, and it's got a whole bunch of stuff on the resurrection. I present a case for it in my debate with Matt Dillahunty, and so I encourage you to go check those things out because there's a lot there on that. But I don't think this is right on historical Jesus stuff, and I don't think it's right on the rapid expansion of the early church. What makes the best sense out of that? Purpose and meaning.
I mean, this is just human nature to wonder.
So yeah. Yeah, I think maybe he says a little bit more about the rapid expansion later, but I don't think we'll go through all of these. So I'll just kind of respond to that now. Again, this is an argument that I don't really know why apologists use because it's so bad. There are many religious movements and philosophies, for that matter, that expand rapidly. And it just seems extremely obvious that the best explanation to account for why certain things expand in certain contexts, although it's not always obvious up front, later we can look back and see, well, there were certain factors that made it fertile ground and that allowed that to occur. You know, we had the expansion of Islam, we had the expansion of Mormonism, early Buddhism. There's other ideologies like Marxism that spread very rapidly in certain areas. So I mean, one can multiply these sorts of examples. I mean, all of these can't be true, right? So it's just a very odd inference. Also, something being true, it doesn't follow from that it's going to spread rapidly. Again, you need a link to that. Is it supposed to be that God was helping it? But if he wanted to help it, why didn't he help it spread to China and India? Like, it's a bit strange. Like, he's helping it along, but only in the Roman Empire. Why would God be so selective? It's a very odd balance you have to have there. Of like, he's helping it, but he doesn't help it too much, right? Because it took thousands of years to spread across the world. But also, you know, naturalistic factors that play into this are the Jewish diaspora, which, although most Jews didn't convert, that at least helped to spread initial discussion about this. The relative peace and good roads with the Roman Empire helped people spread the idea around, which would be much harder in other contexts. The fact that there seemed to be a longing for deeper, more satisfying religious views, as the Eastern what are they called? The mythic cults from the East that were popular in Rome at the time kind of demonstrate, and that Christianity was seemed to be a attractive substitute to what was viewed by many, as far as we can tell, to be fairly sterile and formulaic official Roman religion. So there's a bunch of factors here, and then of course that gets you to, you know, a Christian minority, and then Constantine converts, and then gradually his immediate descendants are Christians, and then it becomes much more prevalent because of the official sanction, and then later on it's made the state religion of the Roman Empire. So there's a whole bunch of things that happen that contribute to this. I just don't see what adding God guiding it, which Braxton didn't even say, by the way, so it's not even clear that he asserts that, because it's so unclear. I'm doing his job for him. I'm trying to say, what's the explanation? God guiding it just doesn't really seem to fit when we have these other factors that we can point to. Plus, if God was guiding it, why wouldn't it be even more successful? Why wouldn't it expand throughout the world, instead of only in Roman areas, and then a bit later throughout the rest of Europe? But it didn't expand in the Islamic world. It actually contracted when the Byzantines were pushed out of Syria and Egypt and so on. So it's just, again, I think naturalism fits way better with this than this view that where we have to say, like, God helped, but not so much, but these things these naturalistic factors were going on anyway, but then we just posit God on top of that. This is not a good explanation.
Yeah, God desires for all to be saved, and he's powerful enough to make it happen that all can be saved through his progressive revelation that culminates in Jesus. But then he also doesn't make it so by having other religions succeed in other areas. Like, there's all these like conflicting like motivations of like God interacting with these religions being founded, and what it just doesn't make as much sense as.
If Christianity spread across the entire world within, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, that would be very compelling, right? Because that's nothing we've seen before. But it wasn't even close like that. It's similar to what we see other religions, where it spreads gradually and it fills a need, but it's mixed up with all this socio-political war and culture and all this other stuff. That's what we see across the world. So I just don't see any reason for thinking there's more going on than we can't already account for through naturalism.
Should I go forward to the live experiments now, or
so which time stamp was that?
That is 50 minutes 48
because I wanted to catch him in double standards at 43, and then we'll go
to let's do that then. Yeah.
The consequence of having a higher functioning brain. You can definitely find other species on this planet that seem to exhibit those exact same emotions.
Or the historical atom and how all that works. And we're going to come back to that in just a few moments. But what I want you to see here is that what we're looking at is a situation where he says, I don't think that's true. Okay, well, tell me why. And let's compare worldviews, science, and differences among different denominations of Christianity. But I can think of many things that the most common worldviews that include atheism don't answer as well as I think Christianity does.
Except all of the things you mentioned there on the second half of that question are equally explained by Christianity being false.
Well, hold on. You would need to give me reasons to believe that's true. How are those things explained if Christianity is false? Basically, this is a reiteration of the exercise that we're trying to do here of worldview comparison. I'm saying, look, I think Christianity accounts for all these things pretty well. And you're saying, well, I think my worldview better accounts for those where Christianity is false. Okay, tell me why. Tell me how. Why does your worldview account for this? Otherwise, we're not really saying anything.
And people simply believing that something special had taken place.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanted to. So I've got my sauce, I've got my goose, and I've got my gander, and we're ready to go. Do you see what happened there? He just asserted that Christianity accounts for all this stuff, free will and morality and the evil and all this other stuff. And then the interlocutor said, well, Christianity being false accounts for that just as well. And I actually said that before. That is a perfectly good response that's consistent with the level of discourse that Braxton is engaging in, because one person says it accounts for it. The other person says my view accounts for it. That's equal standing. But what's Braxton's reply? He says, no, you need to explain how and why it accounts for it. But he doesn't do that himself. Yeah. Not only not in the original video, he didn't do it then either. So it's a clear double standard. The interlocutor needs to explain exactly how it works, but Braxton doesn't. I was like, really? You can't see that this is you're acquiring a higher standard than you're willing to stay with yourself. Anyway, we can jump to free will now.
But the way it happens and the things that people see and report aren't.
Free will, morality.
You're saying free will, but there's no reason to think free will exists. You believe free will exists, and you know perfectly well that atheists are more likely to think it doesn't.
Yeah, and again, here I'll admit some responsibility. What I should have said, what I meant was the shared experience we have, that the impression, the extreme intuition that we have free will. What accounts for that? Same with morality. What accounts for the extreme intuition we have that torturing babies for the fun of it is just wrong, not a matter of opinion, just wrong. Just so that if you do it, you're wrong.
Unless God commands it.
In a way that mathematically 2 + 2 = 7 is just wrong, right?
And that free will is an illusion. So when we say free will is an illusion, what we're saying is the brain has access to a phenomenal amount of input, and you might be biased in one direction before anything else happens because of your genetics or how you were brought up, your environment, exposure in the environment. So that's 3 factors: how you were brought up, your genetics, and your environment. So all of those 3 categories will influence you before any other inputs occur. And then you have to consider that your memories associate how you felt about something. So if you got stung by a bee, it's going to make you less likely to disturb bees. It's going to affect how you think about bees. So that's control. Your memory controls your behavior. And a number of other influences from your external, your senses of the external world.
Yeah, so obviously I've covered this many, many times. This is an important area for me personally. I've done a lot of study. I had the debate on Unbelievable with Dan Barker on free will. I debated Matt Dillahunty on free will. I've done a lot of personal work on free will.
This is the problem of how a bad position can be legit, because in the past, because he can say stuff like, I've had the debate on Unbelievable, a big YouTube channel, with this prominent guy on free will. Therefore, it legitimizes whatever I say without any good reasons that comes next.
That debate with Dan Barker was really boring, which is one of the reasons why I didn't suggest it, because I think there's very little substantive engagement there. And his review of it is, I think, more interesting, and hopefully we'll get to that in a bit.
Debates with other Christians who are Calvinists, live on stage public debates on this issue, written on this issue. This is a big issue for me, right? If we had more time, I would argue, and I do elsewhere all over this channel, that he's right, that your past history, your genetics, your desires, all of these things are influences, and they serve as reasons you do one thing over the other. But the question is, are they causal? And that's the important issue that needs to be addressed.
So all of these inputs are going on in your mind, plus what's going on internally by memory, recollection, and recollections of negative or positive emotions and reactions. To create what your action is going to be. So,
well, the influences and reasons, but they're not necessarily causative, right? The cheeseburger doesn't force you to eat it, right? This is obviously a truncated.
Like a cheeseburger doesn't force you to eat it, but that's not this. Again, this is just a misrepresentation, because when we say like there are reasons for you doing something, now those reasons will like determine your decision making, right? And now maybe that whole thing can be reduced to material causation, which is probably true in some way, right? But it's like the only other option he has is to say it's random, right? It's random, in which case it isn't free, or that you do it for those reasons and the reasons determine you doing it. In either case, it's not clear how you're freely choosing, and without just inventing, like, I'll throw in a bit of Latin, I'll say it's sui generis, and then, then we've kind of got around the problem somehow. I think that this is a great sort of, it's like a plot hole in the kind of story that he wants to say, like, well, reasons aren't like causes. It's like, well, it's not like it sort of is a cause, like it, like reason why something happened just is to give a kind of cause as to why it happened. Like, it's just not like an efficient cause or a material cause.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think if you're a libertarian, a defender of libertarian free will, then I think you're committed to the view that an agent with exactly the same reasons could still have responded or like acted differently to the way in which they did, which I actually think is quite an odd view, because normally we think of people as responsive to reasons.
Yes.
And I actually think that that's the most plausible account of compatibilist free will, is to say that someone acts freely when they act in a way that is appropriately responsive to reasons, which doesn't entail that they could have done otherwise in the exact same physical like arrangements of things, because in that case the reasons would be the same, right? So it's about if the reasons were different, then how would they have responded to that? But I think the defender of libertarianism is committed to the view that actually that you can still respond differently even if all of your reasons are exactly the same. And that almost seems like contrary to free will. Like it feels like that I act responsive. Like if I'm acting freely, I am responsive to reasons.
Well, it's hard to say how that's rational. I think it's hard to say in what sense that's rational.
I think it is,
how it if it's not random, then what even is it? Like, what is that choice?
Well, it's substance. It's substance event causation, which is a very strange phenomenon that it's generally appealed to as agent. Actually, I should say that I should be more careful here. That's not the only account of libertarian agency. I was looking at this in, I think it was maybe it was the Stanford Encyclopedia. Anyway, there are different accounts of libertarian free will, but the substance dualism variant, which is what Craig defends, and I think is what Braxton defends, although often he's not very clear about this. But that version requires substance event causation, which is that a substance can cause an event, like God creating the universe. God is a substance, he creates the universe, which is an event. Now that's contrary. I talk a bit about causation in my video that I just did responding to Craig, but the standard view of causation is that causation is event to event. And a lot of people have trouble with this idea of substances causing events, which I also do. It's a very strange idea, I think. Not impossible, but I think there are a lot of important questions there, and especially how the substance is like a person, like an immaterial soul or mind or something, which then, causally, like without any antecedent causes in itself, it makes a decision which then causes an outcome to happen. There's all the interaction problems with the brain that we discussed in the first bad apologetics that view faces as well, because it's got to interact with the body somehow and the brain. But there's a whole host of unanswered questions here about how this is supposed to work, and exactly how this gives rise to free will.
Well, even if we postulate the two, even if we postulate the two metaphysical substances, right? So there's souls, let's say. Well, what's going on in souls? Is there reasoning, and does reasoning happen because of like some sort of soul causes, or, like, and then that doesn't even make sense with the conception of God, because you'd want to say, okay, well, what's the explanation of souls existing? Well, ultimately it's God that caused them, and it's like, well, in what sense are they sort of determined by God causing them? Like, or if they can't be the first cause of themselves, or is this necessary?
Yeah, so Molinism is particularly problematic, because if you're so Molinism is another word for middle knowledge. It's the view that God knows all counterfactuals of creaturely freedom. So that is, he knows what every single, not just real people, but hypothetical people would choose in any hypothetical situation in which they were placed. So including like most situations in which they never were placed. Now, I think that this view has massive problems. The biggest one in which I don't see how you can actually say that there are counterfactuals of creaturely freedom, because that seems to say that there is a fact about how a given creature or like being would act freely in a given context, which says that the context isn't and the being is enough to specify their action. But that can't be true under libertarian free will, because you can, in any case, you can choose how to act. It's not predetermined by the situation. That would be determinism, right? So I really don't think that there's a satisfactory answer to this question. Now, I don't know if Braxton adheres to middle knowledge. Craig does, so that's an issue for him. If Braxton doesn't, then he gets around that particular issue. But I still think that there are big problems with explaining, how is it that this agent is free from any predeterminism by like God, the way God created it, because there are questions that are discussed in the literature here. It's like, you don't want to say that the actions of the being are determined by its nature, because that would it's predetermined, right, by the nature of the being and the circumstances you're in. They want to reject that because that wouldn't be freedom. But then how is it exactly that we can say like that different people choose differently, even in the same context? Like you want to say, well, their character is different, but like, no, that doesn't predetermine. It seems to me that there's just nothing that determines it. It's just sort of the choice happens, if you see what I'm saying.
Which seems
really
random,
hard
though.
to make. But they want to deny that. No, it's you making the choice. But like, the constituents of you, like your personality or character, doesn't determine the choice, because it can't under free will. Like, it's just, I think it's a really hard view to make sense of. I don't want to say it's incoherent. That's a strong position, but I think it's just, it has so many problems with it. And this is why it's not a very popular view, this combination of views. Not just libertarian free will, by the way, but a combination with like substance dualism and agent causation. That particular combination that certain Christians like is really hard to defend philosophically, I think. Whereas the view that I prefer, which is a variant of compatibilism, you don't have these issues. I think the best version, not without problems, but I think it's pretty compelling, is that to freely choose is to choose in a context in which you are appropriately responsive to your reasons. So that means that, of course, that's consistent with the reductionistic view, because reasons, I think, supervene on underlying natural states of affairs. So if all of the particles are in the same arrangement, then your reasons are the same. They can't somehow be different. But if the reasons are different, then you would behave differently. And in that sense, you respond to reasons, and you're not externally compelled or anything. And so I think that action can be said to be free. So I think that gives quite a
believe in that, James? Did you choose to believe that?
Well, actually, that's a separate question about whether you believe in like belief voluntarism, where you can choose your beliefs. There's contention about that, irrespective of whether you believe in free will. But that's an interesting question. Someone in the chat said foreknowledge isn't predestination. Given that that's in alternating, I think that might be a joke. I'm actually not sure. But just to clarify that, with respect to the Molinism point, I'm not saying that it's not an issue of predestination or foreknowledge. The problem is there seems to be a problem with there not being the relevant facts of the matter, right? So God can know what people do in the actual world because he sees the future. But that doesn't work for counterfactuals because he's not seeing the future. They never happen, right? So you can say, okay, God knows the future because he can see the future, but he can't see the future of counterfactuals because there's no future to see, right? They don't actually happen. So what is it that he knows? What he has to, well, I think it's a good issue anyway, whether it's a joke or not. So that's why I wanted to explain this. But the problem with counterfactuals is there has to be something that makes it true that a particular agent would do a particular thing in a given context.
Right.
And it seems to imply, therefore, that there's a fact of the matter, or at least a counterfactual of the matter, about what a particular agent does in a particular context. And therefore, it doesn't seem that agent can be free.
The context is determining the,
Yeah, the context and the agent together determine the outcome. It should be indeterminate. Yeah. It would seem to me that that God doesn't know until, not until, but unless it's part of the actual world where he can just look into the future and see what happens, so to speak. There's no way it's not that God can't know it. It's more that there's nothing for God to know. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, and Braxton just seems to be completely stubborn on this point, where like he'll go, well, it's not really like we don't do things because of reasons. It's like, well, think about what you just said, Braxton. Just so you're saying that in one sense, and what you mean by it is, I don't want it to be the case that I do things because of reasons, and that would make me determined. But think about what you just said. I don't do things because of reasons. What? So you do them randomly,
Yeah, it's if you don't do them because of reasons and you don't do them because of your character, then why do you choose one thing or the other? It seems that it's just random under this
free
view.
will.
It's very hard to make sense of this.
My sui generis libertarian free will.
Someone's asked, can God see the future if presentism is true? I think God seeing the future makes a lot more sense under a tenseless theory of time. But I mean, Craig thinks that God can see the future even though presentism is true. And I guess what Craig would say is that God knows future tense facts, so what will happen. But there's a big difference. Even if you, right? Well, that's it. Yeah. So middle knowledge would be the context. Middle knowledge is stronger than that. It's not just saying God knows future tense facts. God has to know all counterfactuals of creaturely freedom, which is a big difference from just future tense facts. So, I mean, I don't think presentism makes, especially Craig's presentism, doesn't make any sense. So, but that's another issue. So I think that the problem is stronger for middle knowledge because it's a different type of, it's a counterfactual that God is supposed to know, but it just doesn't seem like there's anything for God to know there if the being in question is truly free.
Any way of saying it. It doesn't appear that will is free, but it just appears to us as if it is. And the classic test of this is getting people to say that they've made a voluntary decision that the researcher has discovered they made milliseconds before on paper by an fMRI scan or whichever scan they used at the time. So they can see the reaction in the brain before the user reports that they've made a choice. So that's interesting. It indicates that if the subconscious mind has already decided it, the user isn't freely deciding it at all. The subconscious mind is telling them what their decision is. So that's what the research is showing, Braxton.
These are living experiments he's talking about, and there are variations of it. I recommend Alfred Mele's book on this, Free, Why Science Has Not Disproven Free Will. And there are a number of responses to this all over the place.
Is there any more like sort of neutral book you might recommend on it, Brexton? Like just someone neutrally reporting on the facts rather than, free why science is not disproven, Would you also recommend people read Sam Harris, like Free Will in quotes and the puppet strings on this? Like, yeah.
In the journal articles, in the book, Oxford Companion on Free Will. And what basically the libet experiments do show, maybe, there's actually problems with the libet experiments anyway, because what you're telling people, we're trying to figure out whether what you think are your conscious experiences, right, are libertarianly free. But what they tell people is, at least in the libet experiment, is try not to think about when you're going to push the button. Try not to think about it, right? So they're telling them, they're basically telling them, try to be determined, right? Try not to think about it and push the button. And then, lo and behold, the electrode indicates that decision was made just before you moved to push the button. All right, if I grant, so there's problems with it anyway, because you're telling people not to consciously think about it. But even if I granted what the libet experiments show what they are intended to show in a simple way, in a reductionistic way, what they show is that it seems like with certain actions, that we would call picking actions rather than choosing actions, that like something like which button am I going to push or when am I going to put my finger down on the clock, that especially when you're told not to think too much about it, right, that it's more like an impulse that there may be some evidence for ahead of time. But it's a huge leap to then say that's true of everything you do all the time. So the example I often give is, well, if I'm walking into a gas station and there's a double door there and I walk in one side of the double door than the other, I'm not thinking too much about that. Perhaps I'm running on some kind of determinism. But on the other hand, whenever I'm deciding, should I marry this girl? Where should I go to school? Or even where do I want to eat dinner tonight? And there's a bit of chaos going on in my brain and I'm thinking things out and really reasoning things out. And I'm disruptive that way with my own thinking. You can't say that choosing process is the same as that sort of impulsive picking process.
I'm psychologizing, but like it seems like libertarian free will is really important for Braxton to like rationalize why he chose who to marry. Like it keeps coming up all the time in these conversations, and
that's true. Actually, maybe there's something to that. For some reason, that idea tickles me. Because why does he keep mentioning that?
Should I play a bit more, and then do you want to come in then? Or?
Yeah, look, I don't have too much to say about the libet experiments. I also think that they're overblown, and because they're quite hard to interpret, it's very difficult to do this research well. So is this the potential thing? Yeah. So we can see the brain activity changing before people report an awareness of the intention to initiate the action. That's interesting, but yeah, there are lots of questions about it. I'm no expert on this. I've read a little bit about it. But I would say I don't think Braxton's reply is exactly the best. Like I like how he said, like, well, this is just your brain running on determinism. Like I'm imagining those, that like this is your brain on drugs sort of thing. Like this is your brain on determinism kind of thing. And it seems to explicitly be saying that something different happens in your brain when you are consciously deliberating, which seems to be falsifiable. And obviously something different in your brain does happen, but he seems to be saying that that comes from something outside of your brain. It's not just what's happening in your brain, because otherwise that wouldn't support his position. So, and that's a falsifiable view, which I think probably has been falsified, although he would probably just say that it's hidden in there somewhere. So anyway, I don't think the libet experiments themselves are decisive. I think it's more just a general question of the causal closure of the physical, which is one of the strongest arguments against substance dualism, as well as the interaction problem, as to exactly what the immaterial mind is supposed to be doing that somehow affects the physical brain. And I think it's very difficult to answer these questions. Again, we talk more about this in the first episode of this series if you're interested in these sorts of questions.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is, I think if I read a bit of excursus just in this particular book, because it might be useful for people as well on this question, just because. So this is a book by a guy called Chris Frith, who is he's a neuroscientist, and basically, I think like this stuff gets like so heavily kind of misreported on, right? Between like especially in apologetic circles where people are arguing for completely different things. Most of the work that scientists do is of little interest outside a very narrow circle of other scientists in the same field. This is true for physicists as for psychologists. It is said that the great majority of research papers are read by fewer than 10 other people. Many papers are never read at all, but occasionally an observation is made that is so startling that it is discussed widely outside the field of science. One such observation was published in 1983 by Benjamin Libet and his colleagues. The experiment was delightfully simple. All the person in the experiment had to do was lift one finger whenever he or she felt the urge to do so. At the same time, electrical activity in the brain was measured using EEG equipment. It was already well known that there is characteristic change in this activity just before someone spontaneously makes any movement like lifting a finger. This change in activity is very small, but it can be detected by combining measurements from many movements. The change in brain activity can be detected up to a second before the finger is actually lifted. The novel aspect of Leibert's study was that he asked his volunteers to tell him when they had the urge to lift their finger. They did this by reporting the time that was displayed on a special clock at the moment that they had the urge. The urge to lift the finger occurred about 200 milliseconds before the finger was actually lifted. But the key observation that caused so much fuss was that the change in brain activity occurred about 500 milliseconds before the finger was lifted. So brain activity indicating that the volunteer was about to lift a finger occurred about 300 milliseconds before that volunteer reported having the urge to lift his or her finger. The implication of this observation is that by measuring your brain activity, I can know that you're going to have the urge to lift your finger before you know it yourself. This result has had such vast impact outside psychology because it seems to show that even our simplest voluntary actions are predetermined. We think we are making a choice when in fact our brain has already made the choice. Our experience of making a choice at that moment is therefore an illusion, and if we are deluded in thinking that we are making choices, then we are also deluded in thinking that we have free will. But does this result really demonstrate that we have no free will? One problem is that the choices involved are very trivial. It doesn't matter what you choose. In Leibert's original experiment, you simply had to decide when to lift one finger. In other experiments, you might be given more freedom and be asked to choose between the left and right finger, but these actions are deliberately chosen because they are trivial. With such acts, we can look at the process of choosing without interference from social pressures or moral values. The triviality of the action does not alter the fact that when you take part in the experiment, you have to decide for yourself precisely when to lift your finger. So Leibert's result still stands. At the moment at which we think we are choosing an action, our brain has already made the choice. But this does not mean that the action has not been chosen freely. It simply means that we were not aware of making the choice at that earlier time. As we shall discover in Chapter 6, our experience of the time at which actions occur does not bear a fixed relationship to what is happening in the physical world. These unconscious choices are just like Helmholtz's unconscious inferences. We do not perceive the object in front of our eyes until the brain has made unconscious inferences about what that object may be. We are not aware of the action we're about to perform until the brain has made an unconscious choice about what that action should be. But this action is determined by a choice that we have previously made freely and deliberately. We have agreed to cooperate with the experiment. We may not know precisely which action we are going to perform in any one moment, but we have already selected the small set of actions from which this precise action shall be selected. And then just later on in the book, because he did some research on this himself as well, following up on the question. I don't know if maybe it's turning people off me just randomly sort of reading sections, but on Braxton, some of the things Braxton said, there are issues with the experiment and what you can conclude about free will from it. But in terms of what Braxton said about it, them priming people to like report a certain time or whatever, well, he talks about how in some of his experiments that he did, some of the what you call them, the people involved in like conducting the experiment did accidentally prime the people for like a time frame within which to move their finger. But when they did that, they found out that that did actually like affect the time frame in which they sort of experienced things and stuff. So you can kind of control for that by seeing the effects of when it was accidentally done and say that, well, that isn't the case in the other experiments. And the other thing, what was he comments on later on in the book is he's saying, well, it's not really clear in what sense you're free to choose when to lift your finger if you're sort of constrained by the fact that you're inside an experiment and you're acting in accordance with the rules of the experiment and so forth anyway as well. Like that's a further sort of philosophical problem that you might think about. I don't know if it's worth getting into all that stuff, but I think from like people always mention the Leibert experiments without really talking about what it is and like there's issues like, because if you're using if the mechanism that you're supposedly measuring is someone's awareness and their conscious awareness of their will, but you're using that in order to report the different times as well, there's like an issue with that about what can you actually conclude about what's going on. So yeah, it's people just know that there's this thing called the Leiber experiments with something to do with free will, and they go, well, that disproves free will. But then equally badly, the apologists kind of going, well, it doesn't show that at all, and here's a bunch of like made up stuff that isn't true about why it doesn't show that. Like, let's actually try and talk about like what this stuff says for what it is to try and form true beliefs about the world. That's my
Absolutely. And I really don't like it when people use scientific results as hammers to push their agenda rather than as a way to come progressively to understand things about the world. So the Leiber experiments are interesting, but I don't think they're very definitive, which is one reason I don't spend too much time on them. But I will also add that point, I mean, that was a really good passage. I might check out that book because I think I just like the style there. But the timing of it is really essential. So you could just very readily say, yeah, we did freely choose to press one button or the other, but we didn't become consciously aware of that free choice until slightly after the free choice occurred. And I don't see any inconsistency with that. Because if you're a dualist, there's some weird interaction that's going on between the mind and the body. And so presumably everything's not going to be simultaneous anyway. So I think that's more plausible than saying it's just a trivial choice and therefore it kind of was determined. Because actually Braxton earlier gave an example of saying, I feel I have this really strong intuition that I could do this or just as easily do that, if you recall, which would seem to be an equally arbitrary trivial choice. And he actually used that as an example of free will. So I actually don't think that saying that it's trivial is a very good counter. I think a better counter is to say, yeah, we freely chose it. It's just that we became aware of freely choosing it somewhat after we actually freely chose it. Or you could even say our bodies became aware, if you preferred to phrase it that way, but whatever. So yeah, that was a really good passage. So thanks for sharing that. But I think the Leiber's experiments are not very definitive either way, but still quite interesting. Just a quick response to a question in the chat. If God knows what I'm going to do before I do it, does this mean I cannot choose differently to what God foreknew? I mean, there's a whole discussion about the relationship between divine foreknowledge and freedom. And I mean, the general view is that they're not incompatible. I don't think they're incompatible. What I would say is that if God knows that you're going to do something, then you could have done differently if you had free will, but you just won't. And God knows that you won't, right? And I don't see the problem with that, because if you think God can see the future, then that's what he's seeing. The problem with creaturely counterfactuals is that it seems there's nothing for God to see. And so that's different. It's not saying what you will or won't do. It's saying what you like in the actual world, it's saying what you would or won't do in any arbitrary situation, which is a different question.
Yeah, there's so many different like ways that you can interpret this. Like, you know, what is causation? What's God's relationship to time? Stuff like that you have to like you can like arrange different sort of permutations of these choices, and you're going to have a different answer for each one. Suffice it to say that there are like ways of God foreknowing things and you making free and contingent choices. There are also ways of arranging these possible sort of metaphysical options so as you're necessarily determined to do so, and fatalism's true or something like that. All those options are possibilities.
Yeah. So in the interest of time, I would quite like to jump forward to the review of the free will debate.
Yes, let's do that.
And yeah, because we've already been going for a while, and I would like to cover at least some of this material to dig into free will a little bit more.
Yeah, and you've got to go to sleep at some point. This is always the problem, is that it starts becoming like midnight for you. So
yeah, it's coming up to 1 a.m. I'll soldier on for a bit longer, but yes, I would like to sleep at some point.
Yeah, right, sure. Absolutely.
But Satan's encouraging me on. We have to push through. We have to counter the apologists.
Yeah. Yeah, let me go to 6:45 then, which was I think around when. I did want to like get in cheap shots of like people saying weird things and stuff.
Yeah,
so
it was pretty cool. And
this was my first.
You could put that in another little video if you like.
The debate. I was asked by Justin to debate the nature of human freedom.
Sorry, we should just make sure we clarify the context here. So Baxter and what's his name? Dan Barker, is that right?
Yes,
yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Or is it Baker? Now I'm doubting myself.
I think it's Barker. I think so.
It's Barker?
But,
why did I think it was Baker? Anyway, so
I mean, I could be wrong.
Someone in the chat will tell us. So Braxton and Dan Barker had a debate about free will. And as I said, I don't actually think the debate is that interesting. We'll see snippets of it here. But I think this conversation after the debate is more interesting. And so we're just going to look through some of the stuff they talked about and respond to some of it, and have a bit more of an opportunity to discourse about free will. And again, coming back to the worldview thing, this is a big thing for Braxton, and other apologists talk about this as well. So that's why we're kind of diving into this particular aspect in more detail. But think about this as a piece in the puzzle of the worldview comparison that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it is Barker. I just checked. That's what that noise was, by the way. I forgot to mute the audio and I opened the other video. But yeah.
To have debates that are more specifically targeting, well, if it's a theological issue, then there's that. But like with skeptics, I tried to focus on, does the Christian God exist or something of that sort. But when Justin Brierley says, I'd like you to debate this topic, you debate that topic.
Yeah.
And so
even if you don't know anything about it, you just make it up, right?
But fortunately, I didn't have to make too much up because I didn't make anything up because I have some familiarity with this already. And
you did have to, and you put some money in Dan's pocket because you bought his book.
I bought his book, read his book 3 times, read the Oxford Handbook on Free Will, all of it, all 670 pages or whatever it is. And
so he said right there, he read the entirety of the Oxford Handbook on Free Will, and I certainly haven't done that. I've looked at little bits of some of the articles. It looks really good. I'd like to read more of it. But he should be very well informed about current free will debates if he's read all that and internalized it. I don't deny that he read it, but I'm not convinced based on what he said that he really took much in of it, as we'll see in a bit. People making fun of my accent, or I'm not quite sure. Or is that your accent? I don't know. You're muted.
Yeah, apparently I say Barker or something. Like, I don't know.
A bunch of journal articles and things like that. So I really feel like, the great thing about debates for me, Pritchett, I know that you just naturally learn all the time. It just comes by osmosis.
Man.
But with me, I have to try to learn. And when I have a debate coming, that pushes me forward in some areas.
Well, learn and relearn, reread things you read 5 years ago.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
That, yeah.
And so that's what this debate did for me. Thank you, Seeking the Narrow Way. I greatly appreciate that. It says you just started the Genesis series and thank us for all we do. Yeah, I really do appreciate that. That's
making me look bad. Now I got to go do my First Peter.
I wish you would. Don't you all want Pritchett to do what I'm doing with Genesis, except with First Peter? But listen,
if you haven't seen any of them, there's 4 videos. Watch
4
one a
videos.
week, and then by the end of 4 weeks, I should have the next thing.
Yeah, and but
I'm gonna pick that up
I'm more
next
proud of the Genesis. Proud in a good way for what
I'm
God
super
has done.
proud.
There's 2
I'm
kinds of
glad
pride.
Moses
There's
wrote
good
that.
proud and pride, and there's bad pride. Pleased with how that went. And in this one, it's almost true. But there is one thing that really bugs me about this debate, about my performance, and it has nothing to do with anything technical. It has to do with the fact that I used a filler word way too much, and that word was the word feature. If you listen to this, we don't endorse drinking games or anything of the sort, but it would be a train wreck. Let me just show you what I mean. That's the principal feature there. And so that's an important feature, I think. So I think that's an important feature to keep in mind. Free will is an important feature. Okay, right there. I'm sorry, Justin, but that is a very important feature.
I'm glad you did that.
So my comment on this point was like, it's a joke, like about how I keep saying feature, but ironically, that is basically the whole argument that they give for libertarian free will, is that it's an important feature of reality. And that's like pretty much it. Oh, there we go. So yeah, maybe
now I look like I've got an angelic light on my face, so I can't get the lighting right. It's just getting dark here, so I don't want the room decked out a bit. But
it gets dark here at 3 p.m.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, before someone else did that.
I look at that. I was like, oh man, come on, man. But anyway, I don't know where that came from. I don't think I do that sort of thing on Tree Radio. Maybe a little bit of the nerves. I don't know. But anyway,
hey, you were debating Dan Barker on Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I might say we're feature of free will. It's just that you look at it from a different perspective. You don't look at it as something metaphysical that's going on, but rather you look at it as a social convention. We speak as though we have free will, and in any given moment we feel like we have free will. And
like for me, this is just such a misunderstanding, because it's like so what they keep saying is that, well, what compatibilists think is that we just speak as though we have free will. It's an illusion that we have free will. No, compatibilists are actually affirming that we are free, and just what it is for us to be free is to
So it's a contentious issue about what it means for, like, what free will means, right? And so sometimes, I don't know if Braxton says this, but some people say, oh, well, you've just redefined free will. But that's only true if you presuppose the correct definition is libertarian free will, which is question begging, right? I don't actually think that everyone has an intuitive idea of libertarian free will. I think people have vague ideas about, we can choose. And I don't, it's like when Craig says, oh, every man on the street believes in the A theory of time. Well, that's just him projecting his conclusions onto every other person in mankind, which is bizarre. So, again, so I don't accept that. I think it's an open question. Well, at least like at the start, it's an open question what the nature of free will is. We're trying to make sense of it, provide different accounts, theories of it. And I think that compatibilist accounts are better than libertarian accounts of free will.
Yeah.
So that was the point of his book. This was, I think, well, let's just play a couple of clips here.
There you go.
Right, there you go, and that is the book that came out, Free Will Explained. I mean, it's a fairly bold title. You know, people have been trying to explain free will for a long time, and you say you have explained it, and you come to an interesting conclusion, which is that no, it doesn't exist, but we should embrace the illusion that we do have free choice.
Yeah, so as Ewan McGregor says there, it looks as the point of the book is that it appears,
It does have that going on. Doesn't it?
Yeah. As Ewan McGregor, the famous host of Unbelievable, has just said, this is a lofty claim that you've explained free will, right? This is a big issue that I think that what's the guy's name? There's a famous philosopher that says nothing really, no real advancement in free will has happened in philosophy in like 100 years or something. But here's Dan kind of responding.
I don't agree with that, by the way.
You have to be conscious in order to make a free will decision.
Oh,
I think
wait,
free will is a
this
social.
is not Dan responding to this. First of all, let me say something about this. This claim that he has explained free will is made by Shermer in the foreword to the book. Here's what Michael Shermer says. In so doing, Barker has essentially eliminated the problem of free will and determinism. There is really nothing to resolve.
Sure, if you just say free will is an illusion, there's no free will, then it is resolved.
Yeah, what he's saying is that okay. So by the way, Chris Tate says that he's doing a thing on free will today. Chris Tate is a determinist, compatibilist Christian.
That's a determinist.
Yeah, that's a determinist Christian.
At least he unlike a lot of Calvinists who don't know those are the same things. He actually knows those are the same.
But
things.
he's also a professor at Trinity and wonderful beloved friend, and he's going to be dealing with the free will.
Sorry, I need to correct a mistake there. Determinism and compatibilism aren't the same thing. Determinism is the view that, basically the next state of affairs that pertains is entirely determined by the previous state or something along those lines. Compatibilism is the view that determinism is compatible with free will. You could be a determinist and not believe in free will if you're an incompatibilist, or sometimes also called hard determinism, where you think determinism is true, but free will does not exist. So it's a 2x2 matrix. You can believe free will exists or doesn't exist, and you can believe in determinism or not determinism. So I forgot his name.
Pritchett, Braxton, Jonathan Pritchett, and Braxton Hunter.
I was combining Barker and Braxton. I was like Braxton. Right. I was like, no, that's not right. Oh dear. So Braxton. I'm probably going to do that now. So Braxton is an incompatibilist, but he also believes in free will. So he believes in libertarian free will. So that's that square. I am a compatibilist, so I believe in free will and determinism, or at least I lean towards determinism. I'm not actually sure if determinism is true, but I think I'll lean towards that. Then there's hard determinism, which accepts determinism but rejects free will. And the last square is something that doesn't get talked about much. It's sometimes called hard incompatibilism, which says that which says that free will does not exist, and also determinism is false. So it's just an interesting combination of views, but there are people who've argued for that as well. So the point is that determinism is not the same as compatibilism.
Professor Lake Flowers. So hey, you can go check that out.
Yeah, because they don't go back and forth all the time for hours on Unbelievable. Just hours.
And they've been on Unbelievable together, yeah.
Yeah, and on Soteriology 101 for a really, really long conversation, like they always are.
Yeah, so he says he's a determinist. Yeah. So this is not maybe the smoothest live episode ever, but hey, when you got people in the chat, that's just how it goes. Just roll with it. Just sit back, get some milked up coffee, and we'll go.
Or some sparkling water from.
But so he claims to have solved this, but really what he's doing is he's presenting compatibilism. But it is presented as though it's something new. In fact, in the debate, one thing that could have caused a little bit of confusion for some that might not be as familiar with what compatibilism is the notion that determinism is true. So you don't have free will in the libertarian sense that nothing external to you determines your actions, or that you could have done other than whatever you ended up doing. But rather that you can still use the language of free will because in the moment it seems real and free and all that. And,
compatibilism is the position that you can still use the language of free will because in the moment it seems free and it's an illusion.
That's not what compatibilism is. He was right in the first part, which says it affirms determinism. Yes. Well, you don't. Yeah, there's actually two different definitions. One view could be that if determinism is true, free will would also exist. But I think that the more standard form is that you affirm determinism and free will. No, compatibilists. I mean, I don't think Dan Barker is entirely, because he rejects the label of compatibilism, but then sometimes he uses it in a little bit of a confusing way.
I've not really watched the full actual debate or read his book.
Yeah, I've watched most of it, but I don't think it's that interesting, and I don't really care that much about what Dan Barker has to say about this. But I mean, I'm not saying he has nothing valid to say, but I'm not convinced that he's really saying anything particularly strong or cogent about this. But the point is that whether or not Dan Barker is using the word correctly is beside the point. The point I want to make is that Braxton is not, and he's supposed to have read this entire Oxford debate. He should at least know what compatibilism is, right? It's not the view that free will is an illusion, but we should still use the term because it's okay. No, that would be more an eliminativist about this. compatibilism's view that free will is real and we do freely choose our decisions. It's just that that's not incompatible with determinism. So yes, compatibilists deny libertarian free will. That's true, but they don't deny free will. They think of free will differently to the way libertarians do.
Yeah.
A theological determinist might shape it up a little differently. I'm talking about Barker here. So anyway, but this is like supposed to be, I don't know if he means for this like to be a new thing or something, because he calls himself an acompatibilist. I'm not a compatibilist. I'm an acompatibilist. And the reason he calls himself an acompatibilist is because because I think he takes compatibilism to give the impression that there's this struggle between libertarian freedom and determinism. But of course, compatibilists who are philosophically minded know that that's not what compatibilism is at all. Compatibilism is, no, determinism's true, but we terminologically use the language of freedom for various reasons. So I think that's interesting. Let's play the clip where he responds about that I started.
You have to be conscious in order to make a free will decision. I think free will is a social construct, not a scientific construct.
But you mean compatibilistic free will, right, Dan?
No. I mean the illusion of free will. I think this free will that we have, and I don't even use the word compatibilist for myself. I use the word acompatibilist, because to say that you're a compatibilist means you're agreeing that there's a tug of war between these two opposite points of view. No. When it's not this way, it's this way. It's a flipping of perspective.
Do you know what the different ways are? Like I don't know what the different ways are.
I don't really know. I think it's clear that he doesn't like compatibilism.
Yeah.
But I think
it's not clear why. Like,
I think he's saying, so trying to steel man here, but I don't really understand. I haven't read his book. Maybe it would be clear if I had. But I think what he's saying is that free will is a social concept, not. Yeah. I mean, I don't think free will is a scientific concept either. But maybe he'd say it's not a psychological concept or something like that, which would be closer to what I would say it is. I guess that's sort of scientific, but anyway. And therefore, it's not really about like determinism. That's kind of irrelevant. I think he's more saying like, how does free will work as a social concept in the way that we interact with other people and use the language? So I think this is sort of emphasizing that people look at it in the wrong way, including compatibilists. That's the best I can do, though. I'm not quite sure I can flesh that out.
Yeah, like how do we talk about free will and
when do we use it? And that's relevant, I think. I just think that you can fit that with compatibilism fine as well. I don't think you have to throw that out.
And so you can fight forever about this, and you're never going to come to an agreement because you're looking at different logical levels, trying to pretend like you're fighting like this. And so both sides make good points. And I agree with the hard determinists that libertarian free will is an illusion. But I also agree with the philosophers that the illusion of free will is an important part of what it means to be a human being.
Well, so he just said that he agrees with hard determinism, which is not compatibilism.
Yeah, which is not compatible. But that's consistent with saying he's not a compatibilist. He's an acompatibilist.
Yeah. So
I think
it seems like Braxton's not
hard
like
determinist.
But I was going to say, the confusion here seems to have only come from Braxton calling him a compatibilist when that just isn't what he said at all.
I don't know if maybe Barker's inconsistent with this, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't affirm compatibilism. I'm not sure. Yeah.
If I could just add real quick, Justin, I think it is important to note, though, and this is the confusion that can arise. And I'm not saying we shouldn't accept what you're offering just because there can be terminological confusion. But when you say the acompatibilistic view of free will, when you say you don't have to be conscious to have free will, you're talking about the form of free will that you present. And I know you know this. I just want the audience to understand that's not saying libertarian freedom would be compatible with that. Yeah. So, Pritchett, what do you think about this?
I think Dan's confused about what compatibilism is. Because he's saying there's this thing and there's different logic. No, compatibilists assert that it's determinism, but that your free will is insofar as you as an agent acting in the world, you are acting in accordance. Some people will say your strongest motive or desire, whatever. But those are just the outworking of prior causes too. But it's just that you as an agent who are acting, that is free because you're not being constrained from another person, another agent or whatever. So, but that is still determinism. Whereas he's saying there's like some sort of tension there between free will, but there's no tension in compatibilism because free will is not being defined as some sort of libertarian free will. So there really is no tension.
But I think that's Barker's point, right? So what's his face just said there's no tension in compatibilism, but I think that's actually Barker's point for not being a compatibilist, because he seemed to be saying that it's not as if there's an apparent tension that's resolved in compatibilism. In the name, it's compatible, right? But Dan Barker seemed to be saying that's not really relevant because he's not a compatibilist, right? He's saying it's more of a social thing. Anyway, I don't think they really understand what Barker was saying. I'm not claiming that I really understand, but at least I'm kind of
watched the thing.
I feel like I'm trying a bit more here than they are. But like they said, Barker doesn't really understand compatibilism. But Barker's not the one claiming to be a compatibilist, as far as I can tell.
They're the ones claiming he is a compatibilist, and he just said he isn't.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Free to do whatever you want. Nothing's stopping you. You're free to do whatever you want, but you're not free to want whatever you want.
Right, because all your wants are determined, and your actions. You're just unconstrained.
you're not free to want whatever you want. Like, what does he even mean? Like, if you can do exactly what you want every time that you want it, what does he mean? Does he mean there needs to be like then there needs to be like causeless desires or something, and then and if your desires are causeless, then was that 18? Yeah, here's what he said at 1801. I think if I just replay that bit.
You're not free to want whatever you want,
right? Because all your wants are determined,
right.
and your actions. You're just unconstrained from something.
So your actions flow from your want. Now you can do it if determinism.
Yeah,
is true,
he says you don't want what you want, which I interpreted when I listened to it last night quite late, and I don't know if this is the same way, but it sounded to me like he was saying, you can't want what you really want. So if you want X, but you really want not X, which means you both want X and don't want X, which is like just a logical contradiction. And like that's what I thought, maybe, but maybe there's a more charitable interpretation, which is to say because you couldn't have made your desires otherwise or something, then you're not free. And that's
So I want to just clarify some points here. I want to read through some more of these chapters of the Oxford Handbook of Free Will. I should say Braxton doesn't mention whether he read the first or the second edition. So there are two editions of this, and I've got the second edition, so I don't actually know if it's exactly the same, but many of the same topics. But at any rate, so where was I going with that? Yes. So just to give a little bit of overview, again, not an expert, but I've read up a little bit about this, and I would have expected if Braxton has read as much as he says, he would be able to clarify a lot more than I can. But there was a traditional account of compatibilism which basically said something like, as long as you're free to do what you want, then that's free will. Like you can exercise free will. Now that is an old-fashioned traditional form of compatibilism, which is not so much defended these days, because it was around the mid-century was faced with a series of objections known as Frankfurt examples or Frankfurt problems or something like that after the guy came up with them. I don't entirely understand them. I mean, I've read a bit about them, but I don't think I'd be able to explain them very well. But the point is you can look into that if you're interested. It basically, it's a series of examples where it sort of shows that in some sense, like you can do what you want, but it seems like we would say that the person doesn't have free will. So there's things constraining them. I think of them as a vague analog of Gettier cases, but obviously in a different context for those who know what those might be. But anyway, so there's a series of Frankfurt cases. People are like, oh, this traditional notion that being free is just being able to do what you want doesn't quite work. Partly because of issues of like you don't determine what you want, but it's more than that as well. And so people have since then developed alternative, more contemporary accounts of how compatibilism might work. And as far as I can tell, there's sort of three broad stances that are taken in the literature. One is a reasons responsive type of account, which is the one that I mentioned before, and this is what I prefer. This is the idea that you're free. You choose freely if you are if in making that decision you are appropriately responsive to reasons. So that is, if your reasons were different, you would have chosen differently. And I think that this actually fits quite well with how we think about people acting freely. But that's not the only account. By the way, all of these accounts have like objections and counters. But that's the case with everything in philosophy, right? But they're actively discussed in literature. So that's reasons responsive. Another possibility are called mesh theories. So the basic idea here is that you have different levels of desires. There's like what you want, and then there's like what you want yourself to want. It's like higher order desires. Right. And the idea is that there's some sort of mesh relationship between your higher order desires and what you decide. So again, I couldn't articulate that very precisely, but that's, I think that it's getting at something there where like you're free if you have some sort of higher order control over your choices, and that you can sort of regulate that in some way. Again, that can all be determined at the base level, but as long as there's some higher order phenomena that occur, then then your actions can be understood freely. So that's the mesh theory. The third type of theory are counterfactual theories, which is to say that these theories attempt to account for ability to have chosen differently. So this is the idea that I think Braxton mentions this at some point, the principle of alternative possibilities. So libertarians like to say that this principle has to be true for free will to exist. That is, it has to be the case that I could have chosen differently, even in the same circumstances. And the two theories that I just mentioned, reasons responsiveness and mesh theories, deny the principle of alternative possibilities. That is, in exactly the same situation, you could not have done differently because it's all determined, right? And they just say that's not necessary for free will. But there is a view, the counterfactual theories, that affirm the principle of alternative possibility. So it's a sort of a stronger form of free will. The way they do this is by saying that you could have done differently means that in sufficiently close possible worlds that are like sufficiently close to the actual world, but just different very similar in a very small number of factors, in those cases, if in those worlds you chose differently, or like there's a variety of choices you make in those different worlds, then we can say that you could have chosen differently. So it's a counterfactual analysis of could have chosen differently in relevantly close worlds. Now, there's issues there of how to specify those worlds and which ones you're talking about, right? It's not saying that you could have chosen differently in the exact same world. It's saying in sufficiently close worlds you could have chosen differently, and therefore the principle of alternative possibilities is affirmed, and therefore that free will, that's how we understand free will. So that's the third view. So just to summarize, there's reasons responsive views, there's mesh theories, which is like higher order desires, and then there's counterfactual views. The counterfactual view is the strongest form of free will because it aims to preserve the principle of alternative possibilities, could have done otherwise, understood in a particular way. The other two deny that, but still affirm that we have free will. Now, this view that I think they're talking about is a classical view of free will, which understands it more like if you can do what you want. And that's objected to by Frankfurt counterexamples. So this is just, if people want a bit more background, you can look up these different terms that I've just mentioned and read more about it. Again, I'm kind of a bit new to this, so I want to learn more as well. What's disappointing is that Braxton should have been far more familiar than me with all this stuff, as he's read as much as he said. And how come he's not breaking this down and trying to explain it a bit more and show? And I mean, if he thinks compatibilism is false, then he should give some reasons for rejecting those three different contemporary versions of it that are debated in the literature. My preference is the reasons responsiveness approaches. They seem pretty plausible, but maybe there's validity to the other views as well. But if we're to say that they have to be rejected, then we need some responses to them. And I don't think he really has much of anything to say about these views. Right. So I hope that wasn't too in-depth. This is just a pointing to, if you want to learn more, that's sort of where to look for. And this is where the literature is at the moment. So there's a number of different possible accounts you can look to for how to make sense of compatibilism. And I think what they're talking about is an older form that's not so much defended these days.
Mm-hmm.
Want to smack you in the face, I can smack you in the face, which I wouldn't because you're stronger than me now. Yeah. But if I wanted to, I could do that. If I wanted to,
if you got a good enough shot in,
I could sucker punch you, maybe, yeah. But if I wanted to, I could do that. But if I wanted to, the want is determined, and all your actions flow from that want. So it's not like, well, I've got a want here, and there's 3 or 4 genuine libertarian options. No. It's not a restraining. It's completely restrained. It's you act according to your will or your want, and your want is determined by brain chemistry and the past history of the universe, and all those kind of things. Yeah. So there's no. It's just determinism. It's just determinism. But it allows for the language of free will and to make sense of what's happening in the moment. Yeah. That's atheistic naturalistic compatibilism. So there's nothing there. There's no tension. He says
it's like what the like. So for Braxton's conception of free will, what does he want? Like the capacity to sort of like transform yourself between possible worlds or something? And like, oh, James, that you're
sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I just actually. Wait, that's not what I wanted to share. Sorry, hang on. I wanted to just introduce people. I mean, it could have been worse, I suppose.
Especially with these atheists and what they get.
Oh yeah, all that sinning. Hang on. So, can you see that?
You might need to do a few zoom ins, a few.
Yeah, but as long as is that. Yeah. Okay, I can't see what it looks like because I've only got a monitor. Is that all right?
Let me make it. Yeah, there we go. That's right.
Yeah, I just again a little so you can check this out. This is a very good article. It's been recently updated. So this is a Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on compatibilism. So just to illustrate what I was saying, because again, I want to provide people with resources to look more into this themselves. So there's some general introduction here. Then we have classical compatibilism. So this is what I was talking about, the classical idea of you're free if you can do what you want, or you're not constrained externally, something like that. And this is some discussion about that. Then there's the challenges of, this is where it doesn't mention it here, but this is the Frankfurt counterexamples that they talk about here, and challenging the principle of alternative possibilities that I mentioned, like the could have done otherwise. And then contemporary compatibilism, we have a discussion of some of the views, including compatibilism without freedom to do otherwise. So that is the counterfactual view. Hierarchical, that's the mesh theory that I mentioned, like levels of desires. And then the reasons responsive view discussed here, and I actually don't know what Straussonian compatibilism, something else apparently. So again, just showing that that's kind of the outline of where the debate is, and you can look there to get more information about that. So that's where you might hope that an informed person would at least start to introduce these ideas and start talking about them. And it's a bit upsetting or frustrating, whatever, that Braxton, who apparently knows about this, doesn't really discuss any of this.
Yeah.
compatibilism is to accept there's a tension. There's not a tension. So to say I've got this thing, and I don't know if you would say this new thing that I'm offering that Shermer thinks eliminates the problem of free will and determinism so that there's nothing to resolve, and calling it acompatibilism. It's not. This is just compatibilism, and it could have confused people. I do want to make this clear. Nobody's indicated it has, but for the rest of the debate, I just kept saying compatibilism, and I didn't do it to be a jerk. I just did it because I know this terrain, and that's how I talk about it.
Right. Which, I mean, he just didn't seem like he knew what was meant by free will on compatibilistic terms, because he kept saying, well,
didn't he just say he wasn't a compatibilist though before? Like, am I imagining that?
Yeah, so it sounds like it was actually Braxton who kept saying that Barker was a compatibilist. So maybe I've actually confused myself, because I was thinking Barker did say that, but maybe it's actually Braxton who just says it of him. I don't remember now.
Yeah, it sounded like what I'm remembering, and here we go to the veracity of eyewitnesses. But I'm remembering him saying, "I'm not actually a compatibilist. I'm more like a hard determinist." But
he definitely just said that. I don't know whether he says that. He says differently elsewhere in the debate.
Oh, okay, yeah. But then it seemed like he said, so the only place he, on his view, affirms free will is in the sense that, like, in everyday language we sort of use it. But that doesn't, like, maybe elsewhere he just says he's a compatibilist or whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't want that, because he didn't like libertarian free will. Yeah, because he didn't like libertarian free will. So even on his thing, he doesn't understand compatibilism and the illusion of free will.
But is this like, oh, he doesn't understand compatibilism? Well, like freaking Dunning-Kruger effect right here. Like,
I think compatibilism.
I'm not seeing a lot of evidence that they understand compatibilism very well.
Yeah. Seem like determinism is true in the phenomenological sense of how we experience.
And he says in the book that the hard determinists would say that.
Right. So he's just confused all the way down, man.
Benjamin Handelman gives another $5 and says
like that. He's just confused. Like, and I consistently see this from Jonathan Pritchett. He's just confused all the way down, saying things like that, whilst at the very same moment he utters it, being confused all the way down and not understanding at all what he's apparently like providing some commentary on. Like, consistently from Pritchett is insane. It was like the other day they were talking about how he was talking about how nobody cares about what Pine Creek says, whilst he had copied the background of Doug and was going, I'm on Pine Creek Cam. Well, clearly you care what Pine Creek does and says. If you've gone so far as to find his, his blue background and create Pine Creek Cam and link it up to your stream, like, or did you just, you just did all those things for random reasons, completely disconnected from, anything to do with Pine Creek?
Smoothest is part of the charm.
Yeah.
We remove all the fun. And the unapologetic apologist says, you look cute today, Pritchett.
Thank you. There's a reason for that. I'm wearing a hipster shirt. This is the most comfortable t-shirt I've ever worn in my life.
Yeah, this is my but a silly point here, because obviously, like, you could talk about but I found that when they slipped out of debate mode, where they can't be honest with themselves, that they talk as if there are reasons that they act upon for doing these things, and that those reasons determine why they make the choices and stuff. And I just found like that it really funny what they kind of go on to say around here about why they've like chosen their t-shirts and stuff.
I'm not gonna lie.
I like it.
And my wife said it. New. She picked it up at a Goodwill or something for $4, but new is a Lululemon. It's some sort of athletic shirt or something, and it's like $100. I've never worn that kind of.
I'm just wearing.
I don't even have a sports coat that costs $100.
I'm wearing a black T-shirt, but it's one that is made of a particular fabric that allows for you to breathe, because I have started riding a bicycle to work every day, 7 miles. So I'm trying, Pritchett. I'm trying.
Oh my gosh, can we skip this? It's so boring. I do not care what they're wearing.
Well, I think it's the ultimate gotcha, because he's like, well, I'm cycling to work, so I'm going to get some breathable clothes. There's like obviously some stuff going on. Yeah.
Reasons responsive.
Yeah. He's not just saying like, oh, I just randomly chose to cycle like of my own accord, and then I just randomly chose to sort of like, let's skip it to what the science says at 2150, which isn't too much further along.
Science tells us. But listen to this. But listen to this.
Such hand waving. Well, science.
Well, the reason that he does that is because the only reason that science would give this to you is Newtonian physics, at the macro level. I'm not talking about quantum stuff, but at the macro level, it seems like everything is deterministic. And the reason we know that it relates to human freedom, according to these people, is because of experiments like the Benjamin Libet experiments and things, and other experiments like them. And Alfred Mealy has a book called Free: How Science, or Why Science Hasn't Disproved Free Will, and it goes through the whole gamut, all these experiments to show why they all fail. Here's a discussion from the debate where that comes up. And I want you to notice the concession. Now, I've cut out part of what Dan says because I want you to, because it's long, it'd be like a 5-minute clip. I just want you to hear the concession that is made. But when we come to the actual evidence, I know that Dan mentioned this kind of in passing in his book, but Alfred Neely actually released a book a few years ago called Free, I think it's called Free, How Science Hasn't Disproven Free Will. And in that book, he goes,
I just want people to notice that at no point has Braxton given an argument for his position or why we should think it's true or anything like that. All he's doing is restating that there is a book where someone believes this and makes a case for it. Like that's, and you'll find that this is the case. Like he will list like arguments, names, perhaps that's the closest you might get to him giving you some reasons to adopt his position. But I don't think he's even really familiar with, like, he might be familiar. He's not providing reasons to actually accept his position or even explain or expand upon what it means.
Well, I'd be interested in some arguments against compatibilism, because apparently under naturalism you can't have free will, which I assume is a way of saying that compatibilism, or like, implies that compatibilism doesn't work. But I've not heard any arguments from him, despite that the fact that he keeps talking about how important this is to him. And well, maybe it's like in another video that I haven't watched yet, but you could at least provide a sketch. So maybe there's a bit more coming. Yeah. I don't know.
And like, if I was to do, if I was to do the series where it's like arguing against myself at something or something, like at this point, what I'd have to do is like say, well, firstly, I've got to say why incompatibilism is true, right? I've got to say why it's not free will is not compatible with causal determinism because I could not have done otherwise, or something like that. Like, just that gives you more than everything that's been said about like this and that person writing a book and wearing a cotton t-shirt and stuff so far.
Through all of the experiments from neuroscience and everything else that are touted out to try and show that libertarian freedom either is impossible or probably doesn't exist, beginning with the well-known Libet experiments that we could talk about if we wanted to, but many people interested in this discussion are probably aware. And he shows what's wrong with those things and how they each have major problems. And principally put, and I'm trying to be brief here, Justin, but principally put, even if we were to grant what the experiment is supposed to show, which there are too many problems to just grant that anyway, but if we were to grant it, what it would mean is that particular experiment, Libet or whatever it is,
all the experiment purports to show is that people's awareness of the events happens after brain activity. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all it shows. Like, you can interpret more in if you want, but that's all it shows.
Has shown that in certain cases, we have unconscious choices that we make that we're not consciously aware of. And so it seems that there's a lack of freedom there. But then
it doesn't tell us anything about unconscious choices. It tells us about when brain activity occurs in like chronological relation to the awareness of the decision.
The grandiose leap to say that that's true of all of our choices, which seems really like a leap in the dark.
So Melee is not adding to the theistic position necessarily at all, but he is raising some good questions. And I think I agree with his criticisms of the Benjamin Libet experience.
So, first of all, he says the Benjamin Libet experience, which sounds like an amazing science-based rock band, the Benjamin Libet experience. But I would have made fun of myself, obviously, Mr. Feature over here, right? But I just think that's funny. But he meant the Benjamin Libet experiment. He agrees. He agrees with Melee. He says he loves Melee's book. That's a huge concession because that's the scientific data that you're pointing to just presume and presuppose that science has taken this off the table. So science is out. Now, earlier, I didn't play the clip for this, but he had brought up a study that I've mentioned several times on Trinity Radio, where a large number, several thousand philosophers and graduate students in philosophy came out to be overwhelmingly, or not overwhelmingly, but majority compatibilistic.
This is the insane thing as well, because this is an appeal to relevant authority. It's not an appeal to irrelevant. And he's going to say, well, the relevant authorities disagree with me. And then like in the broader context of us talking about worldviews, right? And like how ad hoc our kind of explanation is. His explanation is that they're all just atheists and they want to sin. So that's why they come to these conclusions.
And I had that on hand. Like I was going to bring it up if he didn't, that study. And that study shows that, 73% of these people are atheists or something. So if you get atheist naturalists together, what are you going to find out? Oh, guess what? They're mostly determinists.
Right. But if you're a Christian, you believe in libertarian free will.
Right. So,
see what I did
well,
there?
not all Christians. Oh, was that your point? You were taking a stab at?
Is he saying they believe because they're Christian and that's a reason that causes them? Or is he just saying that they just choose it?
I think
this is such a strange point because first of all, it's not clear to me that most Christians do believe in libertarian free will. I'm not even talking about Calvinists here. Calvinists, are their own special breed, but I think that compatibilist views are perfectly consistent with Catholicism, for example, as I understand it. I reckon there's probably a lot of diversity there. So I'd like him to provide a citation for that most Christians, let's say non-Calvinist Christians, believe in libertarian free will. But also, I think he's contradicted himself here because not directly here, but with other things that he said, because he has said before that, if you get a bunch of atheists, they can't explain free will, and that leads them to reject free will, like the godless engineer, for example. Free will is an illusion, right? But now he's saying, well, he actually didn't directly contradict that. He said, well, they're determinists. That's true. You can be a determinist, but then you can either accept free will or not accept free will. So it doesn't determine whether you're a compatibilist. That's a separate question, right? And so the question is, why do these godless atheists who accept determinism still accept free will? Why don't they just reject free will like some do, but a lot of them don't? So he hasn't really accounted for this fact of why so many are compatibilists. And the fact that their opinion doesn't count because they're atheists is bizarre on the face of it. But even that aside, he still doesn't say why they're compatibilists. It's equally, like, it seems it would make more sense if he said, oh no, they'll reject free will. So how do you account for their compatibilists? Well, it can't be their atheism, because there was that other option that they could have taken.
But Christians, we believe in free will.
But here's the thing. The point is, so philosophy isn't necessarily on the table here. There's actually more, if I remember correctly from the study, there's actually a higher percentage of those philosophers who affirm libertarian freedom than affirm hard determinism, although there was more than both that affirm compatibilism. But it's just relevant to say, so philosophy, you can't just claim philosophy here. Science, you've just agreed about.
You can hear the bias though in what he's saying. He's like, oh, so when the Phil Papers survey says that there's more people who affirm libertarian free will than there are affirm incompatibilism, then that's good evidence that that's a good position. But when the majority of them are compatibilists, then it's just because they're atheists and stupid and but it's the same. It's data from the same paper.
By the way, many people who affirm, I don't have numbers on this one, but not everyone who affirms libertarian free will is a substance dualist in the way that I think Braxton is. Right. There are other views as well, and I think they're a little bit hard to understand, but they think that you can get free will out of indeterminism in nature, can provide, so they're incompatible because they think that you need non-determinism to get free will, but they don't necessarily appeal to substance dualism and agent causation. And I think both forms of libertarian free will are implausible, but the substance dualism one is the most implausible. So I'm not even sure he can really call people who believe in that other type of libertarian free will his allies precisely, because they're going to disagree with him, I think, about a lot of things as well.
The scientific data, what we got here?
Yeah.
What have we got? So I don't think so. That's a major concession, I think, in the debate.
Biggest concession in the.
Well, they're just taking science.
Okay, yeah.
But here's the thing about that. What did Melee basically say? And I think I said this in the debate or somewhere recently, but I'll say it real briefly here. There's a lot that Melee had problems with about the Benjamin Libet experience, and there was a lot. There's a lot that Melee had problems with about the similar ones, the other scientific. But one thing that seemed a commonality across most of these scientific experiments was that what the experiment was meant to show. What this experiment was meant to show is that. Is that there are moments where decisions are made unconsciously, and if they're made unconscious before you become aware of it, well, then there's no free will. And in the Benjamin Libet experience, the way that happens is they tell you try to just not think about when you're gonna push the button or however the experiment might be set up in a given iteration.
They don't say that, and because I can't remember, I wish I could remember what page it's on in the book, but he talks about this. He talks about him in his repeat experiments. How there were a few cases where people did this. They were like, oh, just try and raise your finger every 3 seconds or something. And then people did do it within that time frame because they were primed in that way. So then they were like, oh no, we need to really control for this input that we might be giving people in this priming. And it's not like, oh, Braxton, you've just figured out this thing that they all overlooked when they were doing the experiments. He's just misrepresenting things. And this is the problem. When he raises these experiments to say that they count in favor of his own position, he goes, well, we don't need to really go into the nitty gritty, the weeds or whatever, because everyone's just familiar with that. But then whenever he does actually raise anything to do with them, he completely misrepresents them. Maybe we should go into the weeds of what these experiments actually say and show, so we can start interpreting them properly and not just
If only he was as skeptical and focused on the details of the near-death experience evidences as he was about the Libet experiments. I think that would actually be refreshing.
Of it. And so you're trying not to think, you're trying to unconsciously choose, right? You're trying to unconsciously choose. So of course that's going to be overwhelmingly what you come up with. And then the grandiose claim that this leap in the dark to say, therefore it looks like there are some unconscious decisions made that you don't have free will over. Therefore all of your decisions are likely that way. Hold on, what? I'm actually willing to grant that when I go up to this is my example I use, when I go to a double door at a gas station, and I grab one of the doors to open, presuming that they would both open, right? I'm not running on as robust a libertarian freedom at that moment.
Some of it's just instinct and habit.
Yeah,
This was just like, this made complete nonsense of anything that they're trying to say about libertarian free will. When they're saying that, like, oh yeah, in most cases, it is just like some kind of compatibilism where actually reasons and causes and stuff make us.
I'm not running on libertarian free will at the moment. Like, it turns on and off. That's not a notion of libertarian free will I've ever heard. Again, usually they use the example, and Braxton himself has used this, as like deciding to raise your hand at any moment. Like, you could do it now, you could raise the other hand. This is an example that I've seen before. And so I've never heard that it's only applies in like weighty decisions where you're like deliberating. Why would that be the case anyway? Why wouldn't you have that freedom over everything? That seemed a bit strange. Like, how much are you running on autopilot for? Like, when does the free will turn on? It's a bit strange. Like, think about this. So suppose that we don't need free will. Actually, let me actually say this a different way. Do you think that if you ask Braxton about his intuition about free will, of like which door he opened or which hand he raised, he would have just as strong an intuition about that being freely chosen, especially when he's not in debate mode. Yeah. I think he would say, yeah, he does have a very strong intuition, because I mean, that's what most libertarians say. And he's mentioned that in a different context. So if that's true, then why do we accept, or why does he seem to accept that intuition for some cases, but then say, well, in others, he's like, it's not switched on in that time. He's not running on libertarian. It's just, it's like it's a turbo mode you just turn on sometimes. Like when you.
And how do you turn it on and off? Do you choose to turn it on and off, or is that determined by?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
This is a very odd view, I think.
And I grab one of the doors to open, presuming that they would both open, right? I'm not running on as robust a libertarian freedom at that moment.
Some of it's just instinct and habit.
Yeah, I'm just going with it. It's
if you're right-handed, you go to the right.
Right. Yeah, it's not. So I'm fine with that. But that's a big leap to say. So you didn't decide who you were going to marry, right? because you didn't decide about the door. You didn't decide. I mean, that's just, come on. That's over the top. And that's what these experiments and experiences do. All right. So, hey, Santi.
Well, I mean, at least the person who says that it's the same is basically like making, giving us some reasons for thinking that. Like, they're saying, well, it seems like we make choices in the brain. Those choices in the brain are associated with the finger movement or whatever. And so I'm going to just infer from that the other choices are made in a similar way. And like it, rather than just randomly asserting it, at least they've got some kind of empirical basis for the types of claims that they're making. Like, are you going to provide us any explanation of why, when you choose to marry your wife, which I don't know why it keeps coming up, is like different to like moving your finger? I'm not saying that, like, it could be the case that they're different, but at least give us the reasons why you think they're different, like, and maybe try and explain some mechanisms or so,
Yeah, and just asserting that it could be the case that libertarian free will, like when you turn it to turbo mode, then it applies in some cases. They've asserted that, but what reason do we have for thinking that? It's not enough just to assert that your view could be correct. By the way, Craig does this a lot. He just asserts his view if it could be correct, and then when someone asks him, well, why is it correct? In a sense, the counter view, they say, well, no, you have to prove that your view is true, but I don't have to do that for mine. And I think that it's just really strange that they just don't feel the reason to explain why we should think that there is libertarian free will, because they're kind of admitting that, okay, it's like we're not running on full libertarian mode all of the time. Like we're running on, just half power, but then sometimes it like turns on fully, but they haven't given us any reason for thinking that. Why not just think that there's never libertarian free will? Wouldn't that be a bit simpler?
The degree to which libertarian free will is involved is inversely proportional to the theological importance of a moral decision or something like that.
Well, yeah, or how close the decision is to marrying his wife, because that seems to be the really important one for some reason.
Yeah. I think they go on to talk about. I don't know. I quoted him saying, "Come on, it's over the top," which I think is fun. But they go on to sort of debunk IP's view as well, which is interesting as well at this point.
Oh, that's interesting.
Or finding truth. Thank you so much. Didn't mean to out you there. Love you guys. Free will allows me to be able to love.
Amen.
That's an important.
That's what we think.
That's an important feature.
Right. We believe that because we're Christians.
Yeah, that's an important feature.
Those of us who believe in Jesus believe that free will.
Can I ask how this is supposed to work? Why does free will allow us to love? I've never actually understood this. I've heard the Christians say this.
Well, they just define it that way. That is literally
love is freely chosen. Well, yeah, I guess if you just define it that way. But why should I accept that definition of love?
It seems to me that love, rationality. Sorry, you.
It seems to me that love, like what is love? Well, it seems to be it's a complex, I guess, sort of partly emotional, partly rational, partly relational thing that I feel and maybe think as well towards another person. Why do I need libertarian free will to do any of that? I just don't see the connection. I would also ask, do you choose to love someone? Like, I'm not actually sure. Maybe that's the whole
this is it, though.
where the wife thing comes in. It's like, I really chose to love my wife. Like, it didn't come naturally, but I chose it, and I
think what they want to say is that if what freedom is compatible with causal determinism or something, well then the reason that you're choosing to like be with someone and that you like being with them and all those sorts of things, whatever else you might say is like a constituent part of love, isn't like completely creditable to you and your agency. It's in some sense like it's in some sense just caused by these like this sort of state of affairs in the universe. So that's not really love. That's just like causal necessity if you describe it in a certain way. And so I think that that's what they're trying to get at, but I agree it's not like they've not. That's me interpreting and providing their arguments for them there. I suppose.
Yeah, but why can't love supervene on causal? Causally necessary. Well, like necessary in the sense that they derive from the previous state. Like, I mean, I guess some Christians do say this about literally everything, but it becomes a rather odd view. Like, why can't it sit on top of states? Yeah. What I would say is that it makes more sense to say that the reason I would love someone is because I'm responsive to the reasons I have for loving them. And if those reasons were different, then I would presumably not love them, right? If enough of the reasons were different. But that seems entirely appropriate to say. Whereas under the libertarian view, it seems that there's no necessary connection between any reasons or states of affairs you would have for loving someone. It's just like you decide to or not for no apparent reason. Exposing inadequacy naturalism. Well, I didn't advocate that as a definition of love. I just tried to explain a few key properties or components of love. I'd be interested to hear what someone could do better. And like, is a definition of love supposed to include theism? Like, love is the thing that God is. Like, God is love. Is that supposed to be a better definition? I don't actually see how that's an improvement. I think that's significantly worse. I wouldn't say that what I provided was a good definition of love, but I think it's better than God is love or something like that.
Well, as I'm incapable of love, I will withhold judgment.
Fair enough. Well, I think the issue is it's easy to say that naturalism can't account for this or that, but it's much harder to specify what it is exactly that naturalism can't account for and how invoking supernatural entities improves the situation. What is it about bringing in supernaturalism to the table that improves the definition you can give of love? I'd really like to know because it's just not obvious to me what that might be.
The strongest steel man I could go with is like a type of Platonism or something, where it's like, well, in order for something to be love, it has to participate in loveness itself or something like that. But like that isn't the view that they're going for whatsoever. Like,
and plenty of naturalists are happy with believing in Platonic forms. Now, I personally don't myself. I don't think you can be a reductive naturalist if you believe in those, but I think you could be a non-reductive naturalist probably. So. And if I thought I had to go there, maybe I would. I don't find that necessary, but that's probably the best I can think of. Anyway, but they're just really not explaining themselves well.
All right, so let's move on to this natural free will. Now, this is also an important feature.
Let Braxton to play devil's advocate, if you would, for a moment. If we do live in a universe that is entirely a naturalistic universe, a cause and effect, that's all that there is, matter and motion, effectively, is then the denial of free will?
Cause and effect is all that there is not like the necessary condition of naturalism. It's just
plenty of naturalists actually deny cause and effect. Hume being a famous example, or unclear whether he was a thoroughgoing naturalist, but he was as close as you really get at that time. And there are plenty of people who think that causation is not a fundamental part of reality. And I mentioned that a bit again in my video that I did about Craig with respect to the causal principle. It's just theists often like to talk about causes, but I think it's actually an open question as to what causation is and if it even is part of reality at a fundamental level. I suspect that there's something going on there, but I think it's quite difficult to assess. But to say that it's just cause and effect, that's what naturalism is. I think you can actually reject causation completely and be a naturalist. Naturalism is the view that only the natural or physical material world exists. You don't have to have a view about causation.
something you would say, yeah, you probably do have to go that way.
Oh, whoops! I thought I left my answer to that in. But here's the thing. So my original argument for God's existence from libertarian freedom was, if God does not exist, libertarian freedom does not exist. Libertarian freedom does exist, therefore God exists. And I use that in my debate with Matt Dillahunty. But I still like the argument. Still think it works. But in premise one, basically we're saying if you don't have God, you can't have libertarian freedom. If God does not exist, libertarian freedom does not exist. And the way I used to defend that, there were kinds of reasoning that I used to defend that. One of them was that if God does not exist, then the universe is just a system of cause and effect. But I've actually
this only works rhetorically, because it's like, well, clearly in our experience there are things other than cause and effect, so that's an absurd view. But that just isn't what people who, you know, like, don't believe in libertarian free will believe. All sorts of things. Like, maybe maybe they are Aristotelians, maybe they're Platonists, you know, like maybe they're like Heideggerians, or maybe they're Hegelians, right? But they just don't believe in libertarian.
Maybe they're Buddhists or Taoists, and they believe non-physical things that aren't God. Also, let's say I'm a substance dualist, right? But I just don't believe in God. I think that what's his face? Nagel, is that Thomas Nagel? Is something like that. So I would say, yeah, of course, the material universe is not all there is, and there's more to it than that. But he would disagree with the idea that if God does not exist, then the universe is just a series of cause and effects. Like, well, no, that there's other things exist apart from God that are outside the material universe. So it's just such a bizarre premise. Like, who would accept this premise? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I would accept that premise. If God, but no, I wouldn't accept that premise, because I don't think that. Well, there's actually a question about conditionals whose antecedent is false, right? But that's more complicated than we need to get into here. But I don't know who this is supposed to persuade, because you could just deny that
one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens, I think.
Exactly.
It's just which ones you find more plausible. But
sorry, I have to respond to something in the chat. No, Hume denied. Well, he didn't exactly deny causation. He just questioned how we know about causation, because Hume as a good empiricist said, look, we never see causation. We see one thing happening and another thing happening, or cause and effect, if you want to call it that. But how do you know that there's something connecting them together that's called a cause, right? So I think that a good empiricist view can very credibly question whether there is such a thing. I think to be able to not be able to even realize that that's a sensible question to ask is really, to be honest, closed-minded. And it's a deflationary view of causation, or like a regularity view, as sometimes called, is I think a view that's very seriously discussed in the philosophical literature, just like deflationary views for lots of things are, including deflationary views of truth, which actually Craig holds to, by the way. So you could just say, well, to question the concept of truth is just to be like, no, actually you can question the concept of truth. A lot of people think you don't need the concept of truth. So I think this is just kind of narrow-minded, to just not be willing to ask the questions of, like, what do these concepts mean, and like, are they part of reality, or are they just terms that are part of our language? And again, I tend to think that causation is real, right? I lean to a process theory of causation, by the way, which I talk about a bit in the response to Craig. But I'm not dogmatic about that, and I'm fairly uncertain. So again, I just think that it's really necessary to explore these ideas in a rigorous way and really be open to different possibilities, and not just assume that the way we've thought about it is necessarily the right way to think about it.
And this is a point as well with, if you read like ancient philosophers, especially pre-Christian, like in Diogenes Laertius's Lives of Eminent Philosophers, and read about what some of those like ancient Greek guys think, and like all these questions around like monism or change, or like, does change even, there's all sorts of naturalist positions, which, okay, I don't accept the vast majority of them, but they're natural positions which deny that there's any change whatsoever. Like, change is impossible. There's just one static, like, monistic universe, and that's all there is. Instead, like, so there's more than what's being offered here on the table.
Want to nuance that. I've changed my perspective on that a little bit. Because of my study for some of this year, I've read I've read 3 books on quantum mechanics and about 14 journal articles, and in the Oxford Handbook on Free Will, it comes up a lot, because this is the one place
about 14
indeterminacy where we think there might be indeterminacy.
I too, in my apologetics degree, have studied all there is to know about quantum mechanics. That was just semester 1. And then semester 2, we solved the hard problem of consciousness. Just because, you have to do these things to be able to like do apologetics well.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I studied quantum mechanics for 4 years, maybe more than 4 years at university, including at a graduate level. I've only scratched the surface of quantum mechanics. It's a very hard, very deep subject, especially the higher reaches of it and the philosophy of it. I'm not even sure why he's talking about that, but anyway, let's keep going.
Well, I want to say though that you're definitely in like a much deeper like end than me when it comes to thinking about that stuff. But my understanding would be that to philosophically even make any sense of it, you're going to have quite a complicated view of like, say, what it is to mathematically model things and how those like mathematical models relate to and depict reality in any sense and stuff like that. And it, like I've been in Braxton's chat before where he can't like describe what like a sine wave is and stuff like that, and so I'm just not confident that he's really understanding what's going on. Like he's going to give me any insight into these interpretations of quantum mechanics that's in any sense an accurate representation of what's going on.
Right, and so there's still debate about that among physicists, but it certainly looks that way to physicists. It is probabilistic and indeterministic. So what I say now is, okay, maybe there's a way that could do it naturalistically, but if that happens, it would be so unlikely, so incredibly unlikely, that it would be like the greatest teleological argument for God's existence that's ever been. Because it would be so ridiculously unlikely that we would have some mechanism or some brain development through micro
taps into that quantum level
that amplifies the quantum indeterminacy to the macro level.
There's a name for that though.
Well, there's quantum consciousness that Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff have done work on. But quantum free will, you could say, I guess. But the quantum indeterminacy when the wave function collapses in.
I don't understand what like base rates he's comparing it to say like, oh, quantum consciousness is so improbable in universes that it can only be the product of teleology. Like when we compare all the teleologically designed universes to all the non-teleologically designed universes, it's only the teleologically designed ones where we see quantum consciousness as like a feature. Like, how does he know any of this? Like, again, it's just assertions.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, I don't think that quantum mind theories are very plausible either. So in that sense, I agree with him. But yeah, it is hard to know. I mean, he said, I don't know if we actually played it, but he's not an theistic evolutionist. I assume that means he's some form of creationist.
Well, no, I think Jonathan Pritchett is a creationist. So that's the guy over here. But he himself is, well, he wants to, I think, please Jonathan, so he doesn't like. He just says, "Oh, I just don't have an opinion about it. Like, you can go either way."
Braxton says that.
Yeah, Braxton says that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess the idea is that where was I going with that? I've actually forgotten. But in terms of the
teleology, fine tuning.
So, I mean, he doesn't affirm a quantum mind theory, but why couldn't God have designed it that way? Like, if that's possible. So if God needs to fine tune it, then why not, right? But I think Braxton thinks that's pretty implausible and goes with substance dualism instead. But I think substance dualism is even less plausible than quantum mind.
Right. This is completely true. Like, and this is the thing, John. This is like John Locke's point, right? He says, like, well, if God wanted to make rocks think, he just could. Like, there's no reason to be a Cartesian dualist, like on theological grounds. Which And the philosophical arguments aren't that good for it either. I think if I was to, if I were currently a Christian, I'd probably go with like some kind of like hylomorphism or whatever, which is to. But then the problem is that like, I guess people want to like not fully understand the philosophical positions they adopt, and then they start like talking about them, and it becomes like a real mess. Like when you like, I've seen some Christians going like, I'm a hylomorphist, so I think the soul is like in the physical matter, but then like any questions about that and they just like can't answer what it means, or like don't have this, which is equally a problem of just like trying to piece together a worldview
into a superposition. They think that there's some indeterminacy there.
And so there was a guy that had that idea that when your mind does tap into it, that those key moments in life.
Oh yeah, so there's the idea that you have that basically you're not libertarianly free all the time, which is kind of what we said about the Doors. Maybe you're not, but when there's chaos in the brain, his theory is that maybe when there's chaos in the brain where you're really struggling over a serious decision, that amplifies the quantum indeterminacy, and then that serves as and then there would be indeterminacy in the picture, so you couldn't say it was determined, but you would have reasons why you did it, whichever thing you did. It's like if if I decided to go, if I decided to marry, like let's say I had Sarah Hunter and then some other girl, Jessica. Well, let's go with Rachel. Rachel sounds like an attractive girl, and so we've got Sarah and Rachel here. It's a biblical. And it's a biblical, yeah. So Sarah.
I wonder, is he going to be choosing who to marry?
Is he going to marry Sarah first and wait?
So I've got Sarah.
Is Sarah his actual wife?
I don't know. I don't know. But this is very bizarre.
Girl, and so we've got Sarah and Rachel here. It's a biblical, and it's a biblical, yeah. So Sarah,
so you're gonna marry Sarah first, and wait.
So I got Sarah and Rachel, and I'm trying to decide which one to marry. And let's say there's a lot of stuff going on, and I have real chaos in my brain about this. That whichever, so there's an indeterminacy that's present. So that the
he's going with marriage again. He's going with who am I going to marry again? What the hell is this?
I like how he changed the name as well. I feel like there's something into like he did like Jessica who changed it to Rachel. There's something behind this. It's got to be. He brings it up so many times.
Yeah.
Determinism is not what's happening here. So whichever one I choose, it was not determinate. It could not be because of the indeterminacy, but whichever one I choose, I will be able to give you reasons because I know about the girls. I'll tell you the reasons, whichever way it goes. Yeah. Anyway, that's one possibility that's out there.
Yeah. But how does reasons responsiveness serve as an argument for libertarian free will? Because as a libertarian, you can choose in spite of the reasons you have. Like, isn't that the point? You can choose, you in some sense are free to choose either way in any circumstance, regardless of what the reasons are. I don't see how that is. So how does what you're saying, that you're responsive to reasons, that you can always give reasons, act as an argument for free? Wouldn't that act as an argument for compatibilism and reasons responsiveness? Because as a libertarian, you could actually choose something for which you have no reasons to do, and ask you, why did you do that? And like, no reason at all. I just did that, right? I don't actually see how what he's saying supports his view.
I just chose it.
Yeah, I chose it. Like that could be all. That's all it is to it. I mean, you might have reasons, but you might not. You can just choose it.
I think that's the sort of thing that, like, when I was a kid, like, I used to say, like, to my dad, like, why the hell did you do that? He'd be like, oh, because I can.
Yeah.
The principle of sufficient reason and free will plays into that. So with the principle of sufficient reason, there should be a grounding or whatever for events like that, events that take place. And so the way that a free will person, whether they like the quantum consciousness sort of way of doing this or not, however you think we have libertarian freedom, even if you think it's just a direct gift from God and part of being made in the image of God.
That's what I think.
I do too, but I also think that I'm made in the image of God is why my elbow works. But you know what?
Like, how is that an explanation? It's just part of being made in the image of God. Well, what does that tell us about how it works?
Is in the image of God? If your elbow is in some sense in the image of God, then doesn't that stretch what that means to just meaninglessness? Like, is there a shape that we could have that would not make us in the image of God? Like, I mean, God doesn't have elbows, surely. So what does that even mean? I always thought that statement was something about our, like, rationality, consciousness, or something like that, right? Our elbows are somehow, like, do you see how, does Braxton see how then people like me say that theists just concoct ad hoc explanations for anything? Like, somehow now our elbows represent how we're an image of the God. And this just seems ridiculous. It seems you could say anything, literally anything about how humans are is, does the fact that we defecate, is that part of the image of God as well? Like name any number of others. What about the fact that we get cancer? Or that we sin? Yeah, that's another good one. Like, it's silly.
That's not why you're.
But like, God designed me, we could say.
Yes,
so, he could have designed this whole system.
But I'm saying because I'm a
substance dualist.
Yeah, like a real Christian.
Oh, you're shooting at Chris again.
Yes. But I don't think it's a part of the cosmic chain of dominoes.
But the PSR. So what we would say, I really want to answer because I'll forget. And I told the person.
But it's a decent naturalistic explanation, which is what.
And it could be how God did it. It could be the way God chooses to do it. But anyway, the answer to that is the like with whichever thing you do, the reason there will be reasons. So like with the chocolate cake or the treadmill, treadmill because I want to look like Channing Tatum is fine.
Me.
Or you. You got too much hair. Jason Statham would be more like it. But then, or the chocolate cake because I want the instant gratification.
It's like 15 years older than you. And
whichever one I choose, I will be able to give you the reasons, but those reasons aren't the causes.
Right.
It's self.
This is so like he's thinking about reasons acting as causes as like some kind of causation between the Platonic forms or something. Like rather than like I wanted a cheeseburger or I wore this t-shirt like so let's take your view of reductive naturalism, right? So I wanted to wear this t-shirt because it absorbs my sweat better when I cycle into work or whatever. Like just all of those facts are reducible to some sort of natural facts that are going to be potentially describable in terms of neuroscience or physics or whatever. like, why is then the reason not causing? Like, it's just different ways of talking. It's talking about the two sides of the same coin almost, and he's just saying,
yeah, I would tend to say that reasons don't cause us to behave a certain way, but I acknowledge that that's maybe more of a verbal point. Yeah, I would tend to say that our decisions are caused by underlying neural and other factors that you just mentioned, but they are, if we act freely, and we don't always, of course, we can be compelled and so forth, or we can be we can have mental distress or whatever. But when we act freely, we are responsive to reasons that exist, which just means that if the reasons were different, you would act differently. But remember, under reductive physicalist view, the reasons can't be different without the underlying physical substrate being different. That could be in your mind, or like also external circumstances to you, which also can give rise to reasons. So, I mean, again, this seems to make good sense of the idea of what we think about when we think about being free, as if something is different that gives you a different reason, then you're going to respond differently because you're responsive to that reason. You're not being compelled by something else. But I don't see how there needs to be a lack of causation for it to be true freedom.
Right.
And I don't see how there being a lack of underlying causation makes it more free to act in response to reasons than the compatibilist view. I know some people have this intuition, but I have not feel like Braxton's really articulated why we should think that this is correct.
Yeah.
Self-determined. So there is a cause. The self is the cause. So that's, there's people giving us money.
But the compatibilist would argue that whichever one you chose, that was your strongest motive to choose.
That's what a determinist is.
Yeah, that's the explanation for why you chose.
But that's a circular.
Yeah, I know it's a ditch.
It gets into what's called the intelligibility problem, which is it's either arbitrary or it's determined, but it can't. There's.
So I feel like this is one of the first arguments that's been given. It's the intelligibility problem. It's either arbitrary or it's determined.
No middle. Called the intelligibility problem, which is it's either arbitrary or it's determined, but it can't. There's no middle ground. And we would say, well, you can be self-determined, and those can be your reasons. And if you think, well, that doesn't work, well, I'm just offering as a defeater. I'm not claiming the quantum consciousness explanation is correct.
Yeah. Well,
hold on. Let me get this out. I'm saying that so long as you can imagine something like, let's say, indeterminacy that is in the system because of quantum mechanics that amplifies that indeterminacy is not determined, but you will have reasons. Those reasons just don't serve as the causes. And if you believe in God, God could grant you the indeterminacy at exactly the right moments to make all this
without it being random. But I mean, if the problem,
how can God grants you indeterminacy? How does that not violate?
I thought they didn't believe in quantum mind, but now they're like kind of leaning on that. Yeah. You don't need quantum mind if you're a substance dualist. That's an alternative method of getting libertarian free will. If you're a substance dualist, like he was saying before, like the substance that is you, whatever that means, cause the event that is your action. Remember, it's a substance event causation. Whereas the traditional view is event causation. So the idea is that you as a substance cause events. And so I don't really know why they're leaning on the quantum mind thing, because you don't need that. Because the thing about the quantum mind thing is it's a way around determinism, that there's these indeterminate quantum things. But if you're a substance dualist, you already don't believe that the universe is deterministic anyway, because you've got these libertarian agents that can just cause things without any causal antecedents themselves. Unless I'm missing a big part here, I think they're just confused about what they're arguing, because it feels like they need both of these. But they don't need both. If you're a substance dualist, which they said they are, you don't need this whole quantum mind stuff. I mean, I guess it could also be true, but it's unnecessary.
I'm just thinking, is there much more of this video that you want to go on with? Do you want to quickly go to just Graham Oppy's approach of comparing worldviews for like 5 minutes?
Have we got compatibilism belongs in the trash bin? Because
let's get into that.
That sounds interesting.
3643.
You always choose
because they haven't really said anything about compatibilism yet.
Yeah, well, they're going to say it belongs in the trash bin.
Choose according to your strongest desire, and the way you know is your strongest desire is because you chose it. Then you're just on this ridiculous vicious circle mouse wheel. And so we could take compatibilism and easily and flippantly dismiss it into the trash bin where it belongs, especially when you're talking to other Christian theists. But with this stuff, when you're talking to atheists, it's a little bit more complicated because Braxton's, unlike the presupposition, he's willing to get down on the ground level and sit in judgment over God's creation.
Stop that.
No, but you'll go with what's available and try to find in the neutral ground of at least for a significant portion of this debate, it was methodological naturalism as the play field, not metaphysical naturalism, but you were going with theism, and you were saying, but still there could be a naturalistic explanation for libertarian freedom as well. So you're playing.
And honestly, that really made it. I thought about putting these clips in, but there were moments where he kept trying to make it that I'm bringing some spiritual, ethereal type thing. I'm like, nope. I'm not.
Yeah.
And that was partly to destabilize in the debate, but it's partly because it does serve as a defeater
Yeah.
to the claim. All right, Daniel Apologetics gives us 5 somethings and says, how much is a coffee?
I mean, that was basically it. Him just saying it belongs in the bin. I don't know if he just said, oh, it's just circular and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I didn't quite understand that objection. I think it may be a version of objection to, you remember I mentioned the classical compatibilist variants? I think that they're talking something about that. It's a little hard for me to extract exactly what the argument's supposed to be. But again, so the claim that I make, at least, in accordance with the reason's responsiveness, is not that to act freely is to act in accordance with your strongest desire. What I say is that you act freely when you act in a way that's appropriately responsive to reasons. And I mentioned 2 other different views as well. One was the mesh view, which involves a hierarchy of different reasons, and the other one was a counterfactual view in which you're free if you could have done otherwise in relevantly similar possible worlds. So I would like them to actually engage with these theories of compatibilism, which are the more modern theories. I'm not entirely sure what they were responding to, but I think it was the older form. I'm not even sure if it was a good response. It's just too hard for me to tell.
Just belongs in the trash bin. Whatever they responded to, it belongs in the trash bin.
They didn't feel like they need to say any more about it than that, which is odd because Braxton claims to have read the entire 600 whatever pages of Oxford Companion to Free Will, and a good chunk of that would have been about compatibilism. And
well, this is the crazy thing, right? So in this whole 7.5 hours of us doing this, I think in some places maybe I've been like fairly combative with what they're saying, but at no point have I said, well, theistic beliefs belong in the trash bin. Like what on earth gives you the right to say stuff like that when you've not even given like any coherent arguments or explained how you even understand the position that you claim to disagree with? Like it's so ridiculous that I don't know.
Yeah, it's just really hard to understand exactly what they're contending. I think they're contending for libertarian free will based on agent causation.
Yeah.
And substance dualism, but it's not entirely clear because they say other things that seem to conflict with that at other times. It's also not clear why we should accept that over compatibilism. They haven't really explained why we should also accept that over like hard determinism, although I think elsewhere Braxton said like we have that strong intuition, so I guess that he thinks that's sufficient.
Yeah, that's probably it.
I don't think that's a sufficient reason, but even aside from that, we haven't really heard any good arguments or really any arguments against compatibilism. So again, if this is how he deals with an issue, Braxton deals with an issue that's so important to him that he just can't even articulate any cogent basic notion of like what the alternatives are and why he accepts the ones that he does. I just don't think it bodes very well for presenting his worldview in a coherent way.
Yeah. So I guess there's 2 quick more timestamps on this. I don't think
I have a materialist view of the world. Period. I think that things are determined in a rational way by antecedent events. Period. You don't see the problem staring you in the face about a materialistic world that
everything you just wrote was determined.
Well, and that everything is determined in a rational way by antecedent events. What is it about the materialistic world that antecedent events are rationally organized?
I know, you're right.
I mean, he does this.
He's using rationally, so first he's saying like, what is it about the material world that rational events are causal events are rationally organized or something. So he's using rational in one sense that the world is organized rationally, which is a different thing from saying that you as a being within that system have rational thought. Was
he quoting someone or was he paraphrasing them?
Well, I think someone in the chat said that I'm said, I believe that I make rational. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd have to see that exactly. But if the person in the chat was saying that they're determined by antecedent causes, that's fine. But if they put rational in there, I would have to disagree with that because rationality relates to minds and reasons, responsiveness, and evidence, and so forth. It's not causation is not rational or irrational. It's just like if it exists, it's a phenomenon. So you wouldn't say that causation is rational. Maybe we could rationally comprehend it, but that's a different question, right?
Well, it's them saying it's irrational. It's them saying that on a materialist view, you can't be rational at all. Yeah, exactly. Well,
I'm not sure how that follows.
No, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Christians sometimes say this, but I've never understood what the argument's even supposed to look like. No, this is different from the Kalam or even Craig's moral argument, where at least I have some idea of what the argument, well, the moral argument's a worse example, but at least you have some idea of what the argument is supposed to be, or the argument of the resurrection of Jesus. I could explain the argument and then say which bits I don't agree with or which premises I think are unsupported. But here, I'm just at a loss. I have no idea how rationality is supposed to fail just because things are determined. Why do you need like free will or indeterminism or something for something to be rational? I just completely fail to see the connection.
Yeah.
It's all the time. You know, it's the
Well,
way
it's
these
not a philosophy.
evolutionary biologists always use, you know, well, you know, it kind of created, they use creation language all the time, you know, the way it was created. Oh.
Apologetics squared. I did answer that. You go back like 10 minutes. All right. Benjamin Handelman says, this should be enough for Pritchett to get a hipster coffee to go with his hipster shirt. Thank you so much, Benjamin Handelman.
Sweet.
Yeah, there was quite a few donations in this stream.
This t-shirt that I'm wearing and t-shirts I've worn all my life. This one is like way better.
So, oh my God, shut up about the t-shirts.
If you can come up with a better phrase than free will.
I don't know. I'm going to keep my mouth shut at this point. I was just thinking, yeah, I'm not going to, I've drawn some conclusions that I'm not justified in making.
Yeah, I don't think I got all the way through this video, so I don't know if there's anything else worth listening to, but if you're happy to move on, I think we can move on. I think we've only got a little bit left.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention then, so as we're talking about worldviews and comparing explanations and stuff, how someone might argue for an atheistic worldview overall. So I don't know if you've got time to quickly touch on both, or if there's one that you might be interested in more than the other, if you really want to go to bed. Up to you.
And maybe we'll just look at Paul Draper's one. I think I'd like to look at Oppy's work a bit more detail later, perhaps. So we can perhaps save that for the future.
So let's go into here. And then it was 326 in here. We don't have to go into the whole thing. It's just quickly touching on the premises.
Or number 2. And you can...
where are we?
Well, naturalism or metaphysical naturalism, and that's probably more common term for it in the literature, but he's recently changed it to source physicalism. So just pointing that out because that is probably a new term for you, source physicalism. But anyhow, overall, Draper argues that since source physicalism is overall more probable than omnitheism, and since source physicalism and omnitheism cannot both be true, omnitheism has to be false, or at least it's very probably false. But again, that doesn't mean that source physicalism is necessarily true or probably true, and we'll all explain that later. Okay, so Draper's case against omnitheism, or his pro tanto local, or case for local atheism, which is therefore a case against omnitheism, can be broken down into 4 contentions, and here they are. So contention 1 on top is this: the most probable hypothesis, and a hypothesis here is just some sentence that we want, whose predictions we want to test against reality, is the one with the overall greatest balance of intrinsic probability and accuracy. Contention 2 is that source physicalism is many times more probable intrinsically than omnitheism. Contention 3, source physicalism is very much more accurate than omnitheism with respect to the 7 items of evidence under consideration. So we're going to get to those 7 items. And these are the only ones we're going to consider. And that's what makes it a pro tanto case. Pro tanto means to that extent. So this third contention really is driving the title here, even though there are other contentions that we're going to cover. But to the extent that we consider these 7 items of evidence that favor source physicalism over omnitheism, that there may be other items, but we're just relative to those 7, source physicalism is more probable, and that's why we're calling it pro tanto. Contention 4 is omnitheism is very much more accurate than source physicalism with respect to all the other available and relevant evidence. So outside of the 7 items of evidence we're going to consider, contention 3, contention 4 is willing to grant that, okay, there's other evidence for the omnitheism, and it is very strongly favors omnitheism over source physicalism. And we'll draw the threads of these 4 contentions together to arrive at the conclusion that Draper wants us to. So that first contention is, here it is again, that the most probable hypothesis is the one with the overall greatest balance of intrinsic probability and accuracy. So the truth of this contention can actually be demonstrated mathematically using Bayes' theorem, which we've seen in our exploration of miracles. And Bayes' theorem has different forms. This form is called the odds form of Bayes' theorem. Just for your information, I don't really expect you to do anything with it. But as we know, or hopefully you can recall, that Bayes' theorem provides a mathematical model for how a rational agent should update their view of the probability of some hypothesis.
Probably at this point, because Saver's going into the whole argument that's given here and so forth, but it's just to say that so by and large, the way that an atheist will look at this and argue for their worldview being more likely is they'll essentially, this contention, the most probable hypothesis is the one with the overall greatest balance of intrinsic probability and accuracy. And I think that kind of thing is the thing that both sides can agree upon. And then what he basically does is say, like, well, on these 7 most important features, whatever, then source physicalism is way more likely than the alternative. And even if we assume the alternative is right about all the other evidence that we have, maybe not to go into
what were the features he's looking at, because this seems to be what Braxton's talking about by facts about the universe. So I'm curious as to just what he
let's zoom forward.
What are the features? I think one can guess some of them, but it'd be just good to look at that.
Equally likely that the beam came.
Intuitive model. I hope it's all just on one slide. So can I just find one slide with 7?
So the first known fact that confirms source physicalism over omnitheism is this, right? It's a known fact that the moral fruits of theism are meager at best. Or in other words, what this means is it's a known fact that theists do not seem to live more moral lives.
Ooh, I've got to look more into this, because this is an argument that I've been thinking about quite a lot recently. And I like the phrasing of meager moral fruits. The idea that Christianity claims to fundamentally change people such that they don't desire to sin anymore and are reborn in the image of Christ. But that seems to imply that they would behave very differently. Maybe not perfect, but at least a lot better than other people, right? But there doesn't seem to be any evidence of this. Christians seem pretty much the same as everyone else, more or less. And so I like that idea of meager moral fruits. At best, it's a marginal difference that is pretty underwhelming if you consider that this is supposed to be the all-powerful God of the universe. Personally, this is actually the single biggest reason that I'm not a Christian, because I think about it not just in evidential, but in practical terms. Like, well, what's in it for me to become a Christian? If I become a more moral person, then that would actually be really good reason to do it. But I just don't see that would happen, because I know quite a few Christians and many of them are, anyway, like that's what I mentioned. Like, there's plenty of sinning going on, whether you're Christians or not. Like, that's sort of what I was saying before. But I really actually, I like that phrasing. So I'll look forward to looking more into that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can quickly get us through a few of those points. So we've got fact 1, fact 2.
To a very high degree on physical processes occurring in the brain.
Yeah, we've talked about that one. I agree with that one.
Such as our brains. And we've already surveyed 5 reasons in support of this consensus. Omnitheism is true. So the third fact,
evolution. Not sure I agree with that one, because depending on if theists agree with evolution, but I'm not quite sure how he phrases it.
Are the gradually modified descendants of relatively simple living things? And this isn't even claiming that Darwinian evolution is true, just evolution. If source physicalism is true, then evolution pretty much has to be true, because there are no other natural ways that complex living things could come about, given that no purely mental entities exist. If source physicalism is true, there are no supernatural entities. Why is this third fact a blue beam? Well, if theism is true, evolution may or may not be true. Evolution is certainly logically consistent with theism, but God could have used many other methods than just evolution.
I see what they're saying. Yeah, so it doesn't follow from theism that evolution would be true. But I think that's actually actually a good point.
Are systematically
I've never heard that argument before.
Survival and reproduction.
What, the biological role of pain and pleasure?
Yeah, not as an argument. I guess again, God could have used other means maybe that didn't involve connected to biological goals, survival and reproduction. Yeah, that's quite. I'm kind of liking these.
We find a warm fire on a cold night pleasurable, and lying naked in the snow painful. Cozying up to a warm fire when it's freezing outside is going to make us feel pleasure, because that's going to increase our the biological goals of survival and reproduction. Whereas lying naked in the snow all night.
Maybe fast forward anyway.
God could choose. Just someone in the chat said God could choose many methods to make a world, and evolution is not an obvious why he would. It's not obvious why he would choose that method. He could, but you'd have to invoke an ad hoc reason again for why that's the case. Tragedy. So I think this would be a variation of my like heinous suffering. I'm not sure why it's 5 and 6. Maybe there's 2 different types or something. Natural and moral or something perhaps.
So let's start with the 5th fact, that the world contains an abundance of tragedy, right? It's a known fact that tragedies happen all the time. And in part, what makes tragedy so tragic is either that no moral good comes from them, or at least no good comparable to the harm that is done.
Skip forward a bit. Don't know why my internet's sort of dying out as I try to load the rest of the video.
Well, maybe it's almost 8 hours of continuous streaming.
So the 6th fact is related to tragedies as well, right? It says that the direct and indirect.
Oh, that's interesting.
tragedies often do not feel God's
Ooh,
company.
this is related to the idea I had before, where it's like a version of the argument from experiential evidence for God, but it's the feeling of the lack of God's comfort and his experience when you reach out and he's not there, right?
Right.
I think this is actually I think a powerful argument can be made here. And what's his seventh one? We haven't even mentioned like religious confusion.
I think 7.
Oh, wow. I have foreknowledge. Yeah.
He wants all theists.
So I think, that's really good. I'm looking forward to looking at that another time, and maybe I'll do some more videos on things like that. But what I want to say there, yeah, I would add to that at the very least the what did I call it? It wasn't. It's like it's the version of meager fruits, but it's like the unimpressive revelation or something like that, whatever I called it.
Right.
I think that I'd add that as well. So yeah, I think that's a really good set of facts, and I think that it's exactly the sort of thing that Braxton was asking for. So I'd be interested to hear if he has a response to that video. Of course, he would say, well, Christianity can account for all those things, but does it account for it as well? Because I think for most of these, you have to invent ad hoc hypotheses. God has a reason to allow all these evils. God has a reason for using evolution, not other means. God has a reason for using pleasure and pain, and so forth, even though you probably don't know what those reasons are.
Yeah. And then so some people, though, are skeptical of using that kind of Bayesian approach to sort of weigh up the probabilities. And so there's a different thing that Graham Oppy does, which I think this is just like, how long does it? This is like about 5 minutes, just Graham Oppy. I think it highlights what he's doing, but we can go more in depth into precisely what that is. Maybe it's before and then just wrap up after. If that sounds good. Let's do that then.
To pause here, and that's the end of my introduction. And I'd like to ask Graham if he has any questions or any comments.
Okay, so there's a lot to talk about, and we'll
an understatement.
So I like to start with the question about the kind of ground rules of the discussion, because it does bear on some of the things that you said. We might just agree to disagree about whether God exists. Presumably, neither of us is going to think that just asserting, okay, whatever your stance is enough to establish something about your position, right? So I can't just stand up and say, well, look, God doesn't exist, so game over, we can go home, right? So when we have an argument and it's got some premises and the conclusion is that God exists or that God doesn't exist, the question is, what needs to be done with respect to the premises in order for us to be any further down the track than we would have been if we just asserted the conclusion of the argument? Because it seems as though what happens is you just assert the premises of the argument when you present it, and we've just shifted our position slightly. Instead of saying God doesn't exist, game over, I say that whatever begins to exist has an explanation, and from that I can get to my conclusion. And so I say game over. It doesn't seem like I've made any more progress. So I'm kind of curious about the ground rules for the assessment. What exactly you want to claim about your argument, what status the premises of the argument are supposed to have in your view. So let's start with that.
Okay, I'm going to claim that the premises can be defended by further sub-arguments, right? As I said earlier on, there are at least 5 arguments to show that infinite regress is not possible, and I'm going to present that, right? And I'm also going to defend an argument for the causal principle, whatever begins to exist, right? Has a cause. I'm going to offer the modus tollens argument to establish that, right? And we can talk about that later on, right? So I'll be talking about those. Yeah.
That sounds as though there'll just be a new set of arguments with new premises, and if we disagree about those, then we still haven't made any progress, right? And you might think there's a looming regress here, right? What's going to be a satisfactory stopping point in this conversation if each time you give an argument, it turns out that I don't accept one of the premises, right? I mean, it's perfectly fine. That might be how it goes. Do you think that at some point you're going to, that you do in fact reach premises that just can't be resisted? Or is ultimately it just going to be that we've just shifted from asserting one claim to asserting a bunch of other claims whose epistemic standing is no better than the initial claim was? Or sorry, whose standing in debate is no better than the initial claim was?
Well, I'm going to present the premises, and if you disagree, then I want to know why you disagree, right? You have to offer reasons for why you disagree, and I'm going to offer reasons why they are true, right? So if I'm able to offer reasons why they are true, and you're not able to offer reasons why you disagree, then I think the premise is established in our discussion, and then we can move on, right?
Right. So, and when you say offer reasons, what have you got in mind exactly?
Well, you take a look.
So,
Shall I go on?
So suppose I say I believe this, and here's some other things that I believe that clearly fit well with it. Is that offering a reason? By my lights, it might even be, were I to hold everything else fixed and just accept your claim, my view would become contradictory, right? That's what you expect. Surely that's a very good reason for me to resist taking on your claim.
Yeah, so if you offer something else, let's say, for example, another possibility, then we can discuss that, and I can offer reasons to try to refute those possibilities, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm going to try to do. Yeah, I think this is all very general, right? We have to go into the details of the argument in order to see how it will go. So I'm ready to present the details.
So I'm not sure about that. I mean, there's a kind of question about grounds and about what the goal is here that I'm not clear about, right? And so let me say something about why. I think that it's quite obvious that theory is prior to argument. That is, the fundamental thing is what claims you think are true, not what arguments you think are sound. One way of thinking about this is once you've got a theory, and let's assume it's a consistent theory, once you've got a theory, that just determines for an enormous stack of arguments which ones you think are sound and which ones you don't. Moreover, when you come to assess an argument, the determination of whether it's sound turns on your attitudes towards the premises, whether you think the premises are true or not. So that's the fundamental thing. The fundamental thing is theory, not arguments. And so talking about the soundness of arguments doesn't look like it's the proper focus. What we should be talking about is the theories and which theory is true or not. That doesn't mean there's no role for argument there. One obvious role for argument is someone's got a theory, but it's inconsistent, and you can show them that it is. More generally, someone's got a theory, but they haven't noticed that it's got certain consequences. So you start from their premises, the claims that they accept, and you derive something that's uncomfortable for them. Now I can see why you would be interested in arguments, because that's useful information. If my view is inconsistent, I need to know that, right? Then I have a chance of improving it. If my view entails something that I'm going to be uncomfortable with, I need to know that, because then I know that I need to rethink part of my position. Either I've got to accept the uncomfortable thing and get rid of other things I believe, or I've got to throw away something I already believed, so that my view doesn't entail the uncomfortable thing. But that seems to me that's the kind of proper place for derivation and argument in these discussions. And the question about which arguments are sound just isn't really an interesting question to talk about. So there's a
Damn, that's amazing. Like that's there's a reason Graham Oppy has. Yeah, I mean, I've met him. He was at my he was a discussion partner in my book launch. So, but yeah, I think I'll have to. I haven't watched all of that debate. I just watched the first part of that. But I think that. And also, I think Oppy is sort of drawing on some material. He's got a book called Arguing About Gods, which I have wanted to read for years, but never got to it yet. And I think it talks about some of this there, about like what the point of arguments is in this sort of area. But I think he makes a really good point that basically these arguments are almost never convincing. And this actually harkens back to something that someone asked me about hours and hours ago, which is when I wrote about this. Like, what's the point in arguing about this? So I think this is sort of what I'm trying to get at with that piece. And Oppy's probably done it much more eloquently than I have, but it's basically like, yeah, you start with your worldview basically, and whether you accept the premises of an argument is basically going to determine by the view that you have.
Right.
Oppy called them theories, but I think it's basically the same thing as a worldview. Like, I guess a theory is a subset of a worldview. And so the arguments kind of don't really get you very far. And I think that's actually, this also illustrates the point that if you look at philosophy, I mean, people use arguments, but what they don't usually do is like say, here's my view, and like here's a series of arguments for it. It's more like what people do is they put forward theories of something, a theory of causation or of compatibilism or whatever, and then they just try to work out the theory. And then people say, well, here's a consequence of your theory that doesn't seem to make sense, or here's a concern for it or something that doesn't account for, and they try to tidy up that. It's not so much, not that it's never this, but it's not so much an issue of like trying to present arguments for why everyone should accept your theory. More the idea is that if your theory survives a lot of attempts to pull it apart and seems to work better and better, then more people will come on board with it. And I think that's broadly what Oppy is getting at here. So this idea of like, here's an argument for God's existence is kind of not really the right way to go about it, because people who don't believe in God's existence are just likely to, like, I think that you could just say, well, if this argument entails that God exists, I'm just going to reject any premise, because if it entailed God exists, that's inconsistent with a whole bunch of other things that I believe. So that gives me a reason to just reject any premise. I've actually used this against Craig before, this sort of variation, one man's modus ponens, another man's modus tollens, right? It's a variation of that idea, that if any argument entails something that you think is unreasonable on other grounds, that gives you reason to reject one of the premises of that argument.
Yeah.
So the idea that arguments can demonstrate this, I think, Oppy's really on the right track here.
Yeah, and I thought it was an interesting note to end the whole discussion of worldviews, right? Because we started off with, like, we always see apologists talking about worldviews, what they are, how important they are, and they bring up base assumptions. But I think that the actual dialectic within the apologetics community around this is, like, pretty poor, as we saw from, like, the kind of challenges coming from people like Braxton Hunter. So we spent some time talking about the specific points that we might have to explain with a worldview, and why we differ on those, and maybe hopefully we created some nice cognitive dissonance in between there. But then coming towards the end there, I wanted to say, well, here's a couple of approaches that we could take to try and, in a more objective sense, sort of methodologically compare our worldview. So one approach that people take is this probabilistic type thing, where they're like, well, can I sort of weigh up all the features of my explanation and the evidence that there are, and see which explanation is more probable. Now, some people reject that whole way of doing things at all, but I think that Oppy's kind of statement there about how we should, I broadly see him as talking about how we should sort of engage in these discussions, is like a really pertinent point that I'd hope, if you watch this, like, stay a Christian or whatever, but just take away that, like, some apologists are just awful and, like, make terrible arguments from worldviews and don't argue in that way. So do some atheists, right? But in this series, what we're doing is we're trying to point out where apologists are kind of going wrong and oppose that radical sort of fundamentalist type thinking that can come from it.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with that. And I think we've showed some poor efforts on the part of some apologists, especially Braxton, in terms of articulating why he disagrees with different people's worldviews, and also giving them steel manning other worldviews and then explaining why he disagrees and articulating that, rather than just asserting and then requiring other people to demonstrate their worldviews. And I think that's a very common problem with Christian apologists, is having double standards and not really feeling like they need to articulate why certain things are explained under their worldviews, like morality or free will or the existence of the universe or religious experiences or other things like that we've talked about. And it leads to a lot of sloppy thinking and not really dealing with the literature very well. I mentioned and showed you some of the issues to do with free will that are currently being discussed, specifically regarding compatibilism, and encourage you to look more into that if you're interested. And I hope to do more discussion on this in the future, a bit more detail. But what we don't like, certainly what I don't like to do, and I think Nathan as well, is just sort of assert things and throw ideas out there. It's more like we want you to introducing these things to present our perspective, and then you can explore things further yourself. So providing resources for that. And so, I encourage people to look more into these things if you're interested and think seriously about this. And I guess also try to think about, I basically buy into Braxton's basic idea of thinking about different things that one worldview can fit better and the other worldview can fit better, but make sure you try to articulate that in a clear way as to why you think that works out, rather than just sort of making assertions and not being clear. And I felt that there was something else I wanted to say about this. Oh yeah, so I'm actually thinking about writing another book about basically arguing for a naturalistic worldview, and just sort of basically having different chapters about different things like morality, free will, and creation and things like that, right. And how I sort of see them and how I fit that together. So people interested in that, I don't know, maybe send me a message or an email, something like that. It'd be just sort of interesting to know if people are sort of interested in this sort of general project, because there's not a whole lot there from an atheist perspective. A lot of the atheist stuff is responding just to Christian views, but we also need to present our own worldview and how we see things, because often people are attracted to, like a positive vision, not just an entirely negative perspective, which I think is one flaw that atheists often fall into. I think that's all I had to say for the moment. That's right. There was one other thing. So if Braxton wants to talk with us more, I mean, it's up to Nathan. I've invited him so often. Yeah. I don't know if an 8-hour response would change the incentive or not, or maybe it would reduce it. I don't know. But I'd love to talk more about free will in particular, or other issues that he raised, like the origin of the church, or morality and other things that apparently atheists just can't account for, and Christianity really does. Because I'd love to understand why he thinks these things, and sort of put some rejoinders to him. And also he could maybe respond to some of the facts that I outlined that I think atheism accounts for better. Paul Draper's list was sort of similar to mine, so I think there's plenty to discuss there, and it'll be good to extend these discussions. So that's an open invitation to him and really other apologists or popularizers as well who might be interested in discussing this.
Yeah, great. So if we wrap up this episode around there, then something to say as well is James has started doing streams and stuff on his channel. So if you are coming to the end of this episode of the kind of Bad Apologetics, I don't know if this is going to be the end of the season, if we're going to take a break over Christmas and come back, or what we're going to do. Maybe we can talk about that later. But yeah, if you'll come to the end of this episode, definitely head over to his channel. I'll get the link in the description, and I'll have it at the end of the video popping up and stuff on each of the Bad Apologetics episodes. And yeah, go over there and support what he's doing. So.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a couple of recent videos out, and I plan to do a bunch more responding to just basically doing more counter-apologetic stuff and identifying particular things and kind of digging into them. So check that out.
Awesome. Right. Anything else you want to say before I end the broadcast?
No, I just thanks everyone, and again, keep thinking.